stuff, so
Hello.
I'm hoping to. Hi.
We are live.
Very nice. Welcome everyone to the stream.
Welcome, welcome. So I'm going to be giving it a couple more minutes for people to pile in while we make sure everything is set up correctly, certified, not scuffed. In all seriousness, this should hopefully be pretty smooth. I tried to prepare most of this ahead of time. Although the Nightbot commands didn't work, but that's okay. We'll just send the links to you guys old-fashioned. Okay, so I know we're going to have some people from Reddit and Discord. I'm just going to go over in a second all the stuff we announced there, because I know some people don't read. And I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Okay. The title is animated. Title is animated. This is a pretty good turnout. Happy to see you all here. Like I said, we'll get started in just a couple minutes. Okay, we're almost at 3:15, so I think that should be good enough for us to get started. Okay, so welcome everyone. Welcome to the 5.0 dev stream. I am Taran. For anyone who doesn't know me, particularly the Reddit people, I am one of the overseers, lead developers on the project. I have with me a few 5.0 devs. We're going to be having some others showing up later. They're going to be cycling a little bit. Also Michael, who is the 5.0 coordinator. So I'm going to be speaking a good amount of the time, but he's actually the one responsible for leading the update. We'll get to your questions in a couple of different points, but I want to start by laying out exactly how the stream is going to work. Some of this was already articulated in the announcement. Some of it wasn't. I'm going to lay it out for you guys. So, okay, first things first. We're going to be doing things a little bit differently from how other dev streams have run in the past. It isn't just going to be we come on and mess around like playing nations or something. What we're essentially going to be doing is we're going to try and offer you what we can uniquely as developers, right? We're not content creators. We're not like uber charismatic per se. Or, well, you know, I would say I am, but not everyone. I'm kidding. We're not going to be messing with anything in that sort of sphere right away, because that's not really the best thing that we can offer. What we can offer you guys is we can offer you insight on the actual process of development, on how these things got created. We can show off their details. So we're going to be going through the facets of the update. You heard, for any of you who just saw the starting screen, that was part of what was playing there in the background was music from 5.0. We're going to be moving to talk about the menu that you see in front of you and other parts of the menu. And then we're going to actually go through all of the nations, and people are going to speak about them. In most cases, it's the developers themselves. In other cases, not everyone can make it. We have a team where people have all different time zones. So not every single developer who is on the team and responsible for these tags was able to make it. There's going to be other people speaking in their stead. but we're going to be covering everything. All 30 tags that are getting proper Focus Nation content are going to be covered during this stream. If the mods could send the schedule, this should already be linked in Discord and Reddit, but there is a schedule that gives you a rough outline of how that's going to go. We might not hit the schedule perfectly, but we're going to try and make sure that nations get covered within like 5 to 10 minutes of where that time is, so that if some of you can't stay for the whole stream, or if you have like a friend who wasn't able to watch this and is going to go watch it later, or anything like that, you'll be able to know when a specific tag is covered if you have one that you're super interested in. I spoke about archiving there. We are going to be properly archiving this stream. Temporarily, it will be archived on my Twitch, but we're going to find a permanent place to archive it. Probably within 1 or 2 days, we'll have that fully sorted somewhere on YouTube for you. It'll, if I remember, it'll also have timestamps for how we actually ended up covering things. So you will be able to come back and rewatch it if you miss parts, if you want to rewatch it for some reason. If you have like a friend or something, it'll be available for all of you on my stream and then on a new location, and we'll share that with you through Discord and Reddit. Other things. We will be having a break in between the Nation Showcase for about 15 minutes. And then when the Nation Showcase is done, we're going to be covering, we're going to be starting a Q&A section. Basically, we're going to probably intermittently, as we have time, take like 1 or 2 questions as we move through, certain subjects, specific questions that are on those subjects. But if you ask a question and it's during the stream and we don't get to your question right away, like if we're on Manitoba, you have a question about Manitoba, we don't get yours, don't worry, because we have mods in the chat, say hi, mods, that are going to be basically tracking that and tracking your questions, and we're gonna run through them en masse, all the ones that we didn't get to later in the stream. Again, you can see this on the schedule when that will start. A little bit into that starting, we will also be finally doing a playthrough. We figured we would do it for fun while we go through the Q&A, but we wanted to put it at the end because, again, that's not really the main thing we're here for. That's not the main thing that we can offer. The thing that we can offer best as developers is that stuff that's specific to development. So that'll be coming at the end. In terms of what nation it will be, you actually get to choose. We have a Google form that was linked in the announcement, and the mods can also send it now if they'd like to, where you can actually vote. We have a few nations there that you can vote for which one we end up playing at the end, and we'll give you guys a warning when it's like 1 hour till or 10 minutes till, so that if you want to actually wait and see them get covered during the stream before you vote, you can wait to vote, and we'll give you warnings before we end. So that was archival, that was the schedule, that was an explanation of how things are going to go. Does anyone think I missed anything? I think that about covers it, right? Think we're good? Yeah, I think that about covers it. So I'm gonna start by letting the people that are currently here introduce themselves as new people pop in. The Discord overlay is streaming, so you should be able to see and hopefully map voices to names. But I'll also let the people who are here right now introduce themselves, going up from me, starting from Michael.
Well, hello, I'm Mikael. I'm the 5.0 update coordinator, and is this microphone actually working?
It is. Yeah, you're good.
Perfect. It would have been really unfortunate if it wasn't. But yeah, I'm the 5.0 update coordinator, and I am the one which has been responsible for this creation for 2 years now. So, and I'm also
I think
the
that was about
developer
when you
for
took it over.
Langenburg.
Yeah.
Yeah. So mainly Langenburg and just overall coordinating it for the last 2 years.
Yeah. Okay, Leah, do you want to go?
Yeah. Hello, my name's Twit, or Leah. I'm the UI designer, portrait animator, and just general GFX artist for OWB, and a lot of my stuff is in 5.0.
Okay, word. Apostrophe?
I'm on apostrophe. I mainly worked on Manitoba and just generally helped scripting around 5.0. Yep.
Nice. Subway.
Yeah, hello. I did a lot of GFX in this update. That's it.
Are you not forgetting something else? Passkeepers.
Oh, yeah, I also did Passkeepers. Thank you for reminding me.
He forgore. Yeah, see, so Subway's on a bus right now, so excuse him. And Silver?
For this update, I've mostly done Niitsitapi and a bunch of other backend stuff and some tags that won't be coming out yet.
Not yet, but they will. Okay, so we're gonna start, like I said, by going through the actual stuff that you see on the menu. One of the things I'm not gonna show that I will say at the start, we have to finish a couple things with the art, but we actually have launching with the update right away. We're gonna be having I counted earlier, and I was actually surprised. 30 new achievements in this update for you guys, for people who are interested in that. So they're not going to be coming out later. We have them ready to go right when the update releases. 30 new achievements that are all set in the 5.0 area. So for the people who like that stuff, you'll have a lot to sink your teeth into. I'm pretty happy with them. I was involved in making all of them. I'm pretty happy with them. So yeah, hope that's something you guys look forward to. Let's start with what is actually on the screen right now. You wanna go first, Subway?
Oh, yeah, this is just the main menu. It's supposed to be like a border checkpoint, kind of like you see right there. It was made by Nuclear Force. Our artist, he's really good. And then, fun fact, snow is actually from EW. So thank you, EW, for giving us the snow animation. It's awesome. It really looks good.
Yeah.
The
Equestria
logo
War,
is
he means, by the way.
yeah.
Another Hoi
The logo
mod.
is made by Twit, so I'm just gonna let them talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, the logo went through, I think, 3 iterations in design. But it ended up this one because, well, it's the most unique design. And also, we haven't had an animated logo since 2.0 in Mexico. So I thought, animating it would be pretty cool, especially with the animated, main menu, the snow we've got right now.
Yeah, I'm actually a really big fan. One of the things that I didn't even know, it's a big team, and so not everyone is going to be aware about. Not everyone's going to be aware of literally everything that happens and everything that we're planning to do. And I remember loading up one of our internal builds, and I first saw the snow on the actual menu here, and that was mind blowing. It seemed like such a creative idea to me, and also with the icon, we talked a bit about how it actually breaks from style a bit with the bolded text, but I think it does it for such good reason, because I just really and I have to give Twit credit here for the idea of having it be a road sign between 2 different locations, and there's lots of little details that you can't really see when it's at this aspect ratio once the update is out and the files are out, you might be able to notice of things scratched into the metal and writing over the sign. There's a lot of cool stuff like that. And I believe this is the first time we have had, like you said, we had an animated logo. It's the first time since 2.0, but I think this is the first time ever that we've had an animated background like this, right? I believe.
It should be.
Yeah, I think it's the first time. Again, thanks to Subway for hooking that up, and for Equestria War devs for helping him with that. It's always nice when mods get to help each other out. Yeah, we have a lot of good friends at EAW, so we really appreciate it. That's about covering it for the main menu, I think. But one of the things that I also want to show, I believe this got teased. I may or may not be wrong about that, but it's the new bookmarks. So in 5.0, the bookmark system is going to be completely changed, the GUI here. And as the map gets expanded, we're going to be adding on new categories. You can see that they're highlighted on the map when we select them. This was partly done because we were struggling with space in the old system. This does mean that you don't get to have the pictures anymore, but there's so many. Not only do we get more space from this, there's like so many cool details. I love the aesthetic of this. Leah, do you want to talk about that since you were the one who put that together?
Yeah. With the old bookmark design, there's just not enough space with the pictures to truly future-proof it to get, because we have a lot of regions we still plan to do. And simply with the old design, there's just not enough space to fit them all without going off screen. So the idea for the design was originally Zusk, the lead dev, and I just iterated on it and implemented it and got into a playable, nice, polished state.
Yeah, and the highlighting reflects I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Leah, but the highlighting should mostly correspond to like the nations that are there rather than just like the region. So that's why you'll see, like, for example, West Coast dipping into Arizona, because if you go to the West Coast bookmark, I believe the Legion is there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't some of the map here, I can't remember if you told me that it was inspired by one of the world maps in a Fallout game, or wasn't there something like that?
Yeah, this world map is it's heavily inspired by the Fallout 1 and 2
Right.
world map. Just in aesthetic, really. You got the Vault-Tec logo in the bottom left. But originally, fun fact, this was the trade node map before.
Oh, you're right.
Cat.
Yeah.
But it was just a really useful asset to repurpose, and since it wasn't doing anything, I thought, why not throw it into the bookmark? And it was very useful.
Yeah, that's one of the nice things about. That's why we always try to hold on to stuff even when features aren't there anymore, because sometimes you find resources that are actually like really high quality for what you're trying to do. Like that map. I don't know if that was originally created by iCode or if it was by an artist. I'm not sure, but
the map was like, I think, a basic map generated version of map, just with a normal map.
Right.
But I just iterated it just to make it look very Fallout-y, I suppose.
It does. It absolutely does. Yeah. I'm in love with it. So we have two different actual bookmarks here for Canada. I mean, I can give both of them a quick look before we actually load in. We're not going to spend too much time on this because it's just like, you've seen them before. It just shows, you guys have seen them before. It shows focuses, it shows spirits, it shows like a summary. You can look at the leader. So people have seen this for the most part, but it'll also help because these contain the majority of nations that are getting new content, as well as ones that already received content in the area. I'm going to be clicking on some of the ones that are getting new things. Obviously, we'll be looking at the map in a sec, but just to give people, that's not a new one, but just to give people an idea. And you can see, you're probably going to see just from the sample here that there's a lot of unique icons in this update. This is by far the most unique assets that we have in a single update, I believe. It's incredible, honestly. I can go show you the Canadian Prairies one now. That's largely credit to the Subway, as well as the large amount of other icon artists that we've gotten over this time. And there's also like a decent, I think that there's, while there is a decent variety of styles, a lot of them still feel very, very, very well in place with what was made before. And there's some really, really nice aesthetics, as we're going to see when we actually look at the tags. So some nations have fully unique suites, some don't, but there's some really nice. I think there's just some really nice aesthetics in some of the trees that do have fully unique suites. Okay, so we're mostly on pace. It's 3:30. Okay, so now we're going to start actually going through the tags. We can probably have time for 1 or 2 questions if one of the mods wants to relay them. In fact, Led, you should be able to access the chat if you want to move in and out to read them, or you can say it through text, whatever you prefer. Yeah, I believe you should have access from the looks of it.
All right, hi guys.
Hello?
I'm going to be
welcome.
helping with questions. We got quite a list going already.
Awesome.
So one of our first questions.
Yeah, especially any that are like general in subject would be good to
So
hit
our
now.
first question, Darklink 1021 asks, how happy are you that 5.0 is going to be done soon? Also, what is the name of the music in the launch screen?
The music in the launch screen. Does anyone have that off the top of their head? Because we weren't
The
actually
menu.
playing it. Yeah, we weren't actually playing it. As far as 5.0 being out, I'll let Michael take that one mainly as the coordinator.
So this has been a project now 2.5, 3 years in the making, and I've been leading it for 2 years. And it's had its up and downs. So I think I speak for all of us when we say that we're really, really happy that it's actually gotten to a place where we can release it and show off all the work people have done for all these years.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of this has been sort of lying in wait for over, yeah, as you said, like over a year at this point, over 2 years even for some of it, I think.
Yeah, for some of the
Um,
most extreme, it's just been work people did 2 years ago, which is finally seeing light.
Yeah, it's really impressive. Do you want to hit one more, Lud?
Yeah, okay. So the next question, Dr. Pepper 325 asks, is Cookie going to be an actual leader for Manitoba?
Subway?
No.
Yeah, I know.
I might make him a loud.
You were having internet issues. I can answer for you from what I remember. You can let me know while you fix that. You can let me know if it's inaccurate. But people were talking about having him in there in like a Wild Wasteland thing and a minor content update, or as potentially some other secret thing. There may be some stuff implemented to that at some point to that effect, but not like actual in the base game leader role. I know a lot of people got confused by that announcement, or that teaser rather, and took it seriously. Anyone is that correct? People in the chat, did I say anything wrong there? Subway, is your mic fine now? Okay. We'll get that sorted. I'm pretty sure that answer was correct, more or less.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, it's not actually a thing.
Like
that
we
we're doing.
might do it as a meme thing for April Fools at one point, or maybe
Yeah, or
Wild
something like
Wasteland,
that. But it's not gonna be like here's this gun path, here's this gun path, here's the cat path. Like, no, yeah. All right, we're a couple minutes behind, but I said anything within like 5 minutes is about fine. So I'm gonna load into Manitoba, and we'll start off with a lot of people have pitched in with Manitoba, but primarily overseeing it now is Apostrophe, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so Apostrophe, you can start us off.
All right, sure. I guess I'll just give like a brief lore overview.
Yeah, sure, that
of
works.
Manitoba.
Floor is yours.
So prior to game start, the Kingdom of Manitoba was like the regional power in Manitoba and essentially controlled most of it. And its first king, Gun the First, was a raider warlord who united the region by granting neighboring warlords royal titles. And as a result, the region became relatively stable, but over the years, it more or less grew decadent, and which, yeah, in part led to the War of the First Republican Coalition, where the Métis Congress and the Republic of Three Rivers broke free and, yeah, fought against the kingdom.
Right.
This led to the death of the King Brandon the 11th, I believe. Which,
11 King Brandons.
yeah, which put Gun II, which was a trusted advisor and close friend to Gun I, on the throne, and brokered a temporary peace deal between them and the Métis Congress and Republic of Three Rivers. Overall, Manitoba has had better days. It's essentially in decline, both in terms of its influence and Gun II's own mind, due to him, just being a ghoul and going through a lot. So it really only has two options for the future, like reclaiming its former glory or just ceasing to exist.
Yeah, we can take a look at that with people's first peek at the tree. In all its glory. Here we are. So, yeah, pretty much bringing up some of what he said in the... I could potentially show some of the starting events, but I think you pretty much covered the gist of it, and the gist of what you'll actually be doing when you're playing in the tree. You can see this event even talks about some of what he was covering with this spirit rather, excuse me, with the death of the last King Brandon. I believe that Michael, that was your idea. You want to talk about the Brandon Kings?
So it's really funny that because they're just called the Brand Kings because they were originally Dukes of Brand. They were the first warlord to submit to Gun, which was the warlord which owned Winnipeg, and they just got the names Duke of Brand because their city was Brand, and so they became the Brand Kings. So there's 11 of them because every Brand King just got another number. So it's like, okay, my dad is Brand the First, and my son is Brand the Third. So you get the naming schedule.
Yeah. So it's not actually based on, for people who do not know, this is a real town named Brandon. It's not named after them. They just named themselves after it. I know how that could get confused. I think that sort of confusion was part of the reason why we originally changed the Kingdom of Manitoba, because it used to be named the Kingdom of Brandon after the town. But when you hear that, it sounds like it's Brandon, a person's kingdom, instead of but yeah, they actually have their own unique conscription and economy law. In fact, you're going to see that there's a lot of nations in this update that have their own laws. Tons of unique icons made by Subway and some by other artists, I believe. Yeah,
I think the majority of it is made by Subway, and some of it is made by Scatter.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, this gives you an overview. I think you guys pretty much talked about the plot stuff. Is there anything else you wanted to mention about, like, cool features or, like, funny things that are in the tree, or, like, development inspirations, origins, stuff like that?
So I think like the weird part about Kingdom of Manitoba is that it's gone through several developers and several iterations. The iteration we're currently left with is heavily modified by me and put into reality by Apostrophe, and also him smoothing out some of my ideas so they're less insane. But it's kind of hard directly like talking about the original development of it because none of the original developers are here anymore.
Yeah, that's one of the things, again, with how long this update has been in production, where, like, there has actually been a decent amount of people who contributed a lot to this update that weren't able to be here to see it through from beginning to end, which is quite unfortunate. But we've, through this, I mean, this stream is partly giving back to them and us doing our best to not just show these things to the community, but also get across the work that they put into it and the goals that they had. So I'm gonna move over to Langenburg now, which is the other side of the coin in Manitoba, the
time
Duchy
for
of
me.
Langenburg. Yeah, go ahead, Maiko.
So, Duchy of
by the
Langenburg
way,
is...
sorry, real quick. If you anything you want me to like look at or hover on while we're doing this, let me know. That goes for everyone, including here. I'm just looking at like descriptions or what have you. But if there's anything specific you want me to highlight while you speak, tell me. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess we can just begin with the basic premise of Langenburg. Langenburg is one of, well, the other raiders slash warlords which submitted to King Gun after the Dukes of Brown. So they too got their own duchy. Langenburg at game start is massively inflated over their original size because most of the other duchies just perished during the War of the First Republican Coalition. So Langenburg, as the sole one remaining, just started eating them up. And the main reason they survived and the others didn't is that they had their own professional army. And that's also represented by their national spirit, which you can hover over to Tran. It gives them some bonuses at game start.
Yep. Quite strong.
Just a little strong. And a big part of the duchy is the fact that you have a very, very old country leader, which
Yeah, Dutch.
she won't sit through your campaign. Let me just spoil that for you.
Yeah, you can see that not all is well right away. This looks like it would be a normal economy all icon, but they too have some slightly unique stuff going on here.
Yeah.
Same
You
goes
also have
for
your-
the army loss.
Yeah, you also have your own conscription law.
Yep. Giving people some things I'm quickly hovering on so that the people who want to go pause when we upload can see it. So this is not the whole tree, obviously. This is also using hidden trees. But I believe Michael, did you want to talk about this, or did you want to leave it for people when they play?
We can show it off.
Okay.
So, of course, you have a basic focus which introduces you to Langenburg and the other duchies. And then you have some backstory on the man you're going to be playing on during most of the campaign, which is your marshal, because the Duchess dies pretty early on. And then you of course have the main cast of characters, with Leif Yorkton being the marshal and the main character male story. And also, do you have the possibility of opening the console, John?
I do, yeah. Did you want me to show the proper tree? Alright, tell me.
Yeah. So it should be event NF_DLN.6 to just fire it.
Does this look right?
There's a delay. Let's see. DLN.6. There we go. And then you just press the event.
There
Just
we go.
In
In all its glory. Wow.
The stream is a little bit behind, but
Yeah,
there we go.
yeah. There's lag, but
Yeah. So
it should show in a moment.
we're hiding some things there.
yeah, it's partly for plot presentation reasons, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
It's mainly that the Duchess dies and it just turns
Spoiler.
your story on its head.
Yeah.
And for the majority of campaign, you're going to be playing as Leif Yorkton, the man which you can see in some icons, the old man with the grey hair.
Yep.
And you're mainly going to be focusing over conquering historical Manitobaan lands. And in the end, you can either diverge between playing as his daughter or playing as the man himself, going on a little journey, to say the least.
And reclaiming those lands is primarily through their rebellion, right?
Yeah. So you're going after free
Is
rivers.
there a mission that I'll be able to see, or is it not there yet? I can't remember.
What do you think? Mission or
Like the decisions, Like that
Oh, no,
shows
it's
that
just
the war is impending.
Oh yeah, you mean the rebellion? So
Yeah.
that's fired by the first focus. So
Okay,
just
I
use
see.
focus on autocomplete and you can find it.
Yeah. I can actually show you guys that real quick before we move on. Is it
Yeah.
here or
Back
here?
in the
This is what I was
days-
looking for. Yeah.
So back in the days, we would just fire it from the first event you did, but we had some problems with testers firing the rebellion without realizing they had firing it, and messing up the tree a little, because if you, as it says to you, if you don't complete the last focus, you're getting a massive debuff. Which, of course, some of you could be greedy and just greed the civilian factories and divisions, but it makes it harder for you, so it's up to you if you want to do it or not.
I find it particularly funny that this is the second time where a significant nation in an update has a leader needing to rush to complete their last will and testament. Shout out to Lalok. It's funny. It's funny that yeah. If I had a nickel, it would only be 2, but it's weird that it's happened twice, right? Whatever, that joke.
It's even funnier with the fact that I wasn't on the team during Mexico. So.
Oh yeah, was that intentional from you or?
No. This is just history repeating itself as a tragedy.
Got you. Okay, yeah. So that's pretty much Langenburg. Next one we got to move on to is Arborg Junta. So the Arborg were made by Spaghetti, who unfortunately, on account of being in college and also located in New Zealand, was not able to be here. But we're gonna have someone talk about it in his stead. Michael, do you think you would be best for that, or would it be?
Yeah,
Okay,
I can just
awesome.
take it.
All right, I'll start.
Arborg is a very interesting country because it's run by mercenaries. They're under the great rule of Viscount O'Brien, which totally isn't a merc. He's just a private contractor doing the crown's good work. So, O'Brien was originally hired in to quell the revolts in Three Rivers, in Winnipeg, and due to the Manitoban army getting pushed back a lot, he ended up stranded in the northern areas of Manitoba. So he's a bit isolated, but his entire thing is holding out until he can finally strike back and rush the Republicans.
With the help of Manitoba.
Yeah. So you can actually open up this tree, which could show people something. Because a big part of Manitoba, the Kingdom of Manitoba, is York's Rebellion, which Arborg actually plays into. To the left.
Okay, gotcha.
So just zoom in over the entire left part.
Yeah.
So that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, just
so the cool thing with Arborg is that you can play a bit Kingmaker and also help out your preferred king. So you can either choose to stand with gun, or you can maybe think that, you know what, we need a better king. But Arborg has a lot of bonuses to special forces. They are allowed to interlope in the Manitoban Rebellion, which
should be
lets
able
them
to
play
find
the
some
Kingmaker.
Yeah, here we are. Just showing the bonuses off, yeah. And they also, I believe, I'm gonna try to move quickly because we gotta get to the next tag, but they are actually one of the nations in the update that uses the balance of power system. So 5.0 has our first uses of the balance of power.
They also give the Kingdom of Manitoba and Langenburg access to the Arborg market, which lets both of them buy manpower
decisions,
for
or do I need
guns
to look
and...
later?
I don't remember what fires it, but
okay, we can take a peek at that if we have time. Yeah, we can take a peek at that later if we have time. But, so, is it similar to, like, Gente mechanic, right?
Not really. It's a bit more simple.
Oh, yeah, that's what, yeah, but I just meant in concept, right? With
yeah,
weapons,
it's a bit like Gente, and it's only available to Langenburg and Manitoba. So, it's really good for you if you're playing one of those two tags to have them on your side.
Yeah. Which is really...
it makes for a good co-op experience.
Yeah, I really like that because, I like that especially because otherwise you would just be judging the tag entirely by, like, how materially strong they are. And Arborg isn't that on their own, but the fact that it places this additional value, it allows them to have this additional value in a way that I think is really like realistic to history, because it's like very strategically valuable to have them because of their location and because they have that specific expertise with arms. And a custom system like that represents that better, while still allowing us to like keep the nation relatively modest in terms of like its inherent strength, if that makes sense.
A big part of the Manitoban War is opening up more or less new fronts, because as you can see, the border between the Kingdom of Manitoba and Three Rivers isn't that big.
Right.
So for both sides it helps a lot if you're able to open up more areas to fight from.
It's pretty much
because
this
then you don't have to try
area.
to draw your enemies in.
Yeah, it's pretty much this eastern part of the map in Alberta and parts of Saskatchewan. Speaking of parts of Saskatchewan, next one we've got to go on to is Métis, which is actually the nation that I am responsible for. So this is one of the two nations that is classified as a rework, because Métis actually had an existing tree. I'm gonna get right out the gate with it and immediately open it because I want to show you guys actually. For anyone who's missed my messages about it on Discord or isn't on Discord or anything like that, the way that I approached the Métis rework is that the majority of the Métis tree that already existed is actually perfectly intact. So this is everything. This is all of the Métis tree right here, and you can see if you're someone who played the original tree that this area in the top middle and bottom right and bottom left, this should all look familiar to you. It's mostly the same that it was. There's some effect changes here, like the spirit, you know, there's some minor tweaks here and there, but it's mostly still there. Because the thing with Métis is it wasn't really that stuff was broken so much as that the tree wasn't fully complete. And so the thing that I wanted to do with it was just make it complete, make it fleshed out, make it a quality representation of the Métis within Fallout. The one thing that did change from the original tree is that robots are no longer present. The presence of robots in the Métis tree was something that wasn't really super strongly justified, and when I tested I actually got to talk to Métis people during development, which was awesome, and to ask their opinions on some of the stuff that existed in the old version of the tree. And the one thing that I kept hearing, really the only point of criticism that I kept hearing, is that a lot of people felt that the presence of robots was sort of out of place, because it didn't really relate to what the Métis were about as a group, which I can get into, actually. So, you know, historically, the Métis are mixed, actually. I think that's literally what Métis translates to. It's something like that. Like, they're mixed race, primarily French and Cree. And this actually informed a lot of their skill sets and what they were known for. They were super relevant as part of the North American fur trade, cooperated a lot with French Canadians during that, and generally they were known for being really multivaried with their skills, very self-sufficient, self-reliant, and also really great diplomats. They helped negotiate a lot of different treaties for the trade, but as well as between like certain native and Western peoples, because they could act as translators and sort of bridges between Native Americans and Westerners. So a lot of that is reflected with the new branches. In fact, this leftmost branch is entirely about language with Mashif. And if that sounds boring to you, you are going to have to engage with it to get your research slot. And get rid of one of your major debuffs, which I can show here as well. We wanted to really represent the impacts that occupation under Manitoba would have had for all of the nations that were once under them, Métis included. And in the case of Manitoba, one of the major things that happened during the onset of the rebellion in the Métis was that a bunch of, as described in this spirit and again in an event, a bunch of records of the language of Michif got lost and burned because one of the libraries in Regina got set on fire. And this generally was bad for the city, but it was also bad for your people's morale. And that's one of the things that you'll have to deal with. Generally, the nation will require you probably to play a bit slower than the old version of it. But you have a lot of options because it's structured in a pretty wide way. This is like an army branch here, and then these two branches are always available as well. So the only exclusive parts are just the left and right sections, going from disgruntled military down to council there, and constitutionalists choosing our national heroes there. The majority of this is available to you regardless of playthrough, and so it really just puts you in a position where you choose what to prioritize, and you're making lots of little decisions about what's more or less important, what risks you do or don't want to take for short-term versus long-term strength. So I'm hoping that people who appreciate that more nuanced kind of gameplay will appreciate the Métis Congress. So yeah. We are still a little bit behind, but we're making decent time. I guess we could probably take one question on, because I think we can probably get the electorate done pretty fast, so we could take like one question, Led, if you thought there was any very significant one for the four nations we covered or the Manitoba sphere.
So none in relation to those specifically. There was one question I saw which I did want to address to you guys. Dr. Pepper 325 asks, what were the biggest ups and downs throughout the development of OWB?
OWB as a whole?
I guess more so in relation to 5.0. I think that's what he was getting at.
Okay, Michael, you want to take that one?
So the biggest ups and downs, I think actually they're the same, strangely enough. And it mainly comes with us cutting tags for 5.0 and restructuring and rebalancing the Canadian part of the map, where it led to the cutting of some tags, which I know at least some of you people were a bit invested in. It wasn't really something we originally wanted to do, but it kind of became necessary both for game performance, but also a lot of the tags had neat story parts, but they weren't really enough to stand on their own. So by cutting them, we could fuse them into other tags and make them cooler and explore the idea more with other ideas.
Right, like how
Well-
Stoon has absorbed Waka and Pleasantdale still has the elements of the fairies, correct? As we'll get
Yeah.
to.
And also you have like Langenburg absorbing Fort Capel, and you have
And the other
Lost-
duchies.
Yeah,
Right.
it helped flesh out a lot of countries a lot more, but also of course for some of us and some of you it was a bummer that like we couldn't explore the entire concept just by itself. But hopefully it makes the tags which are remaining a lot more interesting.
Yeah, that's the hope. Good answer. We're going to move on to the electorate now, starting with, I believe, Dundurn. Right. Okay. I believe that's also you, Michael. I think you have this
Yeah.
and then Stoon, yeah.
So
Again, tell me if you want me to hover on anything as you go.
yeah, so we have Dundurn, and I could just begin with like a summary of what the electorals actually are.
Sure.
So the electorals is more or less you couldn't really call it a democratic system, but they're ruled by a system where you vote on who leads, and during the election you're free to just kill everyone. So it's really a competition to see how many votes you can cast for your how many votes you can cast for a candidate, and you're free to just kill the other voters. So if you're good enough at killing the opposition, you'll win the election. Dundurn used to be the leader of the electorals until Pierre Solomon, which is the leader of the Stoon Dandies, managed to beat them at their own game, because Dundurn ruled it for most of its time. That's also what's causing a lot of the problems, where Dundurn has used to be in this hegemonical position, and now you have just this swindler, as it's called, which has just managed to con them out a good part of their country. And Dundurn is trying to find a way to get back on top, to say the least.
Yeah,
In
the spirit talks about that, yeah.
Yeah, and Dundurn mainly has two paths. You of course have Jacob Dundurn, the leader of the Dundurn family, which used to be the leaders of the electorals. But you also have the former wife of Maxwell Chase, the mother of Frankie Chase, which is Pleasantdale. And she also has her own path, where you have to decide between Jacob Dundurn, which wants to more or less do cyborgs, and then the Rosewood Foundation, which wants to more do robots. So it's man against machine in different kinds, and a lot of the electoral parts play with interesting concepts like that. If you like the more bizarre parts of Fallout, I think the electorals is going to be your place.
Yeah, I really like the purple metallic icons here as well. These are really nice. Really cool aesthetic in Dundurn for sure. And I know that Strasbourg Smashers come up a couple places in their tree as well.
Yeah, Strasbourg Smashers just get some.
We're running
mentions here
a
and
little
there.
bit behind, so I'm going to take us to Stoon. The fortunate thing is the electorate all overlap. You know, I like that their faction is like three bickering. You know, it's very different from the way that that factions are normally treated in OWV, where it's a very like harmonious sort of thing. But these guys kind of loathe each other, but they're in it. They're in it together, but they loathe each other quite a lot. Okay, so Stoon.
Stoon, led by Pierre Solomon, the man which stole the entire country, quite literally. So Solomon is a really interesting person because, for before the election he was a nobody, and now he's suddenly on top of the world, and he has to try his absolute hardest to remain on top of that world. So he gets down to his schemes and tries to manipulate people, but of course there's many ways these schemes could go wrong, and he has more than enough different leaders in his country to replace him should things fail. Don't think about the fact that he can die. Just don't look at it.
There's even feuding and tension within the electorate nations themselves, and you know, this nation's being part Stoon and part Dandies. That they're no exception.
Yeah.
Quick look
so
at the tree
if-
for people. Again,
Yeah,
I'll
if-
zoom out and give you the big picture, and then we'll scroll a bit.
Yeah, I can just open up the focus tree. So Stoon mainly has 4 different characters, and if we just zoom in on the top, you can see pictures of all of them. So actually, Freedom's not up there. Okay, so you first of all have the leader of the Dandies, Pierre Solomon, the man himself. The man who's going to learn you how to economically start eating people. That's one of his focuses. So, and he also has his wife-to-be, the leader of the tribes of Stoon, which is Bea. And then you have some Manitoban exiles, which are around to mess your country up a little bit.
This is the one I was
If you
looking for,
let them.
Freedom. Yeah.
Yeah. And you also, of course, have the odd one out, which is General Freedom. And
On
I
top
think to many of
the-
you,
Yeah, go ahead.
I think to many of you, enclave-loving parts of the fan base is probably going to be a favorite.
Yeah.
It's Americana-owned drugs.
On top of the generic focuses here, they all have their own branches off to the side. This is Freedom's. This is Bea's. This one is the Knights, I believe. Yep, St. George. And this is Pierre. And one of the things I really like is they're all so distinct. Like, Stoon just has so much in it. This was originally the electorate was mainly the work of Violet.
Yeah.
And also received Page helped with Dundurn. I believe Apostrophe helped somewhat with Pleasantdale. So other people helped pitch in later to get them fully finished. But yeah, Stoon really it's honestly impressive how the 4 factions feel so distinct, but it doesn't necessarily feel out of place. I think they all fit this. I mean, it's a chaotic tag. There's a lot of different competing interests, but they somehow all feel like fitting, even though they
Stoon
range
is-
all over the place. You know.
Stoon is one of our best examples of like having some.
Having what? Oh, I think he's having mic difficulties. Oh, you good?
Have I fixed?
Yeah,
Huh?
you're good. You're good.
Mic,
Yeah,
okay. So Stoon might actually be our best example of a case where we have some shared focuses, but it works really well and it feels like you're playing unique countries because while it
Oh,
does
yeah.
have a shared middle, it has 4 different small trees for your leader. So, for example, when you're playing Style of Wadena, which is on the left, the knight, it feels like you're playing a knight sorter, and when you're being Solomon, you're being the con man of a century.
Right. Yeah, I think a good balance is probably the most the best way with trees. I think having some shared content, it just makes sense because there's always going to be something that's present between all the different nations. I think Stoon strikes a good balance. I think the proportion of unique to shared content is pretty much perfect. All right, I'm gonna move on to Pleasantdale, trying to catch up to our previous time. Oh, we're doing better on time now. Okay, we're doing a little bit better. That is Pleasantdale is Apostrophe, right?
You can take it.
Yeah, so the main dev of Pleasantdale is Page. I just help with some of the scripting. But I could give a brief overview of Pleasantdale. So the people of Pleasantdale live a life of luxury when compared to like Dundurn or Stoon, or at least it seems that way. And for years they've been led by the Chase dynasty, with assistance from a manifest AI, Hope, and they've been pretty much managing the region for most of its existence. The most recent head of the Chase family, Maxwell Chase, has gone missing at game start. And Maxwell Chase for better or worse, made Pleasantdale what it is today. He invited, quite a bunch, Manitoban exiles, wastelanders, etc., who founded the White Birch Society and expanded Hope's influence over the city. And yeah, they also have some weird science stuff going on
Yeah,
within their
the
nation, like
Spectral Cabal.
Dundurn. So I guess the most notable of which being Red Fern, which is a psychoactive drug made from, or I think it's like you could see the blighted woods, I believe.
Would you want me to look at them?
Yeah, you can just look at them. Like, it's essentially the result of just runoff from manifest facilities. And wait, I don't think we introduced Manifest. They're essentially like a pre-war company that assisted with the occupation of Canada after their annexation.
It's covered a lot in
by the United
Gateway, as we'll
States.
get to, right?
Yeah, we can just
Yeah,
take
in
it there.
Gateway too.
Yeah. So, Pleasantdale, they have the two paths here, like you were saying with Frankie and Hope. This is honestly one of the ones that I personally really like tonally. I think it's really cool how I think they're a good introduction to all the weird stuff that's going on with Manifest, which we'll talk more about with Gateway and also a little bit in Montana chapter, kind of by proxy. Okay, so since we're about halfway through the first part of the content showcase, so a quarter of the way through in full, I want to remind people or anyone that came in late that anyone who is asking questions and answers and doesn't get them responded to, which will be a majority of you, we're tracking those, and we're going to have a general Q&A session, a big one, after we're done with the showcase. So don't worry, we will get to your questions, as many as we can in that ending section. We just have to make sure to get through the tags as efficiently as we can. So, I believe next up is Loid's Ministry. So we're moving over to the CPF for now. We'll come back to some of the tags in the Northeast that we didn't cover yet later in the stream. You can check the schedule, like I said. But yeah, Loid, Mikhail.
So I think we all at one point have wanted to be Soviet tankies, and if you haven't seen Soviet tanks before. And we all love tanks, don't we? So Loid's Ministry is led at game start by their religious leader Solomon, because they're Orthodox. They're Orthodox Soviet tankies. And their main backstory is that during the American occupation of Canada, the Soviets were not fully allied with the Americans, but they also weren't enemies with them. But as a good communists, they wanted to help out the Canadian People's Front. But like the Chinese, which were downright hostile to the Americans, they couldn't just give them everything they wanted. So instead they were a bit sneaky and just dumped a bunch of old World War II tanks to them and tanks from a bit after the war, and gave them a few structures, which surprised the Americans a lot, because when you're used to fighting just guerrillas, them having tanks does a lot of difference. You could open up the focus tree, I guess.
Yeah, sure. I was just showing the people can pause if they want to see this spirit. Here is the tree. Although it will part of this will change depending on your focus choices. It doesn't really, it expands a little bit, but like one of the branches gets replaced as well. This is what it looks like at the start, though.
Yeah. So here we're doing another
And
little
you want to
hidden
show
tree
like
thing.
the big tree?
Sorry?
Do you want to show the big tree? Because you can just do a focus and it pops up.
Sure, yeah. I
Focus.
forget which one that is.
Do focus on complete, ignore, and no checks.
Yeah.
And then at the bottom, like the capstone of each respective big tree, you get like an event.
Here?
Um,
Wake up call?
I don't know what it's called. It's just you see the like two big trees.
Yeah. The ones
At
at
the very
the top.
bottom of the capstone.
There we go. That worked. Yeah, so, You can see that the trees end up changing. They do that on this side as well. So yeah, there is a little bit more content than you can originally see. Yeah.
And Loid is also really fascinating because it's one of the few countries in the entire model which has a unique tank art. So if you go into the tech tree, they actually
I can
have
see that here
proper
too.
tanks.
I can see that in, well, I believe they have some model stuff, but I could be wrong. But yeah, the tank model. Tank here. Yeah, what's up?
Can you complete all quiet? The focus all quiet.
Yeah, sure.
But as you can see,
down here? Yeah.
Unique tank.
And just pick any option for the event.
Yeah, I remember looking at this as well. So there's more here that expands. Claim the mantle. Oh, whoops, wrong one. But yeah.
We're just hiding some tree.
Yeah. Okay, so that's pretty much Loid. Also credit to, well, they also have a couple unique laws that you have to deal with. Loid has a lot of really big debuffs to get over. I forgot to mention that. But they do. It's we've had the luxury of so much thorough. I want to just briefly give a shout out to the testers because we have the luxury of hosting so much more thorough testing on these tags than we were able to do in the past, and Void isn't an exception. It's not going to be perfect because things always change that affect tags as well. So, obviously, I'm not saying that it's going to be like absolutely flawless, but we've tried hard even in the cases where tags are meant to have pretty big hurdles to overcome to make sure that that's still something you can do, and you certainly have some strengths to make up with your weaknesses for Loid, right? I mean, your tanks are incredibly strong. They are incredibly strong units, which is part of why you have to have such a limited number of them at the start. And they're quite expensive to produce, obviously. But yeah, Void is certainly a pretty multifaceted tag, and I'm excited to see how people react to them. Let's move to Strathcommune next. Do you want to start, Michael? And I can help as well, because I know Bronze wrote some stuff up. You can pull that up, too, if you want. Do you have his messages, or no?
I don't think I have it.
Okay,
so,
I'll get that your way. Just start talking.
Strathcommune is more or less the ultimate big bad of 5.0. It's the nightmarish horror which just refuses to die. So, the name might be a bit deceiving, but this is what remains of the Canadian People's Front, which is directly led by what remains of the Central Party Committee. And borderline every country in Canada can trace its lineage back to being occupied by these ones. And game starts here, led by the tyrant Eyrie, or the supreme chancellor and leader, and she's done nothing wrong because please don't reduce my credit score. I beg of you.
I'll give people a peek at the tree here. It starts in a way that looks pretty similar. This is most of the stuff you're doing before the war. And then you get this. So I sent, Michael, I sent you the document as well, by the way.
Yeah, I'm booting it up.
But
right
here you have a few different paths and paths within paths for Strathcommune. First, there's Therese's, where you're going to be essentially grooming the next generation of Canadian Pride. This is one of the this is the path that is looking to build like a communist Manitoba. I believe Therese's is the left one here, although I could be wrong on that. Trying to double check that. Does anyone here remember? I actually can't remember. That's my bad. A little bit of scuff.
The worst thing is he has color coded it for us, and even then we're not able.
Did he color code it?
Yeah.
I don't see that. It's because I'm in mobile.
So yeah, there's different colors for like the different.
I believe the green is. Okay, Tau's the blue one. Okay. But yeah, there's a lot of there's actually a couple different points where your leader choice can change. I do know that if you're on this left path after you take this focus, there's potential for you to, other than potentially taking one of the two here, you could also wind up in this path, which is a little more rare and secretive. But yeah, there's a lot to unpack here with Strath. You know, as the like primary nation of the CPF, it's fitting that they'd be as large as they are, I think.
I said they're more or less the main antagonist, so of course the main bad guy has to have some cool content.
Yeah.
It wouldn't do without, especially with the old tree, which was way too small to give you really an impression of how massive this country actually was.
So unfortunately, I'm not gonna have time to run through all of this right away, but I will tell you guys that one of the things Bronze wanted me to mention is that Strathcommune and Pioneer has some GUI stuff as well, but Strathcommune has some GUI stuff to do with the Congress. We might have teased this at one point, I'm not sure. So there's a lot that you can do with the internal politics. There's some branching outcomes, and I think people will kind of enjoy, if nothing else, the presentation of that. With the art, I think that's one of the strengths of Strathcommune for sure. Is all the unique focus art and the unique decisions that you'll end up getting later. So yeah, that's the big bad of the CPF, so to speak. Next, we'll take Pioneer. You want to start with them too?
Yeah. So Pioneer Company is the odd one out in the story. The one which got away, so to say. While most were occupied by the Canadian People's Front, you have what remains of actually the American occupation of Canada, which is
pretty much the
chilling.
only direct remnant, right?
Yeah, the only direct remnant, which is basically back. And
there's the Enclave, but that's that's different.
Oh no, we don't recognize the Enclave here as.
I'm saying MacArthur, right?
The sense of America.
Yeah.
So you have. Well, Pioneer Company. So they're directly descended by the American occupation. At game start, they're more or less turned into a very decentralized scavenging alliance, where they have kind of an armed forces. They're living as culture, which is descended by America. It's not purely American, but it's American inspired. You'll have to deal with the fact that your northern neighbor, the Strathcommune, is actually getting back up on its feet again, so you can't be resting on your laurels. You've seen the CPF collapse once, and now you actually have to ensure that it stays dead.
Right, and similarly, Bronze Room, the person who created this tree and was unfortunately not able to be here with us, has made a pretty massive tree for you guys to sink your teeth into. I know that there's even some stuff with there's multiple different leader options that you can go down, and there's some other specific choices you can make through them. This tree is really good for people who want to play like super far into a campaign. There's a lot of content for you to sink your teeth into in Commonwealth Remnants, as they were formerly known, now Pioneer Company. I misspoke. Look, this update has been going on for like years, so I apologize.
The brain roll is getting
formerly the Commonwealth Remnants. It's basically the same tag. The name was changed slightly to reflect the groups that are combined in the Pioneer Company.
It became the Pioneer Company to show that it's more decentralized, but you're still going to be playing the start as Johnson, which was the former country leader. So you're still getting him and following his story. And then you also have two other people who can take over. One should be Gallagher, and the other should be...
Yeah, Gallagher over
Woods.
here.
Yeah, and Michael Woods. And Johnson is more or less the middle path, and then you have Gallagher and Woods being each their radical version of Americana. So you get to choose if you want to be the bad American, the good American, or the ugly American. I promise you, that wasn't a Western reference. Don't start it up.
Okay, we actually, believe it or not, we are exactly back on schedule right now. I'm going to ruin that slightly by going 1 and 2 minutes delayed so that we can, because, a couple minutes will be fine. so we can take a couple more questions if you have any ready for us, Loid. I know we're gonna have a lot later, but you know.
Yeah, we've been getting quite a few questions. It's a good one to start. I'm going to start with some we got earlier in the stream, so
Sure.
they might not correlate to what you've been talking about just now. So Tyrant King Xenomorph asks, do Metal Mouse keep the implant tech on GameStart?
I believe they. I don't remember if they start with the implant tech unlocked. I can check that when we get to them. I can tell you that they do still get implants. That is still a thing that their nation gets. As far as how much they start with, we can look at that when we go to the tag. Yeah, I would mostly try to focus on the questions that covered the tags we went through, if possible.
Okay.
We'll get to those later, obviously.
Yeah, so some of these, I forget what the nation was called, the one with all the tanks in it.
Loid's Ministry.
Yeah, Loid's Ministry. So, Jimmy Neutron fan, Jimmy Neutron fan 420 asks, lore-wise, did all of these nations, lore-wise, all of this started as the People's Front of Canada, right? Like the other Canadian
People
rebel group. Yes.
It's funny that you should. Yeah, that's correct. It's funny that you should misspeak it that way, because that is actually the origin of the CPF. Is there's a moment, I believe, Michael, correct me if I'm wrong. It's in Fallout Tactics, right, where there's like a random encounter that can happen or something like that, right?
Yeah, so there's a random encounter where you will meet the Canadian People's Front and the People's Front of Canada.
Yeah,
and
they're fighting.
Yeah, they're fighting, and they're calling the other ones splitters. They're fighting over just nonsensical things.
That is actually where we derived the CPF from.
Yeah, so the CPF is one small reference in Fallout Tactics, and we made it like the center point of Canada because we didn't have much else to go on.
Well, also because you know, that's what we do in OWB, right? Is it's like trying to take the pieces that the Fallout devs give us, even ones that are presented jokingly, and expand upon them.
Yeah,
that's
for
really
example,
what a lot of OWB content is like.
MacArthur is like one Wild Wasteland Easter egg, and the same also goes for Montana chapter, just like being one off-ramps by other lions in Fallout 3. And those are two major tags in our design. We were like, oh, so there could, in theory, we could justify there being a Brother of Steel chapter and a Enclave chapter. Well, Enclave chapter, but Enclave subdivision.
Right.
So, 321869 kilometers asks, will Loid have any special interaction with the Old Believers, given they're both Orthodox based, or do they seem Orthodox as an ideology? I can't pronounce that. Or do they seem Orthodox as in the ideology?
I don't know if there's anything for. If there is, it would only be in the Solomon Path. Do you know, Michael?
I don't think there actually is any.
I don't believe there is.
The weird thing is that we had a developer working on the Old Believers, but he hasn't been around for quite some time, and it kind of got left in this weird stasis position, at least for now. Maybe we'll pick it up in the future.
We may revisit them in the future, but yeah.
And an important part is that the way of orthodoxy Loid's ministry practice is very bizarre, because they draw direct parallels between Lenin and Christ.
Yeah,
so
it's a bit different. We'll say that.
Yeah, they more or less just took normal Orthodox Christianity and just trumped Soviet history into it.
I will say, though, that the individual characters in Loid kind of have their own levels to which they take that seriously and their own interpretations towards Christianity. I know because I helped Slappy, who was the other dev for Loid that's not here currently. I helped him with creating some of the advisors that Loid has. And so some of them are more whack job or less whack job. You'll get a mix.
Yeah.
Right, so we're gonna go to.
For example, you have like Michael Volkov, which is just a former party member of the Central Committee, which of course doesn't believe in any of it. He's just there because he can't be in the Redmond because he'd get killed.
Okay. Well, again, we'll cover anyone whose questions are being missed. We're gonna cover all of that, all the ones we missed later in the stream. Next, we got Passkeepers though. And that is Subway.
Yeah, so Passkeepers, just to give you a small rundown, like the history. We all know the Wardens, the White. They were the rulers of Seattle, before the Immortal came in and kicked them out, and there's like a bunch of like Warden remnants spread out now, mainly in the Old Country, and Passkeepers in Safehaven. So the remnants in Passkeepers are probably like the nicest wardens there are. They're so nice that they're not even wardens at this point. So really, the tree is going to be about like if you stick with your old ways, or if you like reform into like a new organization that values like being nice, more than like. Because like I believe one of the quotes in the loading screen actually is like Julius Brandt, the leader of the wardens, saying like orders like before like freedom or something like that. Like so this is the type of people you're dealing with.
Right.
So that's just a quick rundown of the Passkeepers lore.
There's two
it's not gonna
distinct
be a
sects
major
within them,
tree.
though, right? With like the wardens and the ice picks.
No, the Ice Picks are just one internal faction. So what I did for Passkeepers is that there's a lot of internal dilemmas within the Passkeepers, and there's gonna be like two different ways to dealing with them. That's like, and it's all about like if you stick with your old ways or you reform.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Sorry to mix it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not gonna be a major tree, by the way. It's gonna be using the shared cascaded tree that the Old Country uses.
Right, yeah, the same
So-
ones that Old Country and Rock Purgers used.
Yes.
And the good thing about
So that's
these
pretty much it.
the good thing about these shared trees is that they're so sparingly used, and they are able to be so specific to their location that, in my experience, even actually, I did actually manage to play Old Country and Raw Purgers when they came out. That was about the last time I was able to play for leisure before I got too busy. The generic branches do still feel really unique because they're not like oversaturated, and again they're very specific to the location. So for the case of really minor nations like Passkeepers that might otherwise get like entirely skipped over, they get to fill in some of the blanks in a way that still feels very on brand, very right for the location, without as much, without like a Strathcommune sized effort, or even like a Manitoba or Langenburg size effort to create the tree. It doesn't require as much content materially. It's able to be a lot more succinct, and I think these shared trees are really good at enabling that. Okay, so and I did forget to mention they are also another one of the tags that uses Balance of Power. So yeah, that's cool. Again, our first time using that in OWB. Next we have Middlemark. That's you again, Mike Gale?
So normally I would do like a skit or something here about giving me money, because this is just greed manifested into a country. But Tron does have a Kofi, so I think that works out. Just look under the stream. But okay, let's take a look at
Thank you.
Middlemark.
I appreciate you shilling on my behalf. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, it's literally chilling the country, so I should be
Yeah.
allowed to chill.
I appreciate it.
Donation
Thank you.
But here we have Middlemark. So, in the time before the Wardens controlled Seattle, there was another group before them, which was called the Miscounts, which got brutally kicked out, and they migrated to Calgary. And here they found themselves new jobs for Not Walmart, Please Don't Sue Me, which is led by their shopping AI, Penny. So what we more or less have is a rampant American company still running after the war, led by their shopping AI. And if you open up the tree, it's really just aggressive commercializing the
Yep.
game. That's just the entire thing. And you can choose between remaining true to the company and ensuring your shareholders get their profit limits, because we're gonna kill you if you don't make enough profit for the shareholders. Or you could actually replace human resources and have some fun. But nah, we will never do that. Keep working for the company. Think about the shareholders. That's all I have to say. Just
Middlemark
think
is
about the
so much
shareholders.
fun. I love Middlemark. One of the things that's really cool about them is, as you may have picked up on from art or from people talking, they do get Securitrons. What you may not have seen is a unique model they get for them. They have their own unique equipment with Penny's face.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
it talks about
perfect.
manifests here yet again, which you'll notice as a common thread in a lot of places.
Well, we'll take manifest when we get to Gateway.
Yeah,
when
yeah,
we look at the main character.
for sure.
But
yeah, that's pretty much Middlemark.
Middlemark is a bunch of fun, and also if you open up decisions.
Oh yeah, I forgot the vending machine. Thanks for reminding
Yes.
me. Yeah. Yeah, so you can do. There's like a very minor ticket mechanic here that
Yeah,
you can mess with.
and here you can get my favorite types of alcohol. Just don't think about the thing I call a Ralph Captain. It's not Captain Coke, I promise you. I wouldn't add that to the game. I wouldn't do that. But yeah, that's part of the gimmick of Middlemark is that you gain a certain amount of tickets per month, and you can actually increase the ticket gain rate through the focus tree. So you can get some neat bonuses when you feel like you need it to help out your campaign.
Yeah, here for example, and I believe up here as well. Yeah. Really cool.
Let's say 100 tickets. Yeah. So it pays staying true to the company, as you see, because you know that's the place where you get the most of them. Keep slaving for our profit, please.
Yeah, I think that focus on commercialism is it helps put a lot of the fallout into the area, honestly, and I like that Middlemark, even though they were one of the latest nations to get put into 5.0, I think the devs did a pretty good job at inserting them into the other trees and having them like interact in a lot of different ways with those other nations. So they, you know, you really do get to see them if you're near them, and I think they add a lot to the tone and to, you know, making the region a really a good representation of some of, you know, Fallout's aesthetics and themes. We have to move on to go ahead.
Another funny part about Middlemark is that they also play into the Pioneer Company and Cult of Liberty with, you know, national spirit. So you get cheaper arms, but Middlemark robs you of all your money because war is a racket, believe it or not. And Middlemark is definitely winning the racket.
Yep. Alright, we're gonna move to Niitsitapi next, which is silver.
Hi. Sorry, there's some latency on the stream, so I don't know what you're showing
You're
yet.
good. You can tell me what to look at. I mean, it's really just you talking, and I'll try to hover on things that are relevant or whatever you tell me to. You know.
Yeah,
Floor's
I
yours.
mean, I think it's fine to just show off the tree.
Okay, sure.
So Niitsitapi is, I think, the first one here we covered today that's using the shared Montana tree that was made as a sort of small branch to have the basic focuses that you'd expect any country to have for all of the Montanans. You already made commentary on those before.
Right.
But the main tree is... Oh, I guess first I want to give a special shout out to the Glenbow Museum in Calgary, because I try to do a lot of research to figure out everything, because the Niitsitapi are a real cultural people, a real tribe, and I tried to get as much information as I could to try to represent their culture both as it, you know, traditionally was, as a character within it. Morning Stag tries to revive elements of their traditional culture and combine that with elements of the post-apocalypse and see how they have changed in the past 200 years. With some particularly interesting notes being the discovery of something that seems right out of one of their folk tales, but that could be something else much more sinister.
Should I be looking somewhere specific, or do you want to leave?
You could just acknowledge that as the drinkers of the black water, and what I think is one of the more interesting ideas explored with them narratively. It is not a major tree by any means, but if you like a focused playthrough that is, you know, very localized to one area, then you will have fun with them in Montana. You have to figure out how to fight off MacArthur and Middlemark, and generally just try to restore their old borders. I feel bad that there's not a ton of backstory to really give, but it is one of the rare cases of a nation that exists in the real world.
Right.
So that's where you'd find the best context on their history.
For sure. I think it's that's one of my favorite nation. What's one of my favorite things about the native nations is the other person who got to work on one in the update with Métis. Is well actually there's a third as well. I forgot, but fourth. My bad. Yeah, we actually have a decent amount here. But one of the things that I've always liked is showing that change, like you were describing, like taking this real world group and trying to think like how to properly contextualize them to Fallout's timeline, which not only changed from the Great War, but also changed before the Great War. So that's something that I think is quite neat about all of the tags, Niitsitapi included. It's one of the really cool things we get to do with them. Okay, we can take about 1 or 2 more questions, Bled, if you have any good ones for me.
Okay, so there's one that was just asked a few seconds ago. So they're asking whether Niitsitapi, I can't even pronounce it properly. They're asking if it has a formable.
They do not. They are. Their name is kind of interesting in its own way because it is effectively. They have never been as unified as people tend to portray them. Like there has never been a real Blackfoot Confederacy. They're just several affiliated tribes, and so that is more, a term that means people like us, whereas they have a term for people not like us for everyone else.
Right.
So they do not currently have a formable no. I do not know if Tran put in the achievement I suggested, but
I
was
believe
never
I did.
confident
I
with a
believe I
name.
did put a Niitsitapi one in. Yeah, pretty sure.
All right. Yeah.
sure.
So I don't know if there would ever be anything that really would make sense for them to have as a formable, because it is already kind of how they identify themselves. So I don't see how that would change at all.
Right. They do have that lands to reclaim though, right? With
Yes.
like
their
borders.
Yes, and something I don't know if I conveyed correctly enough is that there is definitely some haziness, that they're not really certain how many of the sources they find on their own history are 100% true. So, if the slightly exaggerated borders drawn in an ancient, museum of their territory might not have been accurate to them at their height, they're still gonna try to take all of that anyways and claim it used to be theirs.
Okay.
So I've got a question I quite like here. RPS154 asks, I love the individual laws, recruitment laws, for example, for the various different nations. Will you be adding more of it?
Like just in the mod in the future?
Yeah, now and in the future.
Yeah, I think it's something we're always going to. I think that's a design space we're always content to explore. When we think that it makes sense. The reasons for it can be both flavor and gameplay. It's often a mix. On one hand, you may really want to cater to the modifiers, or maybe the tag has especially low or high population. I believe that was one of the modifiers for the unique conscription laws that Nueva Aztlan and Chichen Itza have. Where those nations have far larger state population, and the conscription laws, part of the reason that they were made, the unique ones that they have, is because of that. So yeah, it's definitely something that we are always happy to use when we feel that it's most appropriate. Okay, so I'm gonna move on to Montana chapter and Hayman, which are sort of a package deal for Apostrophe to talk about. Obviously, Montana chapter released before, but they have a couple new changes that are related to the spawnable that can come from them in the Patroclus path, which is Swords of Hayman. So go ahead, Apostrophe.
Yeah, sure. As Tran said before, the Montana chapter itself is mostly the same as it was before 5.0. However, it includes a new path, which is technically a breakaway tag, and a sub-path. The new path is like the Swords of Hayman, which sees head paladin Hayman taking matters into her own hands in regard to hunting down the Sisters of Steel. And Hayman, as a character, represents the more brutal side of the Midwestern Brotherhood. who will stop at nothing to restore the legacy of the Hayman name, which was tainted by her father's failures in the past. The new subpath is where you still play as Patroclus. However, you can choose to condemn Hayman and her further actions against the Sisters of Steel, and reconcile with, Honor and the rest of the Sisters of Steel.
Yeah, I remember that this was originally created by Violet with the help of Lusa, and Pasha did a great job wrapping them up and completing them. One of the things that Violet told me is that she always felt like in the original release that Sisters of Steel, just with the way that 4.0 went, they ended up getting a bit more attention than Patroclus did, and she felt like Patroclus didn't have the same punch. And I think a lot of the motivations for what ultimately became the Swords of Hayman stemmed from that, and from her feeling that she really wanted to flesh out Patroclus more as well. Would you like me to? Would you like to tell me how I could spawn Hayman in quickly so that I could show people the Swords of Hayman tree as well?
Sure. If you go to the start of Patroclus's path, it should be one of the bottom focuses before you could choose more of the other focuses. Streams delayed, so.
Right.
Okay, I see it, yeah. Holding carrots on sticks.
Gotcha.
Just complete that. Choose the right event option, I believe.
And then I could choose to change to Hayman here, I believe. There we go. Look at this artwork, man. Oh my god, Liza did an incredible job on this. What a piece. Alright, you wanna go more into the swords?
Yeah. I touched on the general gist of it, but Hayman's essentially unhappy that Patroclus isn't pursuing further action against the Sisters of Steel. So she kind of begins the covert operation Cavalier and decides to hunt them down across Dakota, and is rather brutal in her methods towards the people who she has to conquer.
Yeah, I think Hayman provides some really nice edge to Montana, and I also like how she accentuates the conflict that Montana has with the sisters, and even that when dealing with her, Patroclus can even choose to reconcile with them in the end. So you can't have a happy ending for everyone, because in that case you have to deal with Hayman. But for the sisters and for Patroclus, you can have a happy ending for both with these additions. Would we want to talk any bit about their connections to Manifest? You don't have to give away all the details on that, but would you like to sort of, I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Anywhere you want me to
so
look, let me know.
Seen the... I'll just kind of allude to it, but we've seen the other Manifest AIs of Destiny and Hope, which we'll get to later, I believe. But there's another Manifest AI that, is not exactly... How should I put this? Yeah, basically, it's just basically was supposed to be scrapped, but Hayman stumbles across it, and some interesting interactions there with this Manifest AI.
As is Brotherhood tradition, stumbling across lost old world technology, but the consequences of that, in Hayman's case, are, I think, far more substantial. Would that be fair to say?
Let's just say it's not fully tame.
Yeah. So we don't want to full. We can even talk about that more when we get to Gateway potentially, because they tie in. But this is one of the things that we do want to kind of leave for you guys to go look at exactly what's going on under the surface here with Hayman. It's one of my favorite parts of the update, the AI as being referred to and the presence that it commands and the way that shows up in game. So yeah, so that covers the first half of the content showcase, and we made it on time. We actually made it on time in the end. I told you, not that scuffed. Not that
But
scuffed.
you
this year.
see, Lady Luck is always on time.
Lady Luck is always on time. That's right. So we're gonna take a quick 15-minute break. We'll be back at 5 p.m. to do the second half of the content showcase. During that time, I'm going to have some music playing. We're going to just be setting some stuff up. I want to draw your attention to a couple things before we leave. First of all, reminder, if anyone came in late, there is a schedule that will show you the full order in which we're progressing through things. We are going to be archiving this stream, first on my Twitch channel, then on a permanent location in YouTube, which we'll announce later. So you will be able to go back and look at it, and anyone who missed it will also be able to find it. I'll try to timestamp that as well, so you can skip the particular sections. In addition to that, we also have the nation vote, which is going to be closing, not in an hour yet, but it closes at about 6:30, I believe. Yeah, it's going to close at about 6:30. That nation vote is for the nation that we will be playing when we get to the Q&A section, which will, like, the proper full Q&A, which will be starting when we're done the content showcase, and then a little bit after that, once we've finished the vote, we've tallied the results, we figured out what tag we're going to be playing, we'll get into it then, and we'll give you guys some more details on what's going to happen for the people who want to stick around for that. Yeah, with that being said, we're going to take 15.
And also
we're a little
remember,
under
trust
that now.
Kofi. Scroll down on the page, scroll on the page. Get the Kofi.
Thank you. We'll be back in a few. Yeah, sit tight. We still got 15 more tags to get through, so there's still plenty to go over. We'll get to anyone who had questions we didn't get to. We'll get to them when we get to that full Q&A section. In the meantime, see you in about 10 minutes.
second half.
Well, I might.
Hello?
If you're still here, I might need to reference you for some of the. I'm covering some of the tags that Violet had.
Hello.
Yeah.
We are live.
Hmm.
Let's go.
I could help,
are-
I guess, with that.
We are back
Talked with her quite a bit.
for part 2 of the content showcase. We have
The
15.
sequel you've all been waiting
Yeah,
for.
believe it or not counting the other stuff after that, we're only halfway. Good thing, again, like this is why I'm saying I wanted to emphasize how we're archiving it. We're gonna have the schedule because I know that some of you probably won't stay for the whole stream, and that's okay. Hopefully, you'll at least be able to, you know, see the if you've been here from the start, which by the way, if you have, thank you. Hopefully, you'll still be able to stay for the parts that you want to see most if you haven't gotten to those already. So yeah, I'm just getting a couple things set back up, and we'll be going in a second. Obviously, I heard you guys talking about, you know, who needs to speak. Multiple people can pitch in, especially for parts where multiple people were involved. And helped out with, you know, some of the tags by Violet and what have you. Obviously, you guys can coordinate that in chat while I'm speaking if you need, but you know, multiple people can definitely chime in, for sure.
We're a big fan of anarchy.
Okay, so I'll give it maybe like 1 more minute. So if anyone left to take a break like we did, they can get back in here. We're still maintaining pretty good viewer count too. Very happy for that. Very happy to see that. Okay. I think we're ready. So, Ruminators. I believe that is you, Apostrophe, right?
Yeah.
That one's yours to talk about? Alright, let's go.
So, yeah, essentially the Ruminators are a group of well-meaning people who are devoted to the pre-war self-help book, Ruminating to Riches. Their leader is Liza Veda, who's, yeah, likewise well-meaning and compassionate. However, the wasteland is not a kind place, I'm sure all of you know. So they have to contend with threats, both internal and external, to their way of life.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about some of those threats, or
Yeah, I guess I can go into that. So
just briefly?
one of their first threats is the Jacksons, which is the group that's right next to them. One of their early wars. And as for their internal issues, there's a group that's sort of a raider group that is not very trustworthy, but Liza Veda wants to give them a chance, which is the Saints. And then I guess the closest thing to a military in the Ruminators are the Fireflies, which is another group that's involved with the Ruminators and is helping Liza Veda and the Ruminators in their goal of helping people.
Yeah, the Ruminators are a uniquely optimistic faction. Another one of the ones that Violet created. They strike a very. I think this is one that definitely isn't gonna. They stand out from a lot of the other tags that are surrounding them. Most of the tags in the game, just tonally, even, and that's pretty clear in everything you said. I think even the icons, where a lot of them have this yellow tone. It's like very yeah, it's a very it's a tone you don't often see in the Nations and Old World Blues, and I think that's one of the things that I like most about them.
Yeah, they have optimism, which is not found in a lot of places in the Wasteland.
Yeah. Did you want to talk a bit about the relationship with Montana chapter, maybe, since that's one thing that people who've played the Sisters of Steel will be familiar with, that they would have some sort of ties like that, given that the sisters can peacefully bring the Ruminators into their alliance, essentially.
Yeah, so basically what that relationship is that they're able to convince the leader of the Ruminators that they're just not really equipped, I guess, to handle the dangers of the wasteland, and yeah, they can become a puppet as a result.
Right. One of the.
Yeah, actually.
Go ahead.
Yeah, both the sisters and Patroclus'
And Patroclus.
path are able to, get them in their faction or as a puppet.
Yeah, I forgot about that addition. Thanks for correcting me. That's one of the paths that you can go down with Ruminators. They really emphasize a lot of the focus of 5.0 on trying to make sure that there is a lot of interactivity between nations. I think that that being the ethos of Ruminators in gameplay is pretty fitting, because it's also their ethos in narrative, where they take this really unique approach to handling all their problems. So I think that I think there's a certain type of fan who they will appeal to quite a lot, because they're very different in that respect, and I'm honestly excited when I eventually have the time to give them a try because of that. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to a big one. This one we might spend a lot more time on. That's cons, baby. Northern cons. Iron, since you were the main one who was this tag was created by a team of people. Violet was the one originally leading it. Iron wound up taking that over. I was actually involved as well, primarily, not entirely, but primarily with Amgalan's path. So I'll probably chime in a little bit on that, but Iron can start us off.
Okay, I will say, can you hear me? Am I coming through?
We can hear you.
Okay. I did want to say, technically speaking, before we took it over, there was Tar.
Oh yes, you're right, Tar,
who made an older original version. But when they left the team, Violet took it, and then she kind of got a group of people to help work on it, because it is, kind of an important tag. It's got a canon connection to the Great Khans of New Vegas, so obviously it's going to be popular, I think. So at game start, you don't have the Great Khans. They're still narratively in the Mojave, but you've got this group that has come north with the followers of the Apocalypse, under Amgalan. They've got a few spirits to represent that.
Yep.
But at game start, they're just sort of sitting on land, working with the local tribals, up until Baron's Eyrie comes trying to mess them up. Yeah.
Yeah. You can see that here with the Redemptive Strike mission here. You actually have a pretty early war to deal with for people who watched Pravis's playthrough. Shout out. You already know that. I'm glad we had that playthrough, because again, there's so much. There is a lot to cover with the cons, and we're definitely not going to get to. We didn't get it to all of it with any of these tags, but we certainly won't with cons. Iron, since you weren't here for all the time, you can, if at any point you want me to hover at a specific thing while you're talking, you can let me know. I guess, would you want me to open the tree now, or is there anything else you wanted to call attention to?
The cons authority, I think people probably already have seen right there. That's a big one, because that is how you get options for which path you take later in the tree.
Of which there are 3.
Yeah. So definitely, if you're playing, make sure you kind of. I think it's usually fairly clear which path is whom. Yeah. If you look at the foci. And then there's various focuses and events in the tree that you can use to get that support for each of the paths.
Here it is in all its
glory.
Open it? Yep, I know there's a bit of a delay, but yeah, I have it open. Once the stream catches up. So this top section is pretty much the shared stuff, and then where the three and I will say there is a lot to the shared stuff, by the way. Like there's some really there's like events, and there's a lot of really good material in here. So there isn't a lot of shared branches, but you know, like I want to emphasize, like I don't skip these, you know. don't put these off for sure. There's a lot of really cool stuff to do here. But
yeah, there's a lot of good bonuses. There's a few different challenges and downsides, especially on those
narrative,
those furthest
right?
most branches on the sides.
Yeah.
So there's a few things to do. You're usually going to be kind of building up till you get leadership, but there's a lot of good stuff you want to, and you can't get all of it before that happens either.
Oh, of course, yeah. And you can see that in some of these focuses as well. You're going to be influencing support for one of the three factions, which are eventually led by Amgalan, Regis, and Essen, respectively. Do you want to talk about that, or?
Yeah. So after you get through the shared branches, you start whoever gets leadership based on that support, and if you have multiple, you can pick between them. That will automatically complete that top focus, and then you get access to the shared branches. So, would you want to talk a bit about the Amgalan branch first, and then we'll just kind of move left to right, or how would you?
Let's move right to left, because then you can talk a bit about Amgalan, and I can do the rest, because you know you ended up making some changes of your own as well. So I think that makes more sense.
Okay.
We can go from right to left, starting with Essen.
So Essen, so she's definitely, you know, the warmonger. Like Regis gets goals, but she's the one who really forms the cons into a violent, conquest-focused tribe. She's got some extra boost to horses. She's got the war goals. She gets to ruin. You can see it like the ruins of Vault 37. You know, her special traits that she gets.
Here's the horse stuff. I was trying to find that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, if you want to be, how do you say that? If you want to be violent, I think she's a good option.
Yeah. I think
she's a little more tribal.
There is certainly some nuance to her writing, though. She's not just like a villain or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's important to get that across, yeah.
There is a lot of narrative that, I can't, obviously we can't share, you know. There's a good number of events, I think, to help get across these characters.
A lot of writing in this. A lot of good succinct writing, too, though.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, there's also some overlap between the paths, as you can see. We can get into Regis. The Fire Council is a thing that I just want to say quickly, and then, you know, I'll let you keep going. Is a thing that a lot of you have known about for a while, because it was teased in the Standing Rock tree that they would have a cons alliance, and yeah, that's here. Essen and Regis can both do it, depending. These are some of the focuses related to that.
Yeah, so Regis gets a choice, you know.
Well, he's a
very flexible guy, so he can choose either the Fire Council on the right there or the Midnight Union on the left.
Which we can talk more about when we get to Amgalan.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Standing Rock, but there's also some other good options. Jackson's, Forefathers, Metal Mouths. Who's that next to Come Join Our Fire? Over to the right a bit. Oh, sorry, just underneath Lighting the Fires, and then to the left.
Got you. Yeah, Niitsitapi,
Niitsitapi, that's it.
Yeah, I forgot you were talking about the faction members. Right, my bad.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
This is Standing Rock, which is the main one.
And they do, a lot of them do have either bypasses or some effects. But this one's important because this is the tree that gives you horses. So if you're Essen, even if you don't really want to make friends, you do want to get in there and get those horse units.
Right. It is worth mentioning, by the way, that as part of this, there is a tech patch as part of this update, and horses did get a little bit of buffs in this patch as well. Not like because of that, like, you know, we don't tie the balance to like the nations that are coming out. I'm not gonna like make something busted just because a nation uses it, but we felt it was warranted. So they are also going to be a little bit stronger when this update's out.
I'd heard a few people say Standing Rock was having a little struggle, and their
Not
main
anymore,
focus.
because we worked on Standing Rock's AI as well. So Standing Rock is actually a menace in this update. We actually had to tone their AI aggression down a little bit, because when I finally scripted for their focus AI, they got too strong. But yeah, sorry. Go ahead with
that's fine.
Regis.
All the time how much AI matters to country strength.
Right, yeah.
So the Regis path, he's come from the Mojave after Bitter Springs happens. It's not directly tied to the Mojave tree, unless it break this, but Bitter Springs will always happen.
Yep.
Papa Khan will unfortunately leave us. But Regis will lead the survivors up here. He will link up with his cousins up here in the north, and you can be like, hey, he would make a good leader. You go down his path. You convince Essen and Amgalan, and then you got kind of a split between it, whether you want to be more focused on the future or more focused on the past.
In terms of like heritage and yeah.
If those bonuses seem big, it's because it takes a lot of bias.
Yeah, they're a merge of the stuff you get up here. Yeah.
It can be hard to show that when there's multiple spirits you're combining. So
it does say that. We have the tooltips. A lot of good tooltip usage in this update.
Yeah.
I think that actually is a pretty good transition if you're good to talk about Amgalan, because we wanted to really represent the presence that the followers have in the cons, which if you know their origin from the ending in New Vegas and what have you, like it emphasizes that they relinked with the followers, and so we really wanted to make their stuff in the share branches as well that relates to the followers. So the followers have a significant presence within your nation, right? The followers aren't a government. That's not really how they roll, but they can potentially, depending on your choices, obviously, you can try to sort of separate from them a little bit more.
Definitely within your country, they're giving you a lot of helpful, narratively, a lot of helpful boosts to medicine, to building up a stable country. Although I will say, in the paths where you get a little more raidily, a little more violent, they might,
obviously
they might
less
decide
so
to
in
leave.
Essen, especially, yeah.
They might decide, what, this is not what we're about, and just sort of take their leave.
But Amgalan, which you can talk about now, is basically the opposite of that.
Yeah, he leans all in on helping the followers. He's seen what violence does to the wasteland and to the cons themselves, and so he goes all in on the Midnight Union, on traveling, on making friends. He gets a lot of cool interactions with medicine and unlocking new unique ones. Yeah.
So this is actually something that this is the main part of Amgalan that I made. I really wanted to. There was the. I'll try to move fast because we're way over time. But there was the, which is fine. We'll catch up with the other tags. I expected cons would need a lot. There is the line in Arcade Ganon's dialogue in Fallout New Vegas where he talks about what he's doing there. And a lot of what he talks about is how they're looking to find, alternative ways to manufacture some of this pre-war medicine, or like natural equivalents to it out of, like, he says something about like stim packs out of barrel cactus and other improbabilities. I believe I'm paraphrasing the line. And so I wanted to take that idea and run with it, and explore how the cons and the followers are trying to actually solve this problem of they have a finite amount of medical supplies that they are scavenging, and they need to find ways to get to either start producing these again or to come up with new alternatives. And so through these focuses, there is a mix of new unique techs that you can get for the cons, which come with a lot of unique bonuses, and some of them are unlocked through focus. There's also some decisions and events that are tied to this where you can, again, I'm trying to give an overview, so I can't show you guys everything at this time, but there's focuses and events where you can try to acquire these technologies from scavenging, and then you also get the ability to distribute them. Once you're able to manufacture them, you can choose recurring decisions to distribute them and get temporary buffs on top of those permanent buffs from the text. So I really wanted to try and make sure that Amgalan had some mechanically interesting things going on, especially because he's a tag that's less focused on offensive war. But the fact that you can do the faction does mean that you could wind up in a lot of defensive wars. You know, a lot of the nations that you might go invite will have targets on their back from other powers in the region. So you definitely still can have a lot of fighting to get through. And a lot of this medical advancement stuff can actually be used by your allies too. I believe it allows. I believe they can even do the distribution once you unlock the tech. I'm not certain about that.
Yeah, I know several of the medical.
There, right?
Yeah, I know there's a lot of shared stuff you can give. Like the medical advancements modifier goes to all faction members, and then as you take focuses, it gets stronger.
Yeah.
And speaking of,
so being an ally of Amgalan also has a lot of perks if you play as a nation that can ally him.
Mm-hmm.
You will
benefit from it. But of course,
it's
good for you because, as you can see in the Midnight Union, I think someone said in chat, if you can get either the Martial Republic or the Sisters on your side, you do get power armor.
Yes.
So power armor cons.
Yes. Which I know some people might think is a little like out there, but again, Amgalan is leaning more into the followers, and it still keeps it pretty modest. You don't get sophisticated tech or anything like that. You know, it's really just trying to work with the more like stripped down, like very simple frames. It's like a very grounded portrayal of power armor. And you know, Amgalan is the forward thinking of the bunch, so if anyone would do it, it would be him. And I think it's pretty well introduced and justified in context, honestly. So I would ask that anyone who sort of, you know, maybe looks at that and is like surprised, the eyes widening. I get you. I would give it a chance though, because I think it's really well presented.
Yeah, they wouldn't let me do both, so I couldn't put power armor on horses. Maybe next patch.
Okay. So that's cons.
Cons.
We got to move on to Martial now, which I believe is apostrophe, and yeah, we'll try to we'll make back the time that we lost. Don't worry. Like we're over what I said of trying to be within 10 minutes. We're 13 minutes, but we'll catch back up. All right. So you ready, apostrophe, for Martial?
Yeah. So Martial Republic, they're basically a group of descendants of the Free States movement before the war. And they're centered in Rapid City, which I guess they would call it like the beacon of civilization in Dakota. And yeah, they also use power armor.
They do. And I believe that's because of, it's something along the lines of caches that they find from the pre-war military, right?
Yeah, before the war, like the Free States movement had like a lot of just, yeah, like I think they're mentioned in 76, and essentially they're basically seceded from the government, or wanted to at least. So they had a bunch of like caches of just equipment before the war.
Yeah, I believe some of that is mentioned in some of these focuses. And by the way, you'll see right now, as we're looking at the focus tree, this is actually the new shared Wyoming focus tree. There was previously one made for Farsun and Highland Watch, and you know they also get this. They also get this new shared Wyoming tree. Martial is one of the tags that uses it, and I think it uses it to great effect. This is a really nice shared focus tree. Really nice icons for this one as well. I really like the wreaths. Really nice attention to detail on these. But yeah, they're actually they're a pretty significant power within the scope of this small region, wouldn't you say, apostrophe?
Yeah, they're definitely a contender for a, I guess, unifier of the region.
Yeah, and in particular, they have a feud with Forefathers, right?
Yeah, the Forefathers kind of want to attack them, or I guess they drove out the Forefathers because they were kind of worshipping the
Mount
the
Rushmore.
monument, Mount Rushmore,
Which is actually in Marshall's territory.
Correct. Yeah. So again, Marshall, I think Marshall really exemplify the focus. I think Southern 5.0 especially does but both areas do. But I think Southern 5.0 it was clearly a big focus of Violet, who also worked on the Marshall tree, to and for all of us really, to have a lot of interaction between these tags and make the world feel more responsive in that sort of sense. So I think I think Marshall definitely shows that off, because they can. There's wars and alliances they can have with multiple of their neighbors, and there's a decent amount of history to that. I think Marshall is a tag I hope people don't overlook, because I think there's some really cool. I think there's some really cool stuff going on for them. Absolutely.
In that vein, it's the first country that has a focus that interacts with the Plague Lands, I think.
Oh yeah, this one, right?
Send a trade delegation to the Last Redoubt.
Oh, you know where that's located? I can just highlight
over across the river.
Here it is.
Up a bit from
Here
the
it
one.
is. I got it. Yeah, so there you go. First tease as we creep our way up to the Plague Lands update. Okay, so next up is you, Iron, with Barons.
Barons Eyrie? Okay, yeah. Barons Eyrie is a good one. Ada did most of the design work. I helped with the planning and the implementation and the coding. But I think it's a really fun one. As we showed before, they got the same decision at game start about the upcoming war because, yeah, very quickly Barons is declaring war on the Northern Khans. So,
I have it highlighted.
Yeah. So the Eyrie is a number of wealthy families that have come together. They primarily deal with, ranching and trading, making money that way. But they are very much the sort of like Western settlers who don't like tribals, who don't like uncivilized peoples.
Very pompous, right?
Yeah, but they do like money. They do have a spirit with the Martial Republic because they've actually. They have some Zach Company remnants. You'll probably see the Zach Company mentioned a few times.
Yeah, I think
in various
they're
trees. It's one of those kind of small regional groups that got beaten, but is kind of scattered.
Yeah,
they
even
beat
have
up
a
the Martial Republic in the past. Yeah.
I'll show the tree now.
Yeah. So they do have two kind of. It's a small split between the Baron and his daughter because they're pretty. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But there are some differences between the two.
Mm-hmm.
They do have a saint. If you go to St. Matthew's Dew, you can kind of see they do have they got a little bit of religion in them.
It's funny how that comes up so much more in 5.0 actually. Some of that's just coincidental. Like, you have Loid and Old Believers, but also other tags do definitely have, like, brief things related to religion, for sure. Like, the thing with the electorate, right? Sexual Cabal is, like, vaguely a religious thing, although it's a bit more out there.
Yeah, you want to show the Gentle Agency? That's a fun one. Get a little bit of spy focus. Sure. If you have LAR.
Yeah, and whenever we do DLC content, I've tried to make it a standard that we always make alternatives. So like this has an alternative spirit.
Yeah,
if you don't have the DLC. Yeah.
Yeah, because of course otherwise it'd be useless.
Our goal is always to try and I want to do better at supporting DLC, but not to the detriment of people who don't have that. So that's if it wasn't already, which I think it mostly was. That's certainly our philosophy on it going forward. And so, yeah, that's pretty much Barons.
Yeah, I think Ada wrote a good number of events for it, too, so there is some narrative to help keep you going as you're playing through it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Number of events pop up.
We're going to take before we get back to more of the nations in this, like, Montana bowl over here, we're going to dip down south to the other tag that is getting a rework. Métis was the first one that we went over, and Highland Watch is the second one, which was primarily by Violet, and Apostrophe is going to talk about.
Yeah, the Highland Watch is another tag which had content before 5.0, but in this update it was expanded upon. Not much with the paths was changed, so you still have the path with the Arapaho Rollins Federation and the Cowboys, but they just have some extra focuses and events to flesh out both aspects of the tree some more. and also the expanded shared tree.
Right, the expanded shared Wyoming tree. There's I think there's also some additions of like nation interactions, and that includes outside the confines of 5.0. That's also true of Amgoan, as some of you might have caught a glimpse of. Just real quick panning over to that with Realm of Diana here. Highland Watch also have examples of that, like with this focus here. So, you know, some of the nations in the south of 5.0 definitely still have a little bit of overlap, and we just saw that with Plaguelands as well in Marshall, I believe. So, yeah, I'm really a fan of what this added to Highland Watch. I think they were always I think they were always a tag that people a lot of people unfortunately overlooked and didn't get to play, and I'm hoping with this new stuff that's here, and also just the fact that you have more content surrounding you, so the campaign will just feel more robust and complete, that people will go give them a try and see some of this new stuff, because there's a lot of really cool additions here, for sure. Not really any major changes with the lore, as he said. So if you have played them before, you'll be familiar with the split, but there's just a lot more. It's just a lot more substantial in its new form here, I would say. Okay, so next we have Jackson's, which is actually a new person. I believe I just typed the wrong tag. Yes, I did. My bad. Which is actually Monkey. So Monkey hasn't been in the stream until now. You want to introduce yourself? I didn't give Iron a chance to do that. You go
What's
first.
up,
I'll let
guys?
Iron.
I'm like Iron, but cooler. You know. That's honestly, I don't need any more introduction. Like,
Misinformation.
that's all you guys got to know.
Iron, you want to rebuttal?
Rebuttal. I'm like Monkey, but like 10 times as cool.
Many are saying this.
I'll give people their serious answers. So Monkey is a content designer who worked on primarily Jackson's and Safehaven. Iron has been here for a long time and was one of the people who helped a lot with a lot of the content that we mentioned before, which was made by devs who were no longer here, completing those projects, as well as Northern Cons, Barons, Metal Mouths. Am I forgetting any that you?
Those are the three biggest ones. I did help on a lot that when Violet
as I was saying
left, we kind of split it between like me, Monkey, Apostrophe. I think picked up most. The electorate went to Poggy.
He's
So
also
I
the update coordinator for the Plaguelands, so when it comes to Plaguelands, you can bully him in my place.
Yeah, I'll get to do all the fun Mikhail stuff for that
Okay,
one.
nice. Awesome. So Jackson's Monkey.
All right, so the Jacksons were a family in Missoula. Probably, I don't want to say they were like the top dogs, but they definitely were the organizers of a lot of the goings on in Missoula. And if you'll know Missoula from the MacArthur expedition, the famous enclave tree everyone loves. I know. They were kicked out because long ago when MacArthur first arrived, the expedition first arrived, they promised, in exchange for them handing over Missoula, they promised to eventually establish elections. And so many years went by, and the Jacksons saw that this was not happening, and they got a little angry, and so they protested it, peaceful protest. And MacArthur and the Colonel brought the hammer down on him and kicked him out. And it's a pretty bloody history. They trekked all the way to Dakota, and they're kind of transformed by this savage wasteland, and themselves became savages, right? And they kind of have a chip on their shoulder about this, and they want to carve their way up back into Montana to take Missoula and establish Montana again.
Yeah, another one of the nations that uses the shared Wyoming tree. So I think geographically they're on the border, right? Something like that.
I think they're on the border.
Yeah.
They're very they're on the border. I think A big reasoning of why they're there is because there's that area is designed to be chaotic, with the forefathers of Marshall Republic, Northern Khans, Barons Eyrie. You'll notice a lot of war, right? And so they capitalize on this. Their whole thing is capitalizing on this and taking out the littler guys before they go for the big food. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, while
You'll find out that
the
many
majors are
people-
busy, they take advantage.
While the major's busy, right? And you know, if we have any Wasteland fans in here, they may remind you of a certain family from that series of games.
Very cool inspiration. They can even join the Wardens. I actually didn't know that. That's really cool.
They have
Yeah.
a very long history with many of the factions that popped up after the Waste. After the Great War, I mean.
I think if you're someone who likes playing co-op, you are going to have so much material in this update. One thing that I actually, you know, I wasn't update coordinator, but I obviously was like able to help with it and speak on it throughout development. One of the things I tried to push for 5.0 was to have a lot of like smaller choices as well, including diplomatically. And so even in nations where there aren't major path splits, there's still like small choices within there. And in the case of Jackson's, you have this opportunity to join this faction that has plenty of other tags that it may or may not involve. So you'll get a lot of variety, a lot of replayability. I'm certainly, I think at least, I'm certainly hoping. Okay. Metal Mouths are next, which is iron. I know we actually had a question about them. Let me check real quick. Someone wanted to know. Yeah, so they do start with implant tech. Someone wanted to double check, wanted me to check that. So whoever you were, if you're still here, they do start with implant tech. Anyway, Iron, take it away.
Yeah. They do start with implants. They don't start with it distributed because that went back and forth a lot on balance. And if players think it works fine, I might change again. But you got to strike that balance between what you can equip and afford to equip. But the metal mouths are actually, funny enough, the only tag I was really supposed to work on in 5.0 to begin with. When I first joined the team, I was like, hey, these guys, they got implant tech, they got tribal tech. Is anybody working on them? They said no, and I said, okay, I'll make a tree for them, and that'll be my 5.0 contribution before we move on. And obviously 5.0 didn't quite work out that smoothly. Got drawn to other things.
I mean, also
which I was
people
happy
just
about.
shift around, right? Like, you know, I was originally
Yeah.
going to be doing Unbound, and like I did partially, but other people helped me finish it. So
Yeah, things definitely changed during development, but I'm still really happy with what I got to do. I made like a good 20 focuses for them. Then testers came back and said, "Hey, could we get some more of this?" So I had another 20 more.
they also
they've got
use
two
shared
interest-
Montana, as we showed
Yeah,
earlier.
they used the shared Montana tree. What did you share earlier with it? Niitsitapi?
Oh, I showed Niitsitapi off. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Montana tree. If you've already seen that, make good use of that. They got some good spirits about who they are. They came to Montana looking to get stronger. They found a pre-war facility that was selling implants, and a friendly little Mr. Orderly willing to implant those. So they've been doing that ever since, beating people up, taking their stuff, replacing limbs, organs, whatever they can get. They've got some interactions on the right side there with the Cult of Liberty and the Coal Consortium, kind of bullying those two. They do have a lot of narrative related to getting beaten by MacArthur. They attempted to raid Missila and conquer it, and then turns out the Enclave has, EMP grenades and plasma rifles. But they'll be back. They'll be back for more. If they manage to beat up Cult of Liberty and bully Coal Consortium, they do get to speaking of joining factions, they get to team up with the Miscounts. Kind of a Raider power hour.
Oh, and importantly, Montana chapter they have to beat, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big
Yeah,
one, right? Montana
they
chapter is a big antagonist for them and hard one for them to overcome. I would say.
Yeah, obviously Power Armor is quite implants are strong, but Power Armor is pretty tough. So you do have to build yourself up a bit. You're not in the strongest position to start, but if you can beat them, you got, I think, a good chance of, salvaging that, building yourself up, getting some more implants, and then taking it to MacArthur. And then from there, sky's the limit. They actually do have content to do after that. They've got Steel Joe wants the whole Northern Commonwealth. So if you can make it, you know, good for you. They can actually ally with the Khans, although only if the Khans invite them. So if they go Fire Council, you might get an invite, and you might think to yourself, hey, you know, making friends would be nice.
Yeah. All right, awesome. Good overview. All right, now we're going to move to Code of Liberty.
But I'm really happy with them. I think everyone who's played it has had fun. So, yeah, definitely the one I had the most fun making, I think. It's got a decent bit of cool lore, some cool interactions. If you've seen, I don't know if you've shown off the Swords of Hayman stuff.
I have.
Okay, they have a few things similar to that in the Historians territory.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, very happy with them.
Cool. All right. So Code of Liberty, formerly known as Haver, is up next. And that's, again, another Violet original finished by Apostrophe. Go ahead.
I believe you mean iron.
Oh, did I misspeak?
Monkey said he was going to
Oh,
talk
Monkey.
about it.
Yes,
it's me.
yes. Sorry,
It's okay.
sorry. Look, we've been going for hours.
Listen, I'm
I had it
no.
written. I had it written
It's okay.
down, but you know.
Didn't take
not
it to
on
the
this-
heart or anything. It's all right. It's all right.
I said it earlier. My bad.
No, you're good. Yeah, I this is one of the tags I took over from Violet after she had requested. She told me one of her big inspirations was Far Cry 5, and you know the cult in that game and the sort of sandboxy things you could do in that game. And so you'll notice they take the place of Havre. That's actually included in the lore. So any Havre fans out there, there's a little nod over here. But they're a cult that worships the angel America. And their belief in this angel is not that like the prosperity that pre-war America experienced through their sophisticated technologies and society and stuff like that. It's because a literal angel showed up and blessed them. Sort of like the Manifest Destiny pictures you see where there's an angel walking across the land and Americans are following it. They saw that and they took it to heart. They're like, damn, that's real. And so you just get to have some fun with that. They see MacArthur, again, another MacArthur enemy. They see them as demons, which is a unique spin. And yeah.
I really like how Code of Liberty play into what we've seen followed a lot with this like perversion of old world aesthetics, old world politics, and partly because there is that limited understanding of them, and so this is a pretty extreme version of how that gets contorted. It's a lot of fun. It's very fitting, I think, for the series.
I think they could be described very well as somewhat of a cargo cult. I don't know if that was the initial inspiration, but when I was designing the fleshing out the tree fully, that's very much something I took inspiration from.
Awesome. That's really cool.
Hey, Monkey. Why do you think everybody hates MacArthur?
Because they're assholes. Or am I allowed to say that? They're bad guys.
Yes,
my
you're
bad.
allowed to curse. I mean, we haven't been, but yeah. I mean, it's Fallout. It's been in the focuses, like. You know.
They're meanie heads, guys. They're not cool. Swearing is not okay.
Okay.
All right, they're mean.
I just think there's 3 tags in a row that want to take me solo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there's a
I wonder
big.
why. Gee,
there
something, I
will
think I
be
remember
more.
something about a rig. Maybe I don't.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well,
like
you know-
something about wanting like water supply, or I don't
Water
know.
supply. Some
Almost
couple
they
like
once wanted to
things.
commit omnicide. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, a
it,
few.
it isn't really popular when you try to end humanity.
Very much.
All right,
But,
next up, we've gotta catch up and make sure we're not late to wrap this. Okay, we're making better time now. Next up is Unbound, which I think we're probably this was the other tag that was worked on by Spaghetti Supersonic Spaghetti Warrior, as is his formal name. Shout out, who was not able to join us. But fortunately, Monkey and I both had a hand in it, so between the two of us, we can probably cover it. You want to go first or second?
I can. So, I know. Have you seen the stuff that's been added?
Yes.
Okay. You can go first and talk about like the original designs and stuff if you want.
Right. So, funnily enough, fun trivia: the Unbound tree design is the oldest surviving tree design that is being put in the mod out of any nation in 5.0. Older than the ones that released in 4.0. I'm including those. It's older than Montana Chapter, it's older than Métis. The original design for this tree, which I guess I'll show, normally I've been highlighting these things, but I'll show you it first since I'm talking about it. The original design for this tree is that old, which is super funny, considering like how much of a minor nation it is. You know, 5.0 has gone through so much iteration, so much that you guys didn't even see. Even before I joined the team, it was being worked on. And, you know, the map went through shifts. And, yeah, Unbound were one of the... So, the Unbound tree, the original version of it, it's obviously had to be changed and modernized, because the update changed so much. I mean, back then, Montana Chapter used to be located next to MacArthur. You guys didn't even see that. Like, they were on a totally different part of the map. So, a lot... They were in the place where Stormongers is. So, a lot has changed, and the Unbound tree has been modernized for 5.0 as it shifted. But yeah, the tree design really dates that far back. I ended up picking it up and doing the full scripting of it. I actually scripted the original skeleton of that tree in a single day. I don't know why I did that, because it was not fun, but I resolved that I was going to do it, because I was just very busy in my second semester of college during that. Unbound are underdogs. They're scrappy. They're not exactly in the most enviable position. They've got a lot threatening them. Certainly, they're big neighbors in Métis, but they are kind of still looking to pick fights anyway. The Unbound are raiders. They obviously have this fixation with planes, with aircraft, with the sky. They also do with stealing. They're kleptomaniacs, and this is you know the source of the first big debuff you have to deal with. They're kleptomaniacs. They are compulsive stealers, compulsive thieves, and both of those ideas, that and the air, kind of ties nicely with like a theme that is like persistent through the tree of freedom, whether that be freedom to soar the skies, freedom to be autonomous, or freedom to infringe on other people's rights and take their fucking shit. Yeah, I'm getting my F-bomb in now. So you wanna take over from there, Monkey, because you did a lot of writing.
Yes.
You helped with the writing for Craw.
Very much so.
The Eviscerator.
So the tree I worked on, SS Warrior, very lovely. He brought it up to date. It was very awesome of him, and he let me write a lot of the lock for it. And he's a great guy. He did good work, and I'm very proud of him.
He did a great job for me. I'm so grateful, because I wasn't gonna be able
and
to
I love him. And we're getting married in December. But so what I took to heart, like here, like I saw a crow, and immediately I was like, this guy's a crow. Like kleptomaniac, he flies around. I mean, just look at him. He looks like a crow. He's got that emo boy thing going on.
He does look like a crow.
And really, it was just a lot of fun. So the way we set it up is he's writing in his journal, and he's just a fun guy to like listen to. I mean, he's insane, and he's a raider, but he's just like a scrappy guy. He may have killed his own mom, but he made a new family in these raiders, and by God, he's gonna make sure that Canada knows it.
Yeah, and part of the way he makes sure that they know it is he is actually, well, Unbound are actually one of the nations that play into the broader conflict with Manitoba. They can reach out to ally with Manitoba, although that alliance, if successful in defeating the Second Coalition, may not persist past that war. I don't know whether or not we want to... I mean, yeah, why not? You basically get to stab them in the back afterwards, which is really fun. It's one of my favorite. We talked a lot about the different faction outcomes. That's one of my favorite things with Unbound. Is if you do actually succeed in overcoming Métis, overcoming the Second Coalition, helping Manitoba overcome the Second Coalition, Craw will just have this infatuation with the Manitoban crown. You could even see in the traits here, one of them is Emperor of Manitoba, the heir to the throne. Him and his raider buddies really, they don't understand the royals really, but they find the aesthetic pretty compelling. And so they can turn on Manitoba and try to take it for themselves after the war, which I think is a really, really fun detail. Anything else you wanted to mention, or you think we
They're
covered it?
crafty little guys. I think that's the most important thing that you know is, if you play their tree, you're very much going to be playing nations against each other, which is, I think it's very unique.
They pull the
and it's a lot
strings,
of
they're
fun.
manipulators. Yeah. And that was present even in the original design. If anyone remembers Mad Trains and Snowmads, the war that they had was actually originally, because again, this nation design was so old, they were actually the ones who orchestrated it. They ran a train heist on the Mad Trains and framed the Snowmads for it. So, you know, in remastering the tree, essentially, for modern 5.0, we've kept that thread there, for sure. I think SS Warrior did a good job with that.
He's the GOAT.
Yeah, that's the Unbound. Next, we're going to talk about another big one, and that is the Great Stampede. Another one of the biggest tags. Kind of a major in their own right. Really, really big force here in the west of Canada. I believe covering that is... I'm actually forgetting, and I don't want to misspeak again, like I did with Cult of Liberty.
I'm pretty sure it's me, although if Mikhail thinks he should probably
Is you, yes.
help out with some of the old
Nice.
boys. So the Stampede is, I mean, you've probably seen their leader, the couple. They are a union between the Lockharts and the Sundales. Beat up the Kingsley Republic, everybody else in the unified it in the wake of just the chaos between, like, you know, between the kingdom on one side, the CPF on the other. This whole part of Canada has been a little chaotic for a while. But the Stampede came together. They're happily married. They've got some nice spirits. Think about, you know, their troubles, but also their successes. And if you want to open the tree, I know it lags a bit, so sometimes I'm not sure.
Even the Begar gang is still there. We told you we're trying to still represent the old factions. There's a lot that we're doing with you know, off-map groups, because that's even something that is done in other
They're
trees.
causing you trouble for a little bit.
Yeah, in the Mojave, we still try to represent the other groups that are there in the story, and that's continued with the 5.0. Cool detail, by the way. They also even are one of the nations where we actually already put in like little releasables here, which do have lore to them. You might have also seen there was a mention of the Kingsley Republic already. That's just a neat little detail. We might put in more of those post-release for people who like that sort of stuff. But yeah, the tree. Iron.
Yeah, so I waited for it to load on your stream, so I remember.
Yeah, no problem.
I know it lags a bit.
I got
The
you.
Stampede tree, there's a lot of focus, like on the right side. You'll see there's a lot of focus.
You have your fair share of nation
on the
interactions.
two groups that make it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the far right, yeah, you got interactions with the electorate. Depending on who is winning over there, they're friends with Yorkton in Langenburg. They got a little interaction with Spectral Cabal, and then the next one is a lot about their society. The Sundales, the Lockharts, you know, one is innovative and duelist, the other is tribal, much more down to earth. The middle section has interactions with Battleford. There's a little bit more that plays out after that. They've
Right.
got some interactions with Safehaven. Safehaven hasn't been talked about yet. I missed the first half.
Yeah, it has not. We're getting there. I figured
Okay.
I figured covering Stampede first made sense because they interact a lot, and Stampede is a big threat to Safehaven, but also Safehaven kind of
Coming.
gives them a couple blows too. Like they really
Do you want
they really
to
hurt them
tell
back.
the people what Safehaven does?
No, dude.
No,
they're
we're
innocent.
getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there.
They're innocent.
Okay.
I think we'll get there when we talk about Safehaven.
Yeah. But there's some, you know, Safehaven.
A very special. We'll say a very just a little iron. Hopefully fixes.
Hey, you know,
They don't do shit. Okay, they're innocent. That's all I'm saying.
Iron, you're having some minor
Uh-huh.
internet issues.
Oh, Mike.
Yeah, it was just cutting out a bit. The couple have a very, you know, you see it very early in the game, so it's spoiler, but the couple have a very special baby, and let's just say that some people kind of mess with them in response to that, and gets them pretty PO'd.
Hey, they're just playing chess. That's all I'm saying. Like,
You can't call stealing a baby chess.
Stampede.
Why did you say
Stampede is
it? Why
playing
did you say
checkers.
it? What are you doing?
Safehaven's playing chess. Just say it.
Well, we'll talk about it when we get to Safehaven. But first, I want to actually show. I want to show cab vultures. If that's, or did you have more to say? I apologize.
Stampede.
I think we pretty much.
Focus tree. There's something new. There's something growing.
Yeah, they're a big antagonist.
If you want to get cab vultures,
Iron.
if you want to get cab vultures to spawn, I put up the event. If you,
sure.
Am I coming through?
You're barely, yeah.
Okay, let me see what I can do. Yeah.
Yeah, you can give me the event, and Apostrophe can cover cab vultures while you fix it. The event was
Okay, yeah, I'll post it in the.
Oh, okay. Apologies, people on this stream. You know, we are getting people from a lot of different time zones and stuff, so we tried our best to get as many people present as possible to talk about their content, or, you know, the people who are most knowledgeable about all of these nations. So yeah, the cab vultures are one tag that can spawn from the Stampede after they take Battle Forward. So I should actually annex Battle Forward. I forgot to do that. And I'll let Apostrophe talk about that.
Yeah, the Cab Vultures are basically just a truck-obsessed raider group who once terrorized the Albertan steppes until, the families of the Great Stampede drove them out. And, yeah, they're released after you take over Battleford as an opponent to fight as the Great Stampede.
Trucker's Resurgence. The name Mad Villain is also just so funny to me. But yeah, this releasable has its own focus tree here, which is pretty nice, honestly. You wanna? Is there anything more that you have to say about them, or?
They play a very big part in the story as well. They're not just a releasable.
Yeah. I didn't mean it like that. Yeah, I mean that's why they have a focus tree, right? I mean, because they're a very significant releasable.
Yes.
Even though I think this will probably be one of the hardest tags to win as, I would guess. I haven't played, but that would be my guess, right? Like, because fighting off the Stampede, which, you know, when they spawn very quickly, war will erupt with the Stampede. I would imagine would be pretty difficult, pretty challenging.
This guy has not played the Damned. He's not played the Damned.
True, I have not. But you know, certainly at nations that have trees, there is what I meant. You know.
He hasn't been damned to play the damned.
Oh, this guy likes buns.
Bars. Yeah.
I do like how the Cab Vultures do have some lore connections to other things, especially if they come back. They fought alongside members of the Iron Confederacy at one point in history. They fought against the CPF. They fought against the Kingdom. They've got a lot going for them, and they like vehicles, so that's always fun.
Yeah, if you're a vehicle guy, this one's for you. So if you happen upon the Stampede, I would try giving them a shot. All right, Safehaven.
Oh, my baby.
This is the first nation we're looking at that actually uses the shared vault tree that we introduced with 4.1.
Are you sure it's your baby?
Okay, Violet and Monkey's shared baby.
He's talking about he's making another pun. This guy.
Oh yeah,
it's always babies.
That one went over my head. That was actually smart. I give you credit. That one was smart. The other one we'll look at is Vault 37, which actually got modernized a bit. They also use the shared vault tree. But yeah, Safehaven, Monkey, take it away.
So Violet came up with Safehaven. It was another little fun warden country, and she asked me to take it over, and I was like, what would like I was like I racking my mind, like I was trying to think like of all the vaults, like what would happen if Vault City like emerged and they just fucked it up, like they just were not skilled enough to make it happen. And so the story of Safehaven is I don't know if we all believe in the canonicity of the Fallout Bible or whatever, but Vault City or not Vault City, Vault-Tec, they wanted to see what would happen if a corrupt society, such as the Enclave, if you guys believe the Fallout Bible, such as the Enclave, were to be locked in a confined space, right? So they gathered a bunch of white-collar criminals and corrupt officials in the government who weren't affiliated with, you know, the big secret. And they invited them to this town named Safehaven, offering them amnesty, right? And underneath it had Vault 107, and then the bombs dropped, and then they discovered that the experiment was. And then the overseer was like, nah, fuck that, dog. And so they built a working society, and when they emerged, they were very good negotiators. And so they carved out a piece of land, and they negotiated peace with the several entities emerging in the chaos that followed the fall of the CPF, right? And this did not turn out well for them, as many mercenaries and other seedy individuals came to these lands, and they started basically extorting the original denizens of the vaults in the cities and towns that joined it. And so they basically become second-class citizens. And so their tree deals a lot with rebuilding this and rebuilding the city, and you get some decisions for that, and dealing with these mercenaries that have taken over your nation, and fixing this corrupt government system, as well as the Warrens have found their home in Safehaven itself, right? And they do a funny little thing. They may steal a baby. I don't know. Many people are saying this. Many people are saying they steal babies. I'm waiting to hear back on that.
Is there a focus I would look at for this hypothetical?
Yes,
entirely
it is,
hypothetical.
It's
baby
Operation
stealing?
Killjoy.
I see.
By the way, the baby's name is Joy. Just saying.
See, that name makes it sound even worse. I feel like you're just implicating yourself.
Listen, Mary, leader of the Sierra Hotel Division, the Warrens, the group of Warrens that found their way into Safehaven, is just really bad at naming. Okay, she's actually a great woman, and she just wants to do a lot of nice things.
Author of classics
yep.
such as Operation FU.
Like she's just chill. Like she's just a chill ass guy. Like sorry, or gal. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, it's just a fun nation. There's a lot of character. If you like character conversations and stuff, Cookie Krakenberg and me really went hard at fleshing out what a relationship between a failing mayor and a military psychopath that is now your best friend would be like, right? And so you get to deal with that, and they also have a chance to join the Warrens of the White faction that will form, or the Northern Union that the Old Country or the Passkeepers can make. It's the one to the right.
Yeah, sorry. A lot of diverging outcomes with the factions, like I was saying.
Or you could say, fuck all that. We're going full mercenary, and you get a system not unlike Eureka's.
Yeah.
And if you play any of the other nations in 5.0, you may notice that you get volunteers from Safehaven. As if you look at the focus with, I think it's it's a vault dweller with the gun.
This one?
Or sorry, the idea, my bad.
Gotcha. Yeah.
National spirit, even. No, sorry, the national spirit, my bad. Listen, it has a lot of names.
Yeah, I think a lot of people know ideas because we say it a lot, but yeah, the formal name, yeah.
But they've taken after these mercenaries as they've began to rebuild their military. So you may notice a couple Safehaven dudes, a couple Warren dudes running around fucking shit up.
Hell yeah.
But can they beat the Free Fighters in the spirit of Lucha?
I think so. I think so. Okay, listen. The Free Fighters are like the evil version. Well, no, I don't know. They're like yin and yang.
Yeah, yin and yang.
Not called
Opposites.
Lucha.
I think that in the right circumstances, I swear I've seen people nations get volunteers from both, so we know that they're not really enemies.
No, they're not.
They're
not
best
at all.
friends.
But when I was making this, I was under the assumption that I know we've talked about free fighter plans to maybe limit their distance. I don't
Yeah.
know if I'm supposed to be saying that.
Yeah. No,
So
it's fine.
that's why Safehaven was given that.
Yeah, they do not have that global range. That's something we should clarify with the comparison.
No.
Okay.
Just 5.0.
So I
just
do, want,
5.0.
I do want to say a couple things briefly. First of all, I did forget to give people the hour warning for the nation vote. We're now a little under 30 minutes. It's going to be closing at 6:30. We've covered all the tags that are included in that vote. We have 3 more to get through that are separate from that. So definitely get your vote in if you haven't already. The other thing is we've kind of been more strapped for time with this segment, so I haven't been able to do Q&A in between the nations. But as I want to reiterate again, in case anyone missed it, came in late, we are doing Q&A later in the stream, soon actually, in about half an hour. Actually under that, if we can get this done not too late because we're running low on time. And during that section, on top of taking new questions, all of the old questions that we didn't get to yet, the mods have been tracking throughout the stream. Shout out to the mods again. And will relay to us. So we'll try to get to as many questions as we can during that part. But we have 3 more nations to get through for the content showcase. The next one, in fact, all of these will obviously help you, but all of these are primarily yours to talk about, Iron, starting with Vault 37.
Okay, Vault 37. Most of you probably know it already had a tree, but
Right.
it was
It got reworked.
sort of a unique little thing tied into the Roach King. We reworked it. Violet and I believe Mikhail helped. We work it into using the shared vault tree, same as Safehaven, same as Timekeepers and all them. You still have Overseer Thomas to start, but now there is a new group. Good Brother Jan, an exiled knight from the kingdom. And then after you defeat the Roach King, you kind of play out real quick. Who kills who? It's still a crisis. Badlands is actually a nice spirit that several of the countries on the border have. It's just a little teaser for
6.0.
what's coming up in 6.0. Yeah.
Yeah, with the area in like Minnesota over here.
Mm-hmm.
Very-
So just
very
on the
cool
other side of the
tie-in.
river.
Very cool time.
But yeah, so you choose between Thomas and Brother Jan. You can go, stick to robots, so you can get knights. Maybe recruit a couple of roaches to help you out. I don't know. They're like dogs, but bigger.
Maybe wage a crusade or 2.
Maybe one or two. Maybe reach out and be like, hey, Kingdom, hey Yorkton, what are you doing?
We should probably clarify these knights are coming from primarily Langenburg, right?
Yeah, or well, Manitoba.
Oh, yeah, my fault.
The knights are mainly centered around Langenburg because the Manitoban elite, or well, Brandon elite disbanded them. So now they're just looking at one funny guy in Langenburg like, hey, you want to put us back in, coach?
Yeah.
So yeah, new tree. It is shaped up. You still have, like I said, Thomas as a choice if you want to stick to robots and guiding humanity from above with your superior intellect. But now you do have this new option in Brother Jan. I know we're strapped for time, so let's go on to the next one.
Yep. Sorry, I was fixing something. There we go.
Iron Confederacy.
Next up is Iron Confederacy. Yes. Figured we finish with the last manifest one last, so we'll go through Iron Confederacy.
Okay, that's one that it used to be part of the CPF Civil War back when it was the Six Front War, but when we cut that down, we put them where none of it was. I think we definitely wanted to keep the Iron Confederacy because if you know history, that was a real name for a historical group that was in the region.
Made up of the Cree and some particularly the Woodlands and Plains Cree, if I might add.
And a big choice behind
Great call
moving them
out.
where they currently are is the fact that this is more accurate to their
Yes.
actual location.
Yeah, I was also going to say that too. I wanted to make it clear that we didn't just move them arbitrarily. This was actually accurate to the territory that they occupied, the Plains and Woodlands Cree. So it wasn't that we didn't just randomly move them. the Nunavut were kind of out of place because the idea was they were like an expedition down south, and so as part of the changes, it seemed frankly fitting, especially because of how they were, a little separate from the CPF. It was a little weird that they were included. Their inclusion was a little hard to resolve. So it seemed
They still have-
right that we,
Yeah, they still have lore connected to it in their history
Yes.
because
yeah.
they do have kind of a bad start. They've kind of been beaten up and kicked around a few times before ending up back here. They've got some negative national spirits to represent that. They're living kind of in not uninhabitable waste because they're inhabiting it, but it's not great. You still have the Scarlet Blizzard separating them from a lot of other people, which is, the Scarlet Blizzard is a phenomena being created by Gateway and Destiny in the north. It created the Blighted Woods, sort of an evil red pollution, mutates people. If you've seen Smiling Jack, he's
Yeah,
the
showed it
victim.
earlier.
Iron Confederacy, has some negative spirits to represent that, and they will have to defeat Destiny if they want to survive and grow. But they're survivors. They've made it this far. They're not going to let this stop them.
Hell yeah.
Violet did do a really great call out for actual, Cree peoples and the people who live in this region.
Yeah,
or
we got
have
to do that for
family.
Métis. That was for Métis and for Iron Confederacy. I'm really glad we got to do that.
Luckily, yeah, there are good community members who are willing to help us out and teach us a bit. So there is in their focuses and lore and events, you'll see element.
We also
Leader.
did some little research in the university databases, so shout out to the Norwegian universities for just letting me steal stuff.
Yeah, I forgot to
Mm-hmm.
write down a couple of my sources to thank, unfortunately.
Actually,
Yeah.
get one
Mhm.
person to message me about the Niitsitapi too. So
That was cool. I didn't know that. Okay, awesome.
Good.
So we all got our share a little bit. That's good. Yeah, I'm Iron Confederacy again. Another one of those tags that plays into the war up north, assuming that they can deal with Gateway early on. A potential second coalition member, and a pretty close ally of the Métis, which is actually not just because they're natives or something. It's because like that actually there's some history to that. Métis even talks about this in an event that they'll get. But yeah, there's some history to the relationship between the Iron Confederacy and the Métis. That is the basis for some of that positive interaction that they have.
For all you Europeans thinking about Poland and Hungary, the best bros.
Yeah.
The only people in Eastern Europe which
Mm.
get along.
Yeah. Quite a cool tag.
Uh,
I'm
Oh,
there's
and you
one,
can
one of
see
the
in
ones
the
I'm
bottom-
personally a fan of. Yeah, sorry.
see in the bottom they do
Previous-
have some of that interaction. Like I said, they worked with Mad Villain in the past before they ended up here, so they have a couple of focuses just about that. Yeah, and then Formable. If you've
Yeah, Kanata.
been winning.
There's also a really funny Manitoba focus in there. To the left it should be.
Yeah. Had enough of British rule, thanks.
Yeah.
Banger. Alright. So last, but certainly not least, is the Gateway Gang. And Destiny.
Quite literally.
Iron?
Yep. Gateway is a good one. Yeah. So obviously you've got Destiny, the pre-war AI. I assume y'all talked about Pleasantdale a bit in Hope, but
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, she is a manifest AI created before the war, then reprogrammed to help with the occupation of Canada. After the war, she's she's not crazy. She just likes to turn people into weird mutants and that sort of thing. She's also got her sheriffs, her deputies, helping her out. She's responsible for the Scarlet Blizzard, which you'll see a lot of, like I said, trees mention or have to deal with. She's got, a good science base as an AI, and an artificial intelligence, backed up by a big brain.
And a nice
And if
looking
we go into-
tree.
Yeah.
Violet did a really good job with this one. You wanna? You can keep
yeah,
going.
just waiting for it to load. Yeah, no, sorry, I was waiting for it to load so I can. It's a good tree. There's. See, on the, you're right. You got your stand. You can pick which of your deputies you want to like put in charge of your army. So you do have room. They all three of them kind of focus your army in a certain way. So whichever way you want to play. I think Gateway has a good variety of options. You don't just because they're an AI, they don't have to go robots. Although you can.
Right.
But if you want to go crazy with dynamite, if you want to, get a bunch of cowboys and spec ops, you can definitely do that.
Yeah.
Going down their middle tree, that's got a lot of their wars, a lot of their interactions with other nations around them.
This nation also uses a lot of leader events, as you will see here, where it says Destiny gets event. If you've played Santa Ana, you'd be familiar with those. It uses them a lot for some of her internal. So there's really good characterization for Destiny, I would say.
Yeah, those are nice because those are the kind that put up her icon in the event. I mean the middle part's about what you would expect.
You want to talk about the replicator?
The replicator. Yeah. So I was gonna say on the left side though is where you get all of the science, all of the restoring the Manifest North facility is done through both the focuses and through decisions that'll pop up as you take those focuses. You have the communications hub. You can interact with other facilities. You get Hope back.
Hope is the other AI, which is located in Pleasantdale, right?
Yeah, Pleasantdale. Yeah, she's been helping them out. She's a little nicer, but you can get your sister back. You have the Red Fern. You can get the fairies from Pleasantdale. Mutant dogs. Well, you're just feeding them mutant stuff. But the DNA replication chamber is probably the most fun because in other places in the tree, you'll unlock DNA samples, and you'll get once you've activated the chamber and taken the the focuses. I mean, you'll get decisions to implement that DNA into your soldiers, and you can switch them on the fly to get different bonuses.
Yep. And then you have this, which I'll leave there. You're also one of the nations that can get fairies. Oh wait, we mentioned fairies. We didn't actually talk about them when we got to Pleasantdale, I don't think.
They're a unique unit type.
Where is that located again? Is it in Reward?
It's remember. Under the Red Fern branch.
No, in the tech tree. I was going to show them.
Oh, in the tech tree. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's in the reward tech.
Why can't I find it? Is it not a I don't remember.
It's on the reward technology.
The reward technology branch.
Yeah, I have that open currently. I just don't remember where.
Passkeepers.
Oh, it's over here. Oh yeah, I forgot. They do have a equipment model as well, which I'll just briefly go over to Pleasantdale to show that, and then I'll swap right back because we forgot to show the fairies. Sort of BioShock inspired, but that's mostly just aesthetically. Their origin is a little bit different from that. Mutant-esque, I guess. People who want to learn more about that can get that in Pleasantdale, for sure.
So, what the fairies really indicate is that the Overblues developers aren't the best for children.
What the? Why would you say that?
You made it sound way worse than it is.
So bad.
Oh my god. I'll have you know, sir, we have a very good track record with children.
Why would you say it like that? Okay. Moving on.
I'm not sorry.
Moving on. Yeah. Oh, you can become Manifest Destiny. I forgot about that.
Yeah, you got the big shiny focus.
Yeah. So now, since we covered a lot of the other stuff, I think it might. I don't know if we want to give all the goods away, but I think talking a little bit more about what's going on with Manifest and the AI that we mentioned in Hayman might be good, since we've got a lot to do with that.
Well, Mikhail, how much do we want to say about it?
Say about what?
The third sibling, not Destiny.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
The funny wolf. Yeah, nah, he can rest for another day.
It's secret.
Yeah,
I
we're
think-
showing
I
you.
think
We're showing
Tyr-
you guys a
I think-
lot. This is a big thing for the region. So
I think Tyr had
You'll
enough
find out one
problem
way
with
or
him
another
back
what's
in his
going on here.
days, so I think we'll just leave him for release.
yeah, we'll find out. You'll find out one way or another what's going on here. And we're over time
Also-
anyways. We're at 6:20. So yeah, it's actually good that we stopped there because we've got to wrap up the nation vote. The nation vote is closing in 10 minutes. That is the end of the nation showcase. During that time, we're going to, in a moment, start with the full-blown Q&A. I won't be there right at the beginning for the full-blown Q&A because I'm going to be taking a brief break, and then I will be back at 6:30 when the nation vote closes to talk to the devs based on what nation won and decide how we're going to approach the playthrough. Because the playthrough that we're doing, you may have noticed we didn't list a specific end time for the stream. That's because it's a little up in the air. We're probably going to go for maybe an hour for the playthrough as like a minimum, and we're going to have for each of the nations a target of where is like the minimum that we'll get through in the tree or something like that, and then we'll leave off potentially depending on your engagement and your interest, really, because we've gone through, and we will with the Q&A, we'll really go through most of the stuff that is unique to us that we can offer. If you guys wanted to see gameplay, we've had YouTubers, right? Like, that is the stuff that they do best. So we know that not everyone is really going to be interested to watch us just going through a playthrough, which is why we left it to the end, and we'll play through it to that middle point that we have designated, and then depending on, how the engagement level is on the stream, if things are winding down, we'll wind down to a close then. Or if there's still a decent amount of activity or more questions to work through, we'll keep it going until it seems like a good time to wrap it up. So that's pretty much what it'll be. I assume some people may not be staying for the Q&A, so I want to say, if you stayed this long and you are leaving now, thank you so much. Thank you so very much. I know this has been a long one. It's a huge update. I tried to make sure we covered it succinctly. We were mostly still on schedule, which I'm happy about. But yeah, I'm incredibly grateful for all of your attention so far, and to the mods that are still doing a really good job in helping us run this. Yeah, without further ado, I'll give Michael a chance to say anything for anyone who's not staying for the Q&A, or for anyone who is staying but they're going to leave the playthrough once they get their questions answered or anything like that. Thank you so much. Remember, the update's releasing on the 28th if you're leaving now. Just a couple days away. Make sure to tune in, and also if you want to find the stream, it'll be archived on Twitch, and we'll announce the new location within a couple days if you want to go back and rewatch the stream for any reason. Yeah, Michael, if you want to say any last words, then we will start the proper Q&A while I go to close the nation vote in 5 minutes.
Oh, why would you leave the orphans with me?
Why?
Dude, this guy has something
just go
with
ahead.
kid.
Just go ahead. Just go.
If I could say something, I don't
sure.
know if it's been said yet, but I kind of started handling a lot of the testing. So I did a lot of the work getting content to the testers, organizing, their feedback with the players. And I want to say, I really want to give a shout out to all the hard work
Bro,
the testers did.
Were awesome. Oh my god.
Yeah, this update would not be half as good without their input.
Like, we got I'm so grateful for Iron taking it over for me when I wasn't able to handle it. He did such a good job. He wasn't expected to do that, and he did it anyway. And I'm incredibly grateful for that, because Overblue's updates have not always been as thoroughly tested as I feel they should be, and this one was absolutely an exception. It's not going to be perfect. There will be things we missed. There will be things we could like done better that we'll patch up. That's why they call it a day one patch, right? But I think we set a new bar, honestly, with how the testing went for this update, especially because there were so many items. We had so many great applicants, like even just sorting through the applicant process was hard, and the batch that we got did a great job. So incredibly grateful to the testers. I'm glad you mentioned that. Absolutely.
It's not particularly my domain, but just the button. The amount of applicants we had was something in of itself.
500?
It was 500 plus, and we were still getting more, even as we were winding down the applicants. So it took a long time
Hours
to
in
go through it.
VC with Carpo and
Yeah,
Striker.
hours and hours and hours to go through.
Because we wanted to be fair and really try to pick the best people and read through all of the applications to the best of our ability. The serious ones, which was most of them.
Yeah, so some of them were
some people
jokey,
goofed,
but
goofed around,
there
but
were some golden choices, the ones we got. So.
All right, yeah. Nation vote is closing in 4 minutes. By the way, mods, if you could resend that link for anyone who missed it. It was included in the announcement, but send that link out again, so that anyone who didn't vote can get their vote in. Because I'm closing it at 6:30. I guess since we went a little bit over time, I won't leave early. I'll give Michael the chance to say something. Then I'll close it at 6:30. Then I'll take a bit of a break, and we'll probably start the playthrough at 6:50 instead of 6:40, so I have time to recuperate and then figure out, confirm our course of action with the playthrough. But yeah, Michael, go ahead.
Well, we could just hit the Q&A, I guess.
You didn't want to say anything to anyone who might not be staying, or any final words or anything? You are the update. So... I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but you are the update coordinator.
But
I just wanted to be fair.
I guess I am, apparently. But thank you guys, all of you who has stayed with us over the years, for everyone who's new to the community, for everyone who's pitched in, for everyone who's going to watch the VOD, and I really hope that 5.0 lives up to your expectations, at least. And I hope that all of you find nations you at least find interesting, if not enjoy quite a lot in the update. And also, as I said, thank you a lot for actually pitching into the stream. Because this would be very depressing if it would just be me telling bad jokes and trying to have a coherent stream.
Yeah, I like what you said there, that I think I agree, I totally agree with you. I think everyone will probably find a nation that they like in this update. If you're someone who is really into the dense character writing, there's nations for you in this update. If you're someone who's not really into that, and you're much more into like the politics, the larger scale struggles, there's nations that put a lot of effort into focusing on that for you in this update. If you're someone who likes really streamlined straight trees, there's stuff for you. If you're someone who likes ones that are wider and more sandboxy and focus more on like the nuances of specific decisions and have like very deliberate gameplay design, there are some trees that have some really deliberate gameplay design in here. So I'm thinking that regardless of how you receive the update, I'm sure that there will be at least some nations for each of you that hit right, that really hit the thing that you're looking for in the mod. I'm pretty sure of that. Okay, so nation vote closes in 2 minutes. I'll be closing it at 6:30, and in the meantime, I'm going to be stepping away. Once that is closed, we'll look at what the vote is, and I'll be talking to people backstage, quote unquote, to confirm what our plan is. But in the meantime, we can jump into the full-blown Q&A now. Michael, go right ahead.
Yeah, so we have a lot of questions that we didn't necessarily get to answer at the start of the stream, so it's not going to be coherent to what we just recently talked about. So to start it off, Arizover asks, will Dramate get a rework?
So not with this update. It's a country which several of us have been interested in working with, but we really just haven't found the time for it. And I'm not going to make any promises because that's usually a bad practice to do, especially when we haven't worked at it at all. But personally, I hope that eventually sees at least some form of content. While I doubt it's going to be a major country, it would be at least cool for there to be something for it.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose just acknowledging that it might get something is just as good. Okay. What will the... Actually, no, I'm not going to answer that one. One sec. What will the Nation vote closes in 2 minutes. I'll be closing it at 6:30, and in the meantime, I'm going to be talking to people backstage, quote unquote, to confirm what our plan is. But in the meantime, we can jump into the full-blown Q&A now.
you're denying the people their opportunity to waste my time.
I'm trying to get a question
Real
which
quick,
has.
I'm gonna actually go to the menu just so I can I can show people just a better background than that. Would anyone should I turn on the menu music? You guys think, or
Yeah, I
just, like,
think everyone
softly in the
quite like that,
background?
so-
Yeah, I'll turn that on softly in the background while you run through. So there's a bit of. All right, does that sound good?
Someone's
me know.
asking if
Go ahead.
we can show off the new officer corps. Is that something that's been worked on?
Is that ready with the GFX subway? Or are parts of it?
I don't think Subway's
Oh,
even
Subway's
here
not here
anymore.
right now. I don't remember if all of those are in game. We have them created, but they're not all. We're still working on implementing them into the build.
The Army Corps, I think the generic ones are. There's a couple of, so depending on which country you pick, there's a couple specialty ones that were getting done late.
I'm so sorry. I meant to talk about that, and it slipped my mind. Yeah, the Officer Corps is actually coming in this update from No Step Back. Like I said, we are still trying to support DLC features. So, some of them are directly translated from the base game, and they're adapted for, flavored for Old World Blues. Other ones are totally new. We have ones that are related to doctrines. We have ones that are related to specific nations. Tons and tons of stuff in there. Huge credit to Meme, who is the main person behind creating this. I was originally going to be involved. I had to mostly leave that to him because I was busy working on other projects, and he did such a good job. I'm really glad that we got to make this because it was something that I wanted for a while. It adds extra stuff to do with your XP. It adds additional nuance to the doctrines. It gives individual nations more way for their unique aspects to shine through in gameplay. Lots of cool stuff here for the people who do have the DLC. So yeah, I'm sorry I forgot to mention that. It will be in this update for all three of these. Okay, I'll go back to the menu. You guys can. Yeah.
I was gonna say, Meme I think did a great job getting not just generic ones, but there's a lot of as in the base game, there's ones for ideology, but there's also ones for different types of countries. There's ones for, I believe, super mutant countries, cool.
Oh, you cut off a bit there.
We also have some which
See,
is unique to specific tags, like for example, New Canaan gets the Way of the Canaanite because it's a culture highly centered around the martial culture. So we thought it would be cool to represent both a perk from New Vegas, which I think a lot of people have had fun with if they played a related DLC.
Yeah, so definitely when you're playing a new country, make sure you check out what you have available and don't just assume based on what you've played previously.
Okay, so this is actually quite a good question that I wanted to ask sooner that I saw in the chat. So Wizard General says, you mentioned people will love the co-ops for this. Could you give a rough idea of how many co-op factions are available? An example being Langenburg with the Knightshood. Will it be added in this patch?
So there's coming a lot of co-op opportunities in this patch. So first of all, the one I'm most experienced with because I code this is Langenburg's Royal Accord, where Langenburg can ally Stoon. They can get Arborg as a puppet if Arborg aligns with them, and you can also ally with Wolf 37 if they choose Good Brother Jan. This isn't, in most games you probably aren't going to get this alliances just by yourself because you can't just actually have to seek out these paths, but it's perfect for playing, for example, co-op where another player is playing Stoon. You can easily ally together and play the game together that way. And you also have the cons with their two alliances. Let's see, Manitoba also has their alliances. They can get allied to Bismarck. So there's a lot of co-op opportunities.
Yeah, Métis still has quite a big second coalition. I think even bigger now than what's currently available.
Yeah,
so I think any of those would look good if you want to go. If you want to go beat up the kingdom, I know we've talked about the potential for MP games, where it's like kingdom versus coalition. Metal Mouse and Middlemark can team up, among other things. I thought that was a fun little Raider co-op that people might want to do. That was part of my reasoning for making it an option. I know there's others. Out there. The Wardens of the White. I believe Monkey, you here?
What is up? What are we talking about?
Can't some of the Wardens of the Whites ally in that faction in co-op? Wouldn't that be viable?
Yes, you have, I believe, 4 chances to ally. You get 4 different nations that can join the Wardens of the White. Safehaven, Passkeepers, the Old Country, and the Jacksons. I think there might be one more I might be forgetting. I'm not sure what it is, though. Also, on the flip side of that, the Northern Union, which can include the Old Country, Passkeepers, Safehaven, and Loid's Ministry.
So yeah, I think there's a pretty good variety of factions. I think there's a good amount of co-op that's, you can potentially pull off. Just, if you're ever unsure, just look around in the trees or ask around in our Discord, and, someone can point you towards them.
So, someone asked, in regards to Strathcommune, I'm just reading off his exact question. What is the purple? What is the tree in the middle? The purple tree. Is it anarchism or is it illegalism?
Shoot.
Which tree?
There's a middle tree in Strathcommune. There's a middle path. Do you know, Mikhail? Because Bronze isn't here. He would be the best one to answer that.
Yeah, with the threat of me spreading misinformation, I think this is just going to have to be a hard case of that. You'll either have to go on the Discord and just ping Bronze, and I'm really sure that he would love to answer that question, or wait for the update, which comes in like 2 days for me, or 3 days more or less, because it's just over midnight. But like, either wait for 3 days or just hunt down Bronze.
No, that's not exactly a bad answer either. So another question. RPS 154 asks, how will the relation between an enclave ruled pioneer company and MacArthur be like?
So here I'm unsure how much I'm allowed to spoil, because the developer of course isn't here, but well, of course they have.
I think play it safe, just in case.
Yeah, they have a fair amount of interactions, and I think a lot of people are just going to have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
So
I've helped touch up some of those focuses. There's focuses there. Trust me. There's a good number. If you go down that particular path, there's a good number of focuses about that interaction. I won't say what all happens, but I will say it's there, both if MacArthur exists and if they don't exist. So
the MacArthuring is MacArthuring, just like the general, actually.
Okay. Twisting Ragu asks, is 5.0's main theme going to be available on YouTube?
So that's actually a really good question, because
Yeah, I
the
thought
main
so.
theme is Skip, and that will actually require Skip to upload to YouTube. I could ask them.
That might be a good idea.
Fully up for them to do it, because it's their soundtrack, and while they're no longer on the dev team, they actively still make music for us. So I could ask Skip, but of course it's fully up to their prerogative if they want to do it or not.
Yeah, make a note of that. I think that's a good idea if they want to do it. I think people enjoy it.
Yeah, I imagine as long as credit's given, I can't see an issue with it, but it's not.
Skip has their own YouTube channel, so we'll probably just ask them if they could upload it to their own thing, because it should be a serial symphony. And we could probably link it if Skip actually uploads it. So we'll just throw it in probably some, I don't know, dev teasers. We'll just sneak it in there.
Oh, here's a good question which just got added. Will Hayman's Dakota chapter get added to the Lost Hills ledger?
I believe I can answer this one. Apostrophe has talked about this some, and no, because his reasoning is that it's a, well, you'll have to find out exactly why, but it's very much
so it's a law reason,
unofficial. Yeah, there's a law reason for it.
Okay, nice and sweet. So we just had one pop up. I'm going to try and pronounce this. Orn Elzen asks, when is New Victoria getting more content? So I don't think it's particularly 5.0, but...
No. I mean, so we did take Cascade, so that's definitely coming whenever we do a Cascadia update. We did take that off the roadmap for a couple of reasons covered in the dev diary that came with that roadmap. we don't have a set date for Cascadia. I mean, not a set date. Of course, we don't have that. I meant we don't have a set order for when that's coming. I know I would like to work on Cascadia. I know other people who would like to work on Cascadia, but we just have to find the right time for the team to devote manpower and energy to it. But that will come. It's just figuring out when in relation to like 5.0, 6.0, 7.0, somewhere in there.
Another advantage with the possible Cascadia update is that it's most likely going to go a lot quicker than this because it's a lot smaller region. We're not going to have to do as much work.
Yeah, that's true for a lot of the 5.x's and 6.x's and 7.x's that we're likely to do. That's kind of even the point of the .x's usually is that they're not map expansions, they're not adding entirely new countries, unless they're formables or releasables, but it's just adding a few trees to a specific region, helping flesh out the map, forming connections with existing content. But they do normally, fewer trees, fewer devs, goes faster. And those will all be coming sometime in the future.
Excellent. Another question. Someone, I'm going to expand upon the question myself because the guy who asked it didn't really go into any detail. He's saying, what is the purpose of Loid? This is the tank nation. I forgot what his name is. Is the purpose of Loid just to exist with Soviet tanks?
So this was a bit funny because Loid was originally not that tank flavored. I was the one who did that because I wanted to give them their own gimmick and more things to stick out from the other communists. Because what would be the point of making tags which are exactly the same? And we were also a massive spoiler and all the outdated stuff, but we were planning to do a Soviet tag on Jamaica, but we found out that was mega silly. So we still wanted to have a place to put some of those ideas and some of the stuff we wanted to put on Jamaica into an actual tag. So Loid, which was at that point more religious fanatics, became this Soviet religious fanatics to give them more of a flavor, more of uniqueness. It was originally because all of the communist breakaway tags, so you would have Vermilion, White Court, and Loid, were all trying in their own way to fix what went wrong with the CPF, to try to fix what went wrong with their kind of communism. And so you would have Vermilion, which would try to democratize it. You had White Court, which just crowned the king instead, because, okay, this is already a dynastic order already, more or less. Why not just make it into a kingdom? And then you have Loid, which meant that, okay, this failed because we went away from Leninism and followed Chengism, so we should go back to Leninism, and at the same time, the religious fanatics.
So there's a question I just put in the Twitch mods chat channel because I can't pronounce the last bit of it. Haley Lem says, since Métis is French, shouldn't it be pronounced? And then the way it says. Yeah.
A T.
Yeah.
I have no idea, and I don't think any of us.
It should. But
So Tran is saying it looks like it's both. There's two different pronunciations. I assume one is regional and one's more French, because I know they're kind of a mixture in that language.
It
So I
should
think
be a
there's multiple
mixture.
ways you can potentially pronounce it and would still be correct to somebody.
It's a hard case of none of us here, at least that I know of, are fluent in French, and
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
yeah, so spelling could get wrong, because while most of us are fluent in English, and for most of us our native language for where we come from, none of us are French.
So Wingmont asks, Wardens, weren't they remnants of the US troops? Question mark.
they're mercenaries that were hired to, I think it was either protect the pipeline or something in
Private military
Cascadia.
contractors, isn't it? Like, weren't they
Yeah,
originally
PMC.
PMC?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
So
just the PMC.
that's what they are. And they got
They were
cool
protecting
side.
the oil lines, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
The Alaskan pipeline.
Oh,
which
boom!
the war was
Roasted.
over.
Nice, short and sweet. Okay. So, what was I saying? Is there any plans for Gateway to eventually get interactions with Diana to do the DNA replicator event?
I don't think so, because it's so far away from each other on the map. Like, if people really love conquering half the map to have one interaction, I guess we could sneak it in. But it's like a fringe case where I doubt most people are going to play the tag for that long, or well, because at that point you turn it into world conquest. It's such a fringe case. Yeah, it's like it's too much of a fringe case. If Diana was closer, if like she was in the 5.0 region, we could have considered it, but so far away.
It's fair enough. There is a question which I just saw pop up. Okay, so Vicky asks, will there be any balance changes to the followers' interactions? Being an MP person myself, the general quote-unquote meta, right, would be to Caesar fort once and then comply and grab 2 civs off them. So that being my piece, I think that's kind of what he's referring to. Being able to game that kind of thing. Do you have any thoughts?
So, as that I know, we haven't changed followers at all currently. But if you believe they should be changed, I highly advise writing up a well-formulated document, state your reasons, and try posting it in suggestions, and then we'll probably bully Tran into reading it, because
Hello, I
that's
just
his
got back.
piece.
What should be changed?
Oh, we're bullying you.
So, for instance, Vicky asked, is there any balance changes planned for the followers' interactions? I quoted an example saying, typically, like people in MP and single player, they'll first Caesar fort and then they'll grab 2 once they've settled.
Right.
That way you can get free, for instance.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
And then lore-wise, it doesn't make much sense. So I think that's what he was going off.
So, I don't have any problem with that interaction existing. My problem with that interaction is there isn't enough meaningful consequence for choosing to seize the fort. The followers are fundamentally decentralized, and the idea that your relationship would be an ebb and flow, one action would not determine where it stands one way or the other, that's something that I think was good in Happy's original design. Really, it's just that the consequences are not represented because the follower's influence isn't visible, and they only matter in terms of, whenever you do the negative actions towards them, that also increases the influence to the point where they'll actually make demands of you, right? So yeah, I think there is room for rebalancing those mechanics a little bit. It's something I would like to get to, but I don't think that the idea that taking the fort, and still ultimately being against the followers, that's intended in the design that you can, ultimately still being with the followers. I apologize for misspeaking. That's intended in the design that you can make some poor choices towards them, but ultimately still cooperate with them and make up for that, essentially. That's intended within the design.
I think that specifically was something I quoted just to kind of frame the question.
Right.
But I imagine that's what Vicky was getting at. Balance changes in regards to that.
Yeah, it could be balanced better. I agree with you. It's something I would like to get to. I can't give you an ETA, but I can tell you that it's on my mind.
I'm sure he'll definitely be glad to hear that. I'm sure.
Let me
real quick.
What? Sorry?
You're always on my mind, Tran. Don't worry.
Okay.
Oh.
Couple things. First of all, we've been looping. I realized that the same audio was playing. What I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to play music through the music player I was using before, so it can be all the 5.0 unique music. I'll make it a little quieter, but we'll use that as the background music. From here on out, let me make the audio lower. Okay, that should be better. so it shouldn't blare over people too much. Other thing is the nation vote. So, the result is just barely there. It was extremely close. It was like down to the wire. I think cons, Northern cons. So Northern cons is what we'll be doing for the playthrough. We'll continue the Q&A during the playthrough, and sort of we'll try to hopefully mix between the playthrough some commentary on what's going on. We're going to be playing Regis, we've decided on, and we'll probably be playing up to when Regis actually arrives. So it'll mostly be showing the early game of the cons up to the point where Regis can become your leader. If there's still a lot of engagement, we might play further, depending on, you know, if we still have questions to go through, or if a lot of people in the chat really want to see us continue it. We'll continue it further, but that'll be the target essentially.
Who was second place?
Pioneer Company.
Pioneer Company.
Extremely close. Yeah, extremely close.
What was the margin?
Technically, I'm not being this. Okay, I'll be totally honest. They actually tied, 62 to 62. We talked it over, and we tried to decide how to tiebreaker. We chose to go with cons because I can give better commentary on cons than Commonwealth because Bronze isn't here currently. The reason I said it was really close is because we voted within the team to break the tiebreaker. It was literally 62 to 62.
So if we take the crop tool here, we can find the moment the 5.0 coordinator became the tyrant and asked
we had to pick something.
Regis.
It was a tie. Like, we had to figure. I didn't know what to do. I didn't expect that. So we talked and like most people thought that cons would be the better option.
Pioneer Company.
I'm sorry if you wanted to see a Pioneer. Fortunately, was that in one of the YouTubes or no? I don't remember.
No, it wasn't. Sad.
Okay, well, you will be able to play it on January 28th. Only
January 28th.
Sorry, February 28th. Yeah,
Dude,
January 28th next year.
You gotta wait a year.
Sorry. February 28th. You'll be able to play it.
Let's cook this for another year. You're right. Let's cook it.
My bad. Okay.
Actually, if we take another year, we could probably get some Cascadia stuff. So, see you guys next year.
Okay, come
Stone
on.
could finally make the debut with their own update.
No. Update is not cancelled.
Not yet.
5.0 is soon. Alright, we can continue with the Q&A while I start us off with cons.
Just continue the questions.
So, Lorne Sintaru, he was a bit cheeky. He asked 4 questions in one. So I'll do my best to go through them as quick as I can. So his first question was, how does the lore of the new expansion area, this being 5.0 content, how does it fit in with the rest of the Fallout universe? So I guess it's more so in regards to the rest of the mod. Right.
So we've done our best to try taking a welding torch and fusing things together and trying to add hooks into neighboring regions and trying to smooth the map as best as possible. We also went out of our way to use things which actually are canon as centerpieces to tie the other things into, because that also made natural hooks into other things, because relations which already exist. But how well we've done this is probably up for people to judge when the update actually comes out. We'll just hope that people think we've done a good enough effort. Of course, if there's something which feels very, very off or should be there, there's always the possibility of just creating a suggestion for it. If it's good, we'll add it.
Nicely said. So the second part of this question, what's the biggest game-breaking bug, perhaps as a team, you've experienced?
That's a good question.
The classic Arroyo bug, where every country became Arroyo. It was back during 4.0. It was beautiful.
Oh yeah. I remember hearing. I wasn't there for that, but I heard about it.
So we had a decision for Kaga to become Arroyo, which probably all of you who have played Kaga has pressed once. Well, back in the days it could be pressed on game start, and for some reason it was given to everyone, so everyone became Arroyo.
As it should be. As it should be.
And the problem is, it took us a lot of time to actually figure out it was cargo causing it, because all of us was like, why is it turning into Arroyo? Is it a bug with Arroyo? But no, it was.
That's actually hilarious.
So the next question, I'm not particularly sure on the context of it, but I'm going to say it anyway, so maybe someone will get it. He says, do you think you should take a look at the older paths, for example, New Vegas's Mr. House path, and get messed up by the NCR taking a single focus?
I think he's probably referring to some of the stuff that the NCR can do in their leftmost branch. Yeah, we do think we should look at that. We fortunately have. I think now that we're about to, get out of 5.0 development, I can sort of officially, unofficially announce. I've talked before on the server, as some people in the stream may have seen, and some people probably have not, about the fact that we want to be polishing up some of the West Coast, and that'll be around the time that the New Vegas rework releases. That will touch that branch, but also just generally, I can confirm that in the update that New Vegas will be in, there will also be some features and polish and improvements to much of the West Coast. A lot of the rough spots, it's really, it's not like going and reworking a bunch of trees. It's a lot of very targeted changes that are filling in like things that weren't properly finished, things that are a bit janky. I can say that the other nation which is really getting significant tree content alongside Vegas is She, because She isn't a fully finished tree. They will no longer be sharing the generic trees. But yeah, to get back to your question, the Vegas interactions is absolutely something that I want to clean up during that time. And part of the reason that those interactions are so bugged is because the original Vegas tree design ended up not making 4.0 and had to be restarted for a variety of reasons. If not sooner, we will get to fixing that then.
So,
Okay.
for a little context part, I was the last of the Vegas devs, so just so you know, 5.0 has come at the cost of Vegas. There you go. Now we can all judge me for it.
We'll judge you silently. That's right.
Yeah.
So the last part of this question, which is addressed to all of you here, though I mean, I imagine it would have been to the team as a whole, which is, what is the favorite? What nation do each of you like? Whether it's focus tree or its design, decisions, etc.
What nation do we all like?
Yeah. Well,
Like some
what's
of
your
our
favorite
favorites?
nation? What nation do you like the most?
I'll let other
Safehaven.
people- I'll
I
let other people
splurged
go
my
'cause I
Safehaven
love-
sauce.
I love all my children, so.
I think we all agree Metal Mouse is the best one coming in the update. I think we took a vote.
So
I think
what
we should
hear
hang
is
you
just
from a
pure
pole.
unadulterated narcissism, and I'm going to break this cycle of violence by saying Santa Ana, because that's it. You have to be the Men's of Mexico. Destroy the Texans. Throw it into the fire. Do what Isildur couldn't and destroy the ring.
Begin again.
Oh my God, Sierra Madre! Holy shit!
Oh, I can't wait.
Oh, by the way, for
I
people,
I was good about a Sarah super special secret spoiler for people, but I shouldn't do that.
I do want to say, by the way, I'm not gonna, just because I want to make sure we're on pace to hit our target, I'm not gonna be able to fully read every single event. I normally would if I was playing just for myself, but you know, I do want to make sure we can get to see a decent amount of the content, so I
Yeah,
won't
so,
be
I mean,
fully
we
reading
do-
every event.
Yeah, we do have a lot of questions to go through still. So
Right.
I don't know how long, you know.
I mean,
Like,
depending
we
on, I
have-
mean, yeah, just keep going for now.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we'll get through most or all of them. We'll see.
So a recent question, Simple Gamer 245 asks, I'm going to read it out as you typed it. Not asking when it's going to be, but what nations in the 5.0 area are in the pipeline for a 5.x update?
Do I
that-
finally
that's-
get the opportunity?
Yeah,
That's a dangerous one to answer, but we could.
because that one's
I-
confirmed, so you can.
I am so close. Like it was not ready for testing, but like I'm still working on it through the entirety of the stream. Yellowstone is very close.
Yeah. So the two I can confirm at this point are Yellowstone and Big Grass.
Oh, uh-oh.
What?
Uh
What's the uh-oh?
oh.
That's
I
been
think
public.
I think you did. You mean to say Heaven's Gate or?
Heaven's Gate also counts, but no, Big Grass.
Okay.
So that would be 3.
Okay.
No, I know, dude. I've talked about Big Grass before.
There's been some stuff going on. Oh, wait, you're Big Grass stuff or?
Monkey, you're causing like okay. It's probably going to be a mix of both between Slappy and I, but there was always going to be something for Big Grass. There was always going to be, right? It just wasn't something we could get done during the 5.0
Okay.
Smile and wave, boys. Next question.
Yeah, I hate that became like because that isn't controversial. Like I've talked about that before publicly. Monkey, don't stop making noises. You're making it a bigger thing. Moving on. Yeah.
Okay. So, is there an expansion to the Plague Lands currently in the works?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's been in the works. It did get delayed a bit because, as it turns out, everybody who was working in the Plague Lands was also kind of critical for 5.0. I was handling a lot. Ada on Eyrie inviting events for the cons. Bronze, who's doing some stuff, was obviously quite busy getting those Pioneer Company and Strathcommune trees. Just a lot of people busy, but that is an update that we're working on. I think someone mentioned I'm the coordinator. I'm very excited about it. That'll be a 5.x. That will be done sometime before 6.0.
Okay, so I've got a quite a good follow-on question from that actually. Yando100 asks, not necessarily a concern this update, but what are you planning now? What's the next thing you'll work on after this update, and maybe some minor bug fixes?
So the two main things which we are running after this is of course the Playlands, but also revisiting California mainly.
In no particular order.
Yeah, in no particular order. That's mainly our two focuses.
There are a couple other things I don't know. Iron is the other one that you want to talk about, or is that not something I don't remember?
Do we want to talk about North Colorado?
That is your okay. Well now, okay.
Yeah,
that's up
to you. I just wanted to confirm. I think it's going well. That is another one. North Colorado has some trees that we wanted to get in. Obviously, that'll be sometime here in the 5.x pipeline. No confirmed dates, but there are some North Colorado, meaning like up above the hangdogs and in around that region. You've actually got some hangdogs wooden changes, don't you, Silver?
Yes, and some other nations in that region too.
Yeah, so I don't want to spoil what all's coming in it, but there is some stuff in that kind of area, Colorado, the Rockies, and then we have that Vegas and West Coast one that Tran just talked about, the Playgrounds one I just talked about, Yellowstone Big Grass kind of stuff. So there's a good bit before 6.0 that we would like to get done.
But the big thing is that they're a lot smaller than 5.0. So
obviously. I mean, they're all minor they're all quote unquote minor updates as we term them.
It hopefully won't be 2 years until you hear from us again.
It definitely won't. Yeah.
No, the smaller updates, and even 6.0 is a bit smaller. So I think even it too. Plus, I want to say not just the size and scope of the updates and like the people we have on them, but we learned a lot from 5.0 that I think also helps us going forward.
Okay, so Vicky asks, will there be quality of life improvements on front lines of lakes and mountains? Any updates and doctrines? I feel like this isn't necessarily something that stems from being an issue from OBB anyway, because it's something that has roots in vanilla as well. But I thought I'd ask the question anyway.
What was the second part of that? I heard the front lines on
So
mountains
any
and lakes.
updates and doctrines? That's the final part.
Any updates on doctrines?
Yeah, so it was front lines with lakes and mountains, and then the final part was any updates and doctrines.
So as far as front lines on lakes and mountains, we can't do that much about that. You're correct. I certainly think our impassable design is something that I want to stress that we're careful with in terms of how that affects front lines. I like when they limit front lines, but we want them to limit it in a way that's not like extremely annoying to deal with. I think it's generally better to have the larger, more defined impassables than like a myriad of smaller ones that are very tough to work through because of what that does to front lines, among other reasons. We have been working on fixing, I know this wasn't asked, but I'm sure some people would be wondering, working more on the river front lines. I've been doing that. You know, the ones, when I say river, I mean the C-zone rivers that OWB has, like this. I've been gradually fixing them so they no longer break front lines. I haven't touched everywhere, but I've touched a lot of the map. I've already been doing that long before 5.0. And that's something we're going to continue to do to make sure that when we design those crossings, that most of them are grouped up such that, at least when they're next to each other, the front lines will seamlessly transition over them. Obviously, they're not always going to be next to each other, but like we're grouping them more and adding, tweaking where they're positioned. As far as doctrines, I mean, we continue to adjust the balance of doctrines. There will be a couple minor changes in the tech update that launches with 5.0. There is also, if you've seen the roadmap, we've alluded to there being a 6th land doctrine. This is, I mean, I'm probably not going to be here forever, so maybe someone will go and think that they should make another, but as far as I'm concerned, it will be the final land doctrine. There's no more room, in my opinion, that we need for doctrines, but I do think there's legitimacy to having a 6th, and we have a decent idea that I'm working through on how exactly that will take shape. And I believe that will be with the Badlands. I believe that's what's on the bookmark right now.
Yeah, Badlands is the next big major update.
So yeah.
Okay, so I was going to answer that one, but Nico just asked a question. He said, "Are we going to show the achievements yet?"
We don't have all the art assets implemented for them, so I'm not gonna show them off right now. I mean, I'm trying to think if there's a couple I could say off memory, for people. There's one for Manitoba if, in their early war with Three Rivers, you have like an option where you can,
Like we don't have enough.
or you have an option where you can enter early war with Three Rivers by refusing to cede a specific piece of land, and it's like a really hard. It's sort of like a Rhineland type situation for anyone who's played vanilla. There's an achievement for doing that and winning. There's an achievement for the Stampede, like taking out the CPF earlier than usual. There's some. There's achievements for a lot of tags. There's ones for like Montana and Hayman. If any have any that they, I know I made most of them, but if anyone has any that they remember off memory, they can bring that up. But yeah, unfortunately, I since there aren't icons to show currently, we're not gonna be going over.
Oh,
them
here's
right
a good
now.
one.
Oh, Safehaven volunteers.
Better Yeah. MacArthur, Captain Hold Redmond. Classic.
Safehaven? What?
No, I got volunteers.
Hell yeah.
Alrighty. Next question. So this is one I quite liked actually. Scion of Sorcery 7 says, "Is there a plan to make puppets more active / independent in wars? I want to take over the world with the Ruminators on my side."
Yeah. Well, is there a plan? No. Is it something that I'm aware of and want to do something about? Yes. Do I have some ideas of how to do that? Also, yes. Part of that is working on defines, which are some like background code things that determine a lot of different values and also some things related to AI behavior. There's some things I'm looking to tune with those. That should hopefully help. Part of that is also just some things that are specific to some nations. It's another thing where I wish I could say something more than just, oh, we're working on it, and give you like an ETA or something else, but unfortunately I can't. But It's something I'm aware of. I can tell you that much.
Is if you all donate enough, we can get
Don't say
Destiny's
that!
DNA replication chamber,
I don't want to.
and we can use that. And we can use that to implant Tran DNA into, you know, some volunteers, and we'll just make them do all of it.
True. So this is quite a good question as well. I mean, we're certainly getting to a lot of the bangers. What was the hardest nation to cut for 5.0? A nation you really wanted to flesh out but didn't make the final cut. So this is probably addressed to anyone of you.
Ooh, that is a hard one.
If it wasn't coming in 6.0, I would say Snowmads, but because it is, I'm gonna say Mad Trains. I actually really like some of the fun ideas that were kicking around for that one.
Trying to think. Other people can go if they have an answer.
I will also say Mad Trains. I hope they come back in Eastern Canada.
There was also another question, which it can be added onto this one. So this could be decisions, etc. What do you regret moving from 5.0 the most?
I don't know if there's any I regret. Personally, I think all of the choice. I mean, we really molded over. Like I stand by the choices that we made. I think they were correct. I don't know. I mean, other people, if they have disagreement, can certainly say as much. But I personally don't have any I regret. I mean, I'm sad about, yeah, but I don't think we made any. I don't think we made any wrong decisions. Like, if there are any nations you regret cutting from 5.0.
Nations we regret cutting.
Just...
Oh, well, I regret cutting. That's a really good question. I think the only one which really comes to mind is Fairy Glen. But
yeah, that's actually a good answer.
But
they got rolled into Pleasantdale, so
yeah, they got rolled in Pleasantdale, so it wasn't all in vain.
It's not so bad, yeah.
I'm kind of missing the concept because it added another dynamic to Pleasantdale, but probably for the better how it is right now. Mainly as they had like 5,000 core population, and you would suffer.
Okay, have we already talked about state changes in population in 5.0? I wasn't sure if that's
don't know, actually.
I didn't really hear anyone say anything like that, nor any questions.
Are you done here?
Come up, I was just thinking about the fact that we did have in the current lease, I think on Workshop, we still have where Mikhail first cut down the population amounts.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Those are going to be polished a bit, for sure.
Yeah.
That's good. That is good to tell people. Good shout, yeah.
Yeah,
because there definitely are states with 2 to 3 digit populations.
Which is
like...
yeah.
Yeah, so after this...
That will be better. Like, the work is already done. It will be better.
Yeah, so for 5.0's release, I've been more merciful as a person and given some of it back.
So
I've been a better man.
Very good question.
Another good question that literally just popped up. We're going to try and pronounce his name. So Elzen says, a while back there was a call for suggestions for nations. Is there a plan to continue it? Or do it again?
So here's the thing: is that some of the suggestions we got was really good. We got the Gold Consortium, we got Ruminators, and Dramante. This has all been pretty good additions. I don't know if I can guarantee we're going to do it again, because it's highly a case of like, do we have open area? We don't know what we want to do it again. Because for 6.0, I think we mainly have it hammered out what we're aiming for and what we want to do. And for 7.0, there's a lot of canon content to take from, which we definitely want to use. And we also have some already existing references to content we're planning to do in the game. But I'm just saying it may be implausibility at this point, but maybe there'll be a day when we come like to Eastern Canada and parts of the East Coast. But it's hard to say.
So yeah, I suppose it's certainly on the table. So there could be a change of like a path or something, you know.
Yeah, there's also
Yeah.
the fact, like, I don't know if I'm going to be here in 2 or 3 years, and the people which come, they might have other ideas, and they might view differently upon it. They want to do it more, they want to do it less. But from our
we can't see the
experience,
future,
it was
but-
yeah, but from our experience, it was overall pretty positive. The tags, the ideas which we got, which were implemented, was really good.
Oh, this is quite a good one. It just popped up. Dylan says, "What are the things you really want to do but couldn't because of coding limitations?"
Coding limitation?
Yeah, so like a physical restriction with the
Yeah.
engine that couldn't allow you to do something.
Good question.
I
So
really
we were-
wish we could not just complete focuses, but I wish there was a function to start a focus in a focus tree, like through an effect. Currently, it's either you instantly complete it or you unlock one. There is no function to start doing one without the player manually clicking it.
So, do we have any examples of like ideas you wanted to do but couldn't add in because of the engine or stuff like that? So I think that's what the question was kind of like pertaining to.
Yeah, it's hard to
from my
think of
understanding.
ideas that we didn't do. That's such a good question. There are gonna be answers. I wish I could think of them off the
A really
dome.
cool
gave
one.
one.
A really cool idea back in the days from Alexander, which is the dev which has done a lot of our operation stuff. He wanted to branch out and do a lot of weird things with Courier 6 as an operative, but due to the fact that operatives don't fully work as characters, so we can't really target them, it wasn't really possible. But we had a lot
Yeah.
of bizarre ideas to do with lab resistance and things around that, but it was not really possible to do, and we also wouldn't fully know what to do for the people which didn't have the DLC.
I forgot
So-
about that. That's a really
so
good
it's scrapped.
answer. I forgot about
Yeah.
that.
No, I mean it just popped up. It was actually quite a good
Very good
little
question. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do the so Simple Gamer 245 asks, do the Sisters of Steel count? Do the Sisters of Steel count as still being Brotherhood actually, or are they functionally a distinct group in lore branched from it?
So here's the thing: is that you're all the Roman Empire. You were always the Roman Empire. Even though you're born in northern Germany, you're the Roman Empire. You just gotta believe you are the Brother of Steel, and you'll be it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're saying it's how they started, so it's still part of their like ideology or identity, whether they like it or not. Is that what you're getting at?
It's more or less like the case that it's really up for you to decide. You start off as a, well, you don't fully story-wise start up as a part of a Bro Steel, but you're a part of the Bro Steel at game start, and technically you're carrying on a lot of their ideas, and a fair amount of the people is the same. So I think it becomes like a case for the player to decide when are you the Brother of Steel and when are you not. Have I deviated too much, or?
So he
I
said,
think it's a little
he said-
open-ended.
Yeah, he said it feels like a bit of a non-answer, but I'm just gonna guess, like myself, that you might not have necessarily like planned for it, kind of thing.
The
That was
thing
created
is
by
that
Violet.
it is a non-answer, and it's mainly on purpose because it's up for you to the player to decide.
Well, I mean, yeah, no. I mean, I think you're right about that in the sense that it's not super explicitly addressed. The sisters deviate from the Codex, but so do the chapters of Midwest, right? They just kind of deviate from Midwest as well. So in some ways, you could argue that in some ways that makes them their deviation from the deviation brings them back closer towards Lost Hills. In some cases, it brings them back it pushes them even farther than Midwest was. So I think it is up to interpretation. I don't think that is necessarily a cop-out because, it is legit. It's like, yeah, how do you quantify that? Like, how, what you view as, like, is the Midwest Brotherhood to you? Do you still consider the Midwest a brotherhood? You could argue one way or the other. Like, that's kind of up to your interpretation of what defines being the Brotherhood. right?
Yeah.
They have a lot
Yeah.
of disagreements and differences from how Lost Hills would have had them do things. So
The comment, could they be seen as a heretical Brother Seal chapter, is actually kind of good. But the thing is, like, when is it heretical? Am I a heretic until I'm the majority, or it's up for the way you would look at it, as Trans said.
yeah.
A heresy is only a heresy when you look at it a certain way.
It's a bit of a long-winded thing, so you'd have to like theory craft. You know?
Yeah.
There's a lot to
Unpack.
even just that question.
Yeah.
Okay. There was another good one I wanted to talk about, or is it? Okay, so I feel like we might have already talked about this. And I know I've already had a question from Sign of Sorcery. He said, is there any chance we can get an open co-op? Example being 2+ nations that can create a faction from the moment the game starts.
From the moment the game starts.
I feel like we kind of already discussed it in terms of nations being able to do having co-ops together.
Yeah, there's
I think
certainly more
that-
of that. I don't know about a
I
game
think
start.
the country which like gets it the earliest might be Arborg. Like, you can pretty quickly rush it, it's not a game start, but you're pretty open to just directly rush either joining Langenburg or Manitoba. But none of them is like directly at game start.
I believe, real quick, Iron, Regis is primarily vehicles, right? Or
Yeah.
Okay, I just need to know for doctrine purposes. That's what I thought. It's faster if I ask you than try to look.
Vehicles and the other two.
Alright.
So there's one question I feel like even I could ask, but like I imagine you'll chime in. Are there any secrets coming in 5.0 similar in effect to Cerberus and Gordon the Gecko? I feel like that's something you should find out yourself.
There are
'cause
probably
it's-
bigger secrets than that, actually, I would
Yeah.
think. But I don't
Like,
know.
It wouldn't really be
sure.
a good secret or thing to find out if
Yeah.
it was like
I mean, then it's not a
top
secret,
tier.
right?
Yeah,
Because I think a big part of Cerberus was finding out that he's a huge like mutant that eats people. You know, like
what's the entire fun if we spoil everything here, right?
exactly. Yeah.
Anything else I can do for you?
Yeah, we've got some questions which are kind of similar, but I'll say anyway. So Tyrant King Xenomorph asks, were there any nations that became too big in scope and had to be cut down to fit in the time frame of release?
Loid.
Yeah, Loid is probably a good one. A little Commonwealth, sort of.
Depends on how you see it, 'cause
yeah,
I
depends on how you
think-
see it. Like, the majority of the tree is there, but there were some like additional external features as well. That
There were
didn't.
definitely concepts, but they never got to like beyond the concepting phase. So if you
Yeah.
count that, I would include it and Strath.
I mean, I would
but-
count that because it's part of the design, right? Like, it wasn't just ideas. There was like some preliminary work done there, but it just not in like code, but like in design, right? So I would say it's fair to count that personally. But yeah, it is kind of that one's kind of up to interpretation, certainly.
So I don't really know what any of this is about. Nuclear Nuke asks, how will Silver Forge from Abenar Blues game rule be affected?
Oh, we haven't really looked at that. If it breaks it a lot, which I could probably just test right after we're
shouldn't.
done here.
I don't think it should.
It should.
Yeah, I think we already fixed it for back when we removed.
Whole lot, because they, at most, you'll have like there'll be more people fighting each other, which might interfere with your own war goals, but you'll still get the same war goals on the same countries.
Yeah.
So you can test it. I shouldn't see any drastic changes. I wouldn't think.
Yeah, like
I would
worst
be-
case,
yeah, I wouldn't
worst
think
case
so.
scenario, if it breaks, we'll fix it. Just write a bug report, and we'll get around to it. It'd really be a shame if it broke, because I was the one leading that update too. So
It's a fun little tree, and Benar's a good mod. I'm glad we got to do a collab with them, and you know, dwarves. Everybody likes dwarves.
So
Yeah, that was a fun one, that event.
Yeah. So Ram Corabius asks, will Lost Hill be overhauled to account for sisters being in power in Montana?
That's already a thing that could happen, so I don't know why they would be overhauled for
So-
that. What does he mean?
I guess he means, is there going to be any major changes to account for the fact that there's like a new kind of like bigger chapter coming in Montana? I'm not sure how else to frame it.
Okay, so if I can chime in here, actually, very specifically, Lost Hills doesn't directly acknowledge a ton. Like their focus is very generic. Of like, is MacArthur dead or not? Like, did the Montana chapter and whoever's in charge win? Now, there are some issues with Lost Hills tree in relation to this that existed as early as 4.0.
Yeah.
Because it's very
sure.
clear Lost Hills was designed when like
The sisters
when Montana
weren't
chapter
fully-
was in like Stormonger's land,
Yes.
and their tree went in a different direction. So like they still give rewards of like, all right, here's the big technology haul you get from conquering Heaven's Gate, a war goal that is not in your focus tree. Like, it definitely could use an update to reflect that Montana chapter has changed, but that was an issue before 5.0, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, so an insight.
Good answer.
An insight. One of the mods just directed at me. Could it possibly be that it's changed? That an overhaul to the Lost Hills tree might be to affect how they interact with the Montana chapter breakaways.
That would probably be. I still think like terming it as an overhaul of Lost Hills is like a little strange, but yeah, I mean that's probably something we would do. I would imagine.
Yeah, I think it depends how people use the word overhaul. Some people mean it for
Right.
minor changes. I only use overhaul if I mean like I am drastically getting into the, like, so. But that might be what's throwing us off on the question a little bit.
As far as like I would definitely like to account for the possibility of Hayman, I guess, in the Lost Hills tree, which would probably just be like a focus or two in the Montana section.
So, another question. This is in relation to like quite old content. It's definitely not 5.0. He says, "Are you guys ever gonna fix the Mad Baron April Fool's game run?"
I would like to. I would definitely like to. I've talked before about that it should probably just give back the land that Great Khans would have occupied if they were still on the map, and just spawn the tag there. That's probably what the solution would be. I'm thinking of the right thing, right? Or am I confusing?
Yeah, you're thinking about the right thing. So
Okay.
probably what we could do is that we already have the dummy tag for the Great Khans.
Yeah,
so
we did. I did make a
them
dummy
use them.
tag. Yeah.
We could just use the dummy tag and make that spawn on the map for you, so you can play. So
Yeah.
that should, in theory, actually be a rather easy fix.
So, Dr. Pepper asks, "Is Damned going to get any new content?"
It is your time, Iron.
They get a formable. So yeah, no focus, no focus tree or anything like that. But I actually can say I think that we do have formables from. I don't want to say all, in case I'm forgetting something, but I think most of the trees that didn't. Well, I mean, most of the nations that did not get a tree did get a formable. I think Moose Jaw didn't. I think that's really. Again, don't want to say everything. And Dakota doesn't count. But up in Canada, I did try to make a few formables with new flags, new names, a nice little bonus for forming it. Just because I think formables are cool. I think most people agree with that.
It
Real
gives a little
I think
extra
they're
spice
fun
to
for
play
people-
the generic countries.
Yeah.
I mean, it adds replayability to the mod in general.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mhm.
I am 1%.
And then Monkey, of course, made a lot of cool flags.
So, were you going to say something? Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm just annoyed that I'm
so-
one war support off in Eco Law.
So, one guy asked, I feel like this might be a bit of a quick question. One guy asked, why don't you guys incorporate one of the two big Lost Hills overhaul mods that were made? They are in line with vanilla anyway.
Oh, it's a long answer. I've actually spoken to the Ad Victorium developer before about this. So not everything there could or should be integrated, but a lot of it is good work. Certainly some things are even like very uncontroversial. I haven't gotten back to them since the last time I spoke to them. It's on my list of things to get to in that West Coast Polish update. Is I want to talk to I want to try and talk to, at the same time, Zusk, who worked on Lost Hills, who I've been helping upkeep Lost Hills in his place because he's very busy, and the Ad Victorium developer that I've previously spoken to, potentially the other Summit as well, if I get the chance, to try and do that process more fluidly. I hope that's a half-decent answer.
No, I mean, I imagine it would.
I feel really bad not being able to say, like, this will happen at X. Like, you know, like, I want to be able to give people more, you know, timely I want to give people more of, like, an expectation of when this thing will happen and stop
I think
like,
at the
I
end
want
of
to
the
get to
day-
it, but, you know.
At the end of the day, they'd rather you, like, take your time with it and do it properly. you
Yeah.
know? So if you're just gonna, like, rush out just to meet hype, you know, they'd rather you work on it and do it
That's the
nicely.
ethos of the Vegas tree, yeah. For sure.
So, another question. So, Ramacorabius asked, will the NCR get any updates from the Californian facelift?
Yeah.
Short and sweet, nice.
Yeah, they will.
yes.
Particularly to
Nice.
particularly to the Civil War and the paths therein. I can say that, and some other minor things, but that's the main thing. Yeah.
Okay. Nice and sweet. Another one of his questions, actually. I'll pick one of his because that one was quite short. Is Three Rivers getting any expanded interaction with Manitoba or Arborg?
I think so. Probably initiated from the other side, though.
Yeah, they're getting some small things initiated from Arborg and the KOM.
They are also getting. Did the new advisors release already, or is that that's a 5.0 thing? Right?
I think that's a 5.0 thing.
Yeah, so they are getting new advisors, and they're also getting some new Loke as well. But as far as the interactions, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Michael. Sorry.
I guess we could also just spoil it a little, but we're also looking into doing some other minor touch-up on Three Rivers down the road, which I don't know when it will be, but we really want to bring the quality of Three Rivers more up to what we've done with the Kingdom of Manitoba.
I think Three Rivers is quite good. I think the main thing that we want to do is probably some additional like flavor, really, just probably like mostly events, honestly.
Yeah, definitely, it's good, and that's the main
and they'll
reason
probably
why it
get
has
a
been
little bit of.
prioritized.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
It's good. It's the main reason why it hasn't been prioritized over anything else. But there are some areas where we could still press in a bit more to make it better.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think some of that will also be done when the map around them is expanded a bit more. Because we always try to touch up tags when, like, you know, like Texas and Oklahoma will get a little bit of attention when Midwest is done. Can't speak on scale, that's not determined yet, but you can expect that usually nations that are next to other nations, like when a whole like new map expansion is happening, that it's at least our intention and our goal to give them some additional touch-ups then to make it so they fit in better.
Right. This is a question for you, Iron, specifically. Someone called Wilhelm says, does Fort Capel get a formable?
Fort
Oh,
Capel
this-
is banished to the Shadow Realm, sadly. They're
This
part
guy.
of Langenburg now. They're no longer on the map, kid.
Oh, no.
We're being trolled. We're being trolled. I don't know if you know this, Mikhail. You're being trolled right
oh,
now.
we're being
I know my fellow Norwegian. I know him.
Oh, shit. You guys, like, cool?
Call it out.
You guys hang out?
Call it out. Do
When are
you
we
guys
adding
have like
the-
do you have like a telepathic connection or something? How
No,
does-
the thing is, I know Willem.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I even know where he lives, so
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
It sounds like a friend.
Yeah, he's one of our friends. Yeah.
Truly a utopia.
Unless
Okay.
that's the different it would be the same. Yeah, there's no way.
There's
just-
only one Wilhelm
I was just
in
expecting a sir.
Scandinavia.
I was expecting a sir. So, you know.
Half fell asleep.
Sir Wilhelm.
No.
So, Justin Jow asks, anything new with the historians?
A little bit
We-
with
we-
Hayman,
we-
right?
We have a formal, and
True.
I really love it.
But also Hayman
because-
interacts, right?
Sure,
Go ahead,
but
Michael.
Same
Yeah.
deal as Damned. They got a formable. Yeah.
What Michael talk about the formal?
And the formable is really funny because it's the academics. So now you can do what the social sciences never could, and make history a actual real academic degree.
It's
Real-
Fallout, so we're allowed to be delusional like that.
Yeah.
Nice, little fun.
This is, I'm studying history now, so it's really just a coping mechanism for the update coordinator.
Real as hell.
Next question. Darklink asks, why did Big Grass not get worked on for 5.0?
Mostly time limitations. They had a tree that was sort of sufficient, and I was I at some point, it was one thing that Violet couldn't get to when it was under her. At some point I was going to try and do some stuff to them. Then I had a surgery that ended up going, left me a lot more indisposed than expected. It was a lot rougher than expected, and that made it so I really couldn't afford to complete Big Grass and the other nations. And it got to a point where we didn't feel that we could, that anyone would be able to do it without rushing it out the door. But I've made that commitment that we will give them a full tree in the future. That's something that we want to make happen. Hopefully between 5.0 and 6.0. That I can't confirm that it'll happen then, but I can confirm that it will happen. And I'm sorry that it didn't now. I am sorry.
So,
It's like one of the smallest promises we broke for 5.0, so I think we'll just have to be forgiven, or we'll try to be forgiven.
Yeah, it's better than Vegas, right? I mean, you know.
Only 30 trees. Only 30 trees.
Only 30, yeah.
If it had
when
been
you put it
31,
like
we
that, I
would have
feel a little
gotten.
bit better.
Yeah.
so SQG asks, did Forefathers get a formable?
Gucci.
Yes, they should have. Did they? Did that get put in?
I don't know. I wouldn't
Okay.
know. TBD?
I wasn't told about it.
You can go look in the code, someone. I can't right now, for obvious reasons.
They
Something.
will get a formable.
Okay, yeah, we can put it that way. It's not that hard to implement, and if it was already designed and it just somehow got missed, then we can...
I mean, yeah, if Monkey gave me a flag, that's like 10 minutes of work, typically.
yeah.
Maybe picking a new color takes another.
Bet.
You can double check if it's there, if someone wants to, Iron or Monkey or whoever. But if it's not,
Iron, will you check
if
for
it's
me?
not already, we'll make it happen because it's already concepted.
I made it up with Violet. I don't know if she ever got it in before. She was pretty busy.
We'll
Pretty
find
busy.
out.
She was only on a few trees, so
Only
yeah.
a few, yeah.
Oh, thank you, by the way, to Violet, Goat
Yeah,
of
we've been
5.0.
saying that, but like, yeah, we should
Literally
probably just take the
irresponsible
time now.
for like half the fucking all like oh my god, the foundations have her name written all over them.
Unfortunately,
So-
she wasn't able. I did actually reach out. She wasn't able to attend at any point this weekend, or like really in between now and the stream. She was incredibly busy. But yeah, I'm eternally grateful for all the work that she did.
I think it's really
could
important.
not have
to-
happened without her. Not even close.
I think it's really important to mention that this update would have borderline been impossible without her.
Absolutely.
Because
no hyperbole.
it's not even an understatement that around half of the work of this update is hers.
Not even an overstatement. You mean?
That's absolutely insane.
Yeah. It was a lot.
So,
But-
so one question I'm going to answer myself because we've already, it's technically already been answered. It just hasn't been stated as such. Can we ask questions about things that aren't the update? We've already had questions that aren't necessarily prevalent to 5.0. So if you have something, I'd encourage you ask it because now is an excellent time We've got quite a lot of devs here who are willing to talk about stuff they like or have a passion for, so definitely go ahead and do them. Next question. Are there plans for an Oregon rework? The region has some of the coolest ideas, which is very true, but the content is starting to show its age when compared to the California rework of 5.0.
So the thing about Oregon is that I doubt would be reworking countries which already has a treater.
Well, I think Oregon is in a really good state relative to its
Yeah.
age, honestly.
Yeah, I think Trollwarren is an excellent example of that, for sure.
It's
There are
aging like
some-
fine wine.
There are some minor things people want to do around the area, and Washington will get touched during Cascadia, but
mainly overall we're really happy with Oregon. Of course we might visit the tags which don't have content there eventually, like Washington. But I don't think we're going to do any massive reworks, at least in the coming future, because at least from our perspective
It's a
we don't see
relatively
any
good spot,
massive
yeah.
problems. And there's a lot more areas which needs a fair amount more love to come up to how it should be.
Here's a good question, but very short question though. How long did 5.0 take to finish?
Oh god.
it's hard to quantify.
If you had
When
to
did it? When
ballpark
I mean, like, it's hard to say that because we were working on other updates. Like, things overlapped, people moved back and forth. So, you know, when I say the full length, that wouldn't then mean, we were entirely focused on 5.0 for that entire time. Like, updates overlap somewhat, but
Joanne is trying to be real diplomatic here, but 3.5 years.
yeah.
The nightmare would never end.
I just wanted to qualify by making that clear. That being said, Michael, what would it be? Do you have a remember when the original stuff with like Looney started?
Let's see here.
Yeah,
That's
maybe
more or
we.
less- that's
Is
more or
that
less
gonna
a
take you a
route.
minute to look?
That yeah, I actually have to look back. Just give me a second, and
Okay, we can do another
this
question
skimming of
while
history.
Michael looks. We'll get back to that one.
Okay. That's from Tyrant King Xenomorph. Do the Cab Vultures get a formable or faction if you can survive and win your territorial conflicts?
So they can join a faction, but they don't make a new one of their own.
Who can they join? Wardens? I'm guessing.
Uh,
I have no idea.
They can ask to join either the Miscounts, the Bloody Electors, or the Northern Congress.
Wow. Even the Cab Vultures get 3 options. That's awesome. I love that. There's so many different branching outcomes with factions. Cab Vultures are really cool. Please play them.
Bohars.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
And
I
Mad
found-
Villain is just... Mad Villain is a really great leader name. I'm assuming Violet made that, or was that someone else?
MF Doom
It's
reference?
Violet. But I also did check, so formally work on 5.0 started the 14th of October 2021 with the messages, "Woo, bundle up bitches."
Jesus.
Bars, honestly.
Free something is done.
Bars.
All the way bars.
So if you kind of estimated every update taking between 2 and 3 years, you know, how long do you think it'll be before we get East Coast?
No, I don't think that's gonna... I mean, 4.0 is even shorter than that, right?
So here's the thing: is that East Coast was a fever dream. We're never seeing it.
Shut up.
We want.
Don't say
we,
that.
We
You're
want
so
to see it.
negative.
The next generation wants to see it. Your grandchildren might love it though. They'd really love it.
This guy is so
So-
negative for no reason.
Nah,
Crazy.
I think it's really hard to predict the East Coast, but things
That's too far to predict, but I
Yeah.
do not expect every update to take. I mean, this update had to go through, like, even before you saw it, like, it went through significant changes.
But
Before it was even on the
on the more-
map, like,
on the more positive side from me, which has probably been here the longest of everyone in this chat outside of Led but isn't a developer, so it doesn't count.
wow.
That's not
So over the last year, the speed the team has been working at has increased a lot. It's become a lot more streamlined, and we have a lot better process behind things, and we have a lot more capable devs now.
5.0 made a lot of progress in its last 6 months of development relative to like the rest of the time as well.
It's really insane because for quite some time we just mainly had 2 to 3 developers which were just hitting content the hardest they could, but now it's more resembling a team actually drawing forward. It's really great to see that we have a steady pace.
We're also like growing the team as well.
Yeah.
You know, the application's been opened.
My
About
God,
that,
subway jump scare.
If you want to apply, just go to the Discord. It's a nice little link.
So, next question, just so we can try and get through all of them. There's quite a few still. Where is it? Just gone past it. Okay. Did Bismarck get a formable too? Always like the leader portrait for that one.
So I don't think we gave Bismarck formal, and that's mainly because we were considering at one point, or what several developers were considering doing a free for it at one point. As with a lot of things, I don't know the future for it, but it's a tag people have been interested in, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're suddenly making a mini tree, throwing in a formable in the future, or doing something with it.
Yeah, if we ever get to that, we talked about Dramate earlier. If we were ever going to touch up that region, I think we would look around and see if there's enough time and interest in Dramate, Bismarck, Two Peoples. I think there's some really cool ideas, Silo.
Well, the Silo is probably one of the tags.
Yeah, I know in the entirety of this stream, we only had one question, and that was the question asking if it would get reworked. So, I don't know on that one. Let's see.
There's always countries we want to look at. It's just a
Yeah.
matter of, does it make sense? Do we have someone interested?
Running a modding project like this is all about priorities. It's all about prioritization.
What
and
was the
resource
question?
management.
Like the nation?
Bismarck, if it was getting a formable.
Bismarck.
Okay, so next question. He did say could be addressed to any one of us, so I guess I'll go first since he offered. Not a 5.0 question, but what would you want changed in the NCR and especially their Civil War? Personally, I'm a massive fan of Hayes. I think he's like one of the best leaders. Him and his robot path is definitely a banger. I would like Hayes to be more prominent in the events itself.
That's a fair answer.
And maybe more of a role in the Civil War if that's possible.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the main person leading that update and working on it. That being said, we have some discussions going, so I'll certainly other people like from it, give their opinions on what they'd like to see. I just wanted to make that clear.
I am of not a super dissimilar opinion, but not in terms of Hayes. But while I know him being a leader at all is kind of complicated, in terms of Calhoun, I almost never see the Californian way survive whenever they do a civil war. It never wins. It never gets to prosper. I want to see what the followers California is like.
I agree with you.
So I agree as well. Yeah. The Waffles dog says, "Are there any plans of the Blighted Woods, like a formable or a focus tree?"
I think they have a formable. There's an achievement for the formable too.
We had a lot of formable questions. I'm trying to go through as many.
Yeah,
as I
no
can.
problem. Yeah, they do have a formable, and there's even an achievement for it. That one I do know because I made the achievement.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, short and sweet.
Yeah.
Flawless Cowboy says, "Did Stormmongers get any love, or does their tree remain mostly the same?"
I think mostly the same.
Yeah,
I mean, I think I. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was done. Most are remaining the same.
I think nations always benefit when the nations around them get content, because a lot of the time it bleeds into them with additional event interactions, and it just generally makes like the wars feel better and more fleshed out. So, like one of the nations, like assuming I do have some time, which is going to be hard. I so rarely have time to play for leisure, but if I do have some time to play the update, I actually wanted to play Three Rivers, which I have played before, but because I feel like it's going to be a lot more enjoyable with the Manitoba stuff all surrounding it, with, you know, all the content from the Second Coalition members. So, unfortunately, nothing really directly for them, but I think they still benefit indirectly.
So this is a question from one of our moderators. Sentinel Ren asks, will Hayman get interactions with the Washington Brotherhood?
They join a faction.
Well, yeah,
Care
there's
to
your
elaborate?
answer.
Care to elaborate?
Yeah.
Or what's the faction name, for example?
It's the Immortals faction.
Oh, the Dark Pact, right, or whatever it is.
I
What
was
is it
about to call
called?
it the Dreaded League, but I don't think it's.
Northern League, yeah. Why did I
Yeah.
think Dark? I don't fucking know where that came from. My bad.
I've heard that somewhere. I swear.
Oh,
We
should
Middlemark
rename it to
formed
the-
discounts. Look at that.
The Dark Pact goes way harder.
The Dark Pact. That
Goes
sounds
on.
like something that a 12-year-old would make up. I'm so embarrassed that I said that.
No,
It
that's
does
why
kinda
it's
go
perfect
hard,
for the
though.
Immortals.
Dude,
does
it's
kinda
called
go hard.
Extreme.
That's true, actually, Silver. It is perfect for. Well, it's perfect for the way that people interpret the Immortal. That's a separate conversation.
Why don't we bring back Washington posting on the Reddit?
Yeah, guys, you
I
guys are
actually in a
sniping hard.
personal Discord had a meme about this blank is now property of the Washington Brotherhood with like the immortal gif that we would post.
Oh, and
I'm
I'm in
also
that club. I'm
highly
in the cool
encouraging
kids
the
club.
Yeah.
return of Timberline posting. So
I really
if
I
any
really
of you
like
are
the bits.
Redditors,
It's,
do your thing.
it's quite endearing. The bits that people do.
So, Cable Guy asks, if ever, when will Louisiana and Arkansas area be touched? I think it would be really cool.
that
I should
would be
watch what I.
7.0.
Well, is that all confirmed, Iron?
For Louisiana and Arkansas?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think we've confirmed stuff. I would say either 7.0 or 8.0 because the
Yeah,
Gulf
Arkansas
is going to have to
confirmed.
stretch.
Louisiana might not. I think.
Yeah, I think Arkansas will have to fit into 7.0 with our current
For sure,
plans.
because of like
but
the
Louisiana,
Cherokee, right? Like,
Louisiana could go either way.
I think it's probably. I think there's a chance that Louisiana actually is in a bit of both, which would be funny because then that small state would have content for it in 3 different places. But the reason for that would just be like the surrounding geography. Especially for 7.0, I definitely want the landscape and the geography to, which I'm co-coordinating with Zusk, to I definitely want the geography to inform the nation design and the region design. So, like, just because of the terrain and the rivers here and the way that Louisiana is structured geographically as a state, it's possible that even some of the places down here in the southeast near New Orleans go in the deep south, but that the north part goes in Midwest. That's not confirmed yet.
Yeah, I would agree with that because if we don't get New Orleans in 7.0, we kind of have to in 8.0 for the
Right,
Gulf
yeah.
Coast, or else you'll have a weird gap.
Obviously. It's just that it would be one or the other or both of those two updates.
Okay. So, the Waffle Dogs asks, out of all the electoral paths, being like any nation in the mod, which one is any one of yours favourites? So this is addressed to all of you. Yeah, like NCR election, etc., etc. Vault City, stuff like that.
Out of
Which-
all of the what
Yeah,
nation?
out of every nation in the mod that
Oh.
has an electoral path, which one do any of you like? Or is your favourite?
Freedom! Freedom! Freedom!
Like nations that have an
Freedom!
election? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, like,
That's
so...
not an election.
So every nation that has an election, right, or an election-focused path, which one do you like? What's your
Got
favorite?
it. Got it.
I mean, personally, I would say NCR. What's your take?
So, in theory, Langenburg does elect the Orkneys. They just don't know it. He's elected by the divine right of kings.
That's
And,
true. Gun.
Real-
Dude,
real
what?
well.
You guys
He
are
got-
brute lickers.
He got elected by God himself, so
Iron, where's
Gun
this
gets
Con
through
of
it.
Cons focus real quick, by the way? I can't progress through the... when I try to search for it, it just gives me every result that mentions Con, which is like 80 focuses. It's called the Con of Cons. I'm sorry, I have to ask to, like, progress. Like,
so yeah, he was meaning the electorals, Stoon Dandies and Pleasantdale. What was our favorite path?
oh,
for
it's...
those?
Oh, wait, I'm an idiot.
So-
It's right here.
Yeah,
Never mind.
so the favorite for the electorals is of course Daniel of Modena, because they all deserve a
Looker.
little bit of Christ in their life. And be put to sword, but we're just not.
So Darklink asks, would any of you guys like to re-add a path of Mossman, or is he destined to be a bozo forever?
Oh. Oh, so this one is hard. Let's just say I enjoy Mossman as a character, and let's just lay the carpet there.
I no current plans.
I have ideas.
I'm open to it. I am not. So like the Civil War stuff is, I'm the type that tends to like to build on what was previously there, because I want to try and be efficient and retain the things that I think worked. So I'm not out to be like we overhaul the Civil War dramatically in terms of like all the leader outcomes and everything. Like there will be some changes to that, but that's not necessarily like my express goal with it. That being said, Mossman did have some work on him. I know a lot of people would be interested in seeing it. There's a legitimate narrative justification for it, so it is something I'm open to, but it's far from something that I can promise. And I don't want to put out this. I don't want to suggest that it's like something we're planning to do. It's something that might come up in discussion. I mean, Monkey is interested, so it probably will come up in discussion. I'm not gonna rule it out. It's something we may do.
I have plans I cannot discuss.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is quite a good question I just saw. Ram Corabius asks, would you be willing, or do you plan to, add another presidential candidate to the NCR's election, or adding a post-Legion War election?
Would I be willing to add another candidate? Yes. Am I planning to? No. Post-war election?
For the Legion.
Maybe? Oh, for the... Wait.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so he's saying once you annex the Legion and they become a puppet.
Wait,
is
what?
that?
Oh, like who to
something that's
govern
gonna
the territory, or?
Yes. Yeah.
Not something I planned on, but not a terrible idea. Although
No,
normally,
I think it sounds cool.
normally those territories are ultimately planned to be incorporated into the NCR, and their territories while they work on establishing stronger control in the area. The Mojave expedition had more to worry about than just Caesar before they'd really be able to formally integrate into the NCR. Controlling a territory vastly larger than that in Arizona and beyond would no doubt be even harder. So I don't necessarily know that a democratically elected leader is what they would have, but interesting idea. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. It's something I can think about.
I'd say Ram, perhaps write up a little doc or something. If you note your idea down.
If you want to make a document for suggestions, you're totally free to do so. I can't get to every suggestion, but I try to watch them, and certainly if it's related to that, I'm sure someone will ping me and I can go discuss. Other people can too. I'm just saying because I'm heading the NCR stuff. I'm not trying to say that other people can also have input or talk to you about it. But yeah, I'll try to look at it if anyone pings me if you submit something.
So Tyrant King Xenomorph asks, were there any submods in this update, or are there any submods that you might want to integrate if you could?
Are there any submods in this update? I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
I mean,
No.
the original 5.0 map that got integrated was an unreleased submod, but that's that barely counts because that was a whole different thing. any we want to integrate, do they mean in the area that we want to integrate? Because there's not that many.
It doesn't specify, but I'm gonna guess he means this update because the first part of the question was in this update. So
I don't personally have my eye on any in particular, but
I think they meant like just some.
Yeah, just in general.
generally, I mean,
I wasn't sure what he
we're
meant,
always
but-
open to it, right? Like, yeah,
We've talked about it before.
we've integrated
Like a
some mods
couple of them.
before. We will sometimes continue to do so. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Monkey.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's the sort of thing where, like, as they come out, we take looks at them. Sometimes we revisit ones that were particularly notable. Not all submods exist to be integrated too. Like they're like, you know, we like Battlegrounds, if anyone remembers, is not one that we would integrate, but it's a banging submod. And I certainly think that some mods have value, regardless of whether or not they get integrated. They're awesome. I love that we have such an active submodding community. But yeah, we're totally. It's a process that we're still open to doing. Maybe people are wondering that because we changed how recruitment works, and so a lot of people used to make submods to get in, and now we're doing applications. But that doesn't necessarily mean that like Old World Blues will no longer integrate really good submods that the team likes and thinks are fitting. That's totally still something we're open to doing.
Jeff895 asks, I'm going to condense this question a bit because it's a bit of a grammar issue. Is there any solid ideas for what's going to be going on in the Big Easy at the moment?
The Big Easy.
Big.
Which area does that?
Am I drawing a blank?
I'm pretty sure New Orleans.
Yeah, New Orleans. So
I don't think so.
we have some basic ideas, but nothing
For New
tangible
Orleans?
that we can really.
Oh, we have. Yeah, you're right. My
but
bad.
there's nothing we really could share right now, mainly because it
The haters
could
will
change.
sabotage us. Sorry.
Yeah, it could change, and we haven't really started working on it and figuring out how we want it to work. But we're churning some ideas.
A strong kind of.
Yes.
So, actually, I think that one was already answered by someone in chat. Someone did that.
Yeah, just this real.
So King Shrimp Overlord. This is just in regards to the stream. He says the stream. I'm going to fix this question. He said the stream's been going on for 4 hours. In reality, it's 5. He says, "How long do you plan it on being?"
We're playing it by ear. We want to get through as many questions as we can. That's the main priority.
So we are starting to get the lower end of questions, so
Awesome,
we don't have
yeah.
a massive amount left.
We
It's
don't
generally-
have a
it's
massive
generally the
amount,
ones
or
I
we
s-
do?
No, we don't have a whole lot left. We have
Okay.
some which are just nonsensical, make like no sense. But we do have a good amount of credible questions left.
Cool. That's certainly. I would like to go till at least then. So that's my answer, I guess.
Okay, so 321,869 kilometers says, what will the Passkeepers' interaction with Brant in Old Country be like?
Well, if you ever read Sylvia's description, it talks about her coming down from a mountain, to ask Julius what he was thinking, and that is definitely possible in the path. Or you could just be friends with him. That's pretty much it.
Good. Nice and short, nice.
Nice.
So another one from him as well. He says, Leafs British lava path in Langenburg bigger than... It's a bit of a grammar issue. Leafs British lava path in Langenburg bigger than its other normal constitutional path? Question mark.
So I know what you're asking about. I would call the British LARPer pop. What do they mean? But currently, the thing about it is that half of it is content which is going to be added for a later date, because the left half is of course for the western half of Canada, and the right side is for the eastern half of Canada. So right now it probably has just a bit less than Eleanor's constitutional path. But of course, when the other side of Canada gets that, it's going to become a bit longer. But at the moment, it's around the same size, although the right side is a bit larger. But it also depends on like how you want to do the content, because you can only access the right path if you've already done most of the tree. So the reason why you have all the duchy focuses is so you can subsidize with them while you're conquering and playing around.
This is a good question that popped up really early in the stream, and I don't know why I never raised it. But S. Gucci says, have the generic rebuilding decisions been expanded into Canada, like rebuilding military bases and exploring old bunkers?
A tiny bit. I made some. Not enough, to be frank.
Yeah, this is a hard case of me being busy, because I was the one mainly supposed to be doing it, and I haven't. But as 5.0
Fortunately, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
As 5.0 is just about to come out, it's definitely something I'll be spending some time to. It's a bit tedious, but it adds a lot. So.
Fortunately, it's something that is very easy to do after release, and I'm not saying that means that it shouldn't be there. But, you know, it's a very easy thing to implement because they're not even tied to particular nations. They're just on the map for those locations. I love them. I did make a couple. I strongly hope that there will be more, because it's absolutely a feature that I'm big on maintaining. I've made some in like Utah and Colorado and other places before as well. So yeah, there are some. I am hoping that there will be more soon.
Okay. 321-869 kilometers asks, what nation does Cab Vultures come out from? I forgot.
The Great Stampede.
Okay. Nice and short. Nice. Tyrant King Xenomorph asks, is there any super mutant nations of... Is there any super mutant nations that have formables in this update?
Not
I don't
that
know
I
if there are any
can think
super
of,
mutant.
but
Technically.
we
kind
do
of.
have general freedom,
Yeah.
which is Nightkin. But he has super mutants, so I think like that's your best answer is play Stoon and play as general freedom, and then we've already teased it, you can form Americanada. So have fun with it.
Okay. This is a good question, and I think it'll help out a lot of people in chat who are deciding what to play. Are there any nations out there in the new update 5.0 that are going to conquer a large portion of Canada? Because I assume Manitoba is going to sweep northwestern Canada.
So you have, of course, the Kingdom of Manitoba, the Duchy of Langenburg, which...
Also, might I say, I think he's wrong. It's definitely going to be Gateway for sure.
Gateway aren't that bad.
They aren't that bad, but you also have Strathcommune, which, if they're allowed to live, is an existential threat. Also, currently we're looking at the stream where Langenburg is losing their war after Tran unjustly nerfed them right before it.
Bruh. They're not even losing that badly. The front line is... Well, they're losing, but not by much. Because they're also...
I'm just being
into
big on
Dolphin.
you.
When are we buffing
They're actually
Jackson?
pushing
It's a
towards the...
reflection.
This is actually a really interesting front line.
It's Steiner's counterattack.
Okay.
So true.
So
true.
real.
There he goes, making up more words. This guy's a madman.
None of those words are in the Bible.
Oh, wait, they're actually taking the capital. Look at this, look at it. They're doing it.
I
Look
know,
at them go.
I know.
Look
They're
at
also
them
about to
go.
lose Yorkton. Where's this war?
Just
Where's this
think
war
about
at?
it.
Yeah, wait, look at this. They're both about to capitulate. I actually like that. That's kind of cool.
Oh, that was a terrible decision.
So this is a question I'm almost certain gets asked in Ask a Dev like every other day. Maverick7508 asks, is there any timetable for the Midwestern US? That release is going to cause a lot of changes and give a lot of modders access to new tools to work with.
It is. Timetable. I mean...
I think the only timetable we can give is like probably like 2+ year. Give a
Yeah,
lot
I
more.
think probably... please do not hold me to this. Like, please. Or hold anyone else to it, by that matter. for that matter. I would guess under 3. Like,
Okay.
2 or 3 would be my guess, but
So,
do not hold us to that, please, because I don't. Especially because like I'm speaking for like the whole team, and I don't want to like promise that, and then people read into it. I normally don't answer these questions at all, but since we're a little bit closer, than we were,
It's hard to answer.
yeah, and I don't want to like say something, and then people are like, "Oh, it didn't turn out that way," and like I don't want to break promises. That's just my guess. That's not my commitment.
What do you need?
Let's see.
You know, Tran, I think it's time.
For what?
OWB community, me and Tran would like to announce, with this update, 7.0 will also be coming out.
Yeah.
We're gonna skip
sure.
6.0.
This is We're gonna skip the update that was split off to specifically come first, so 7.0 was more concise. Just go straight to it. Minnesota's made up anyway. It's just a lake in real life. Go look it up.
Honestly, like, Minnesota? That name definitely isn't in the Bible. That's
That
all I'm
name's
saying.
not in the Bible. It's true.
Do we have more questions?
Yes, so Kilometers asks, what was the reason for changing Métis people's path from focusing on robots to instead focus like well-armed populace? I'm not sure what you meant by that.
The robot thing didn't test very well with the Métis people I spoke to, and it seemed like it wasn't really something that was super closely related to them in any way. Métis, like, historically, were known for a lot of things. They were really expert navigators. They were a big part of the fur trade. They were very good diplomats. They helped negotiate a lot of like significant treaties, especially between Europeans and Native Americans, which was in part because they were a bridge between the group. They were mixed race, mixed French and Cree, right? And what all of those things have in common is that they're very much focused on the people in the process, the people's skills, the people's relationships with one another, and like identity, nationality, which was covered even in the existing Métis material, where you have like closed definition or open definition of what it means to be Métis, which is a contemporary debate too. So all of that is to say that a lot of the focus was very much on the human element of the story, and the robots, besides just kind of being out of place generally for the Métis, or at least the people I spoke to sort of felt that way, the Métis people I spoke to felt that way, they also were kind of just out of place with the way that the story goes in OWB for the Métis Congress. I hope that answer made it clear, or clearer at least. I get why some people liked it. I'm sorry that that one thing isn't intact, but I think it was the right call for the nation.
No, for sure. We still have a lot of questions to go through. What was our next one? Okay, yeah, this was a good question. I, for some reason, never got around to addressing. Will there be any additional game rules added for nations in the update?
Yes, not all of them right away, but we will have some of them. I believe. Right, Monkey? You made a couple? I think there's a couple others. Sorry to put you on the spot. I'm pretty sure there's at least a couple. We have plans to make more. I guess Monkey... I don't know, maybe Monkey's not here right now? I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, I think...
But yeah.
Is it something you were going to announce anyway? Because, like, if
Well, it's not
not,
really it's not really an announcement, right? Like that. Like that's just like a very minor feature. I was just asking I was just confirming what he had
because
done.
I think it's something they could just, you wouldn't want to necessarily ruin a surprise.
Well, oh wait, sorry. Maybe there's some miscommunication. When they said game rules, I assumed that they meant for like AI behavior. That's what I thought they were talking about.
No, just nations, like any nation.
Yeah. So what I was thinking they meant is like where you choose like what path a nation goes. That was what I was referring to with everything I just said. So like that's the stuff we're planning. Michael, are there any other game rules?
Not really. The only thing we've been thinking about is AI strategy. and some of that is most likely going to be missing for release, but we're gonna work on adding it. So,
There is some
for
of
example,
it, yeah.
yeah, well, for example, like if you're playing Langenburg and you really want the knights both in World 37 and Stoon, we're gonna fix it so you can rig the game for yourself.
Yeah, certainly like being able to, we want to script the, we have started, I mean, 4.0 released with basically none of this, and I had to do the entirety of it without, not only without anyone helping me, but like all after release. Now, fortunately, we, through a mix of old devs that picked it up and devs that came after 4.0 that picked it up, we have other people who are better at some of that AI scripting, are more comfortable with it, and have been doing a great job helping me. And for that reason, like, we'll actually have at least a baseline for a good amount of the nations that are releasing, instead of like with 4.0 where there was nothing. But we will still have to like script, you know, the things to make sure that the AI can choose all the paths. So like the paths that require very specific choices, we'll like make sure they can still be chosen, as well as adding the game rules so that, yeah, like Michael said, you can rig it. Definitely something we're going to do post-release.
Okay, so the balance of power system. Gremlin LNG asks, what kind of nations are getting the balance of power system? Is there a specific criteria, or is it just a couple of nations?
There's no specific criteria. It's like when it was up to the designers themselves.
Yeah, so when we're developing nations, developers have a lot of freedom to use the tools which they find at their disposal, and some people use the balance of power because they thought they were neat. Some nations were designed before it. Some developers didn't want to use it. It's really just up to what the content designer wanted to do.
Yeah. What nations have? I believe it's Passkeepers,
Arborg.
Rad Hazards actually, as like a fun little side thing. Arborg
Loid.
and Loid, yeah.
Loid should use it.
So that's a good answer.
Good question.
Good question. Sorry, it is late.
You're good.
So Scion of Sorcery. I feel like this question was already asked earlier. Scion of Sorcery says, any chance we get functioning puppets able to fight in wars on their own? The other question being, I can find it later, but it was roughly to the extent of, will puppets be improved / able to function on their own?
Yeah, don't have an ETA, but as I said before, when someone asked a similar question, yeah, that's definitely on my mind.
I could probably try and find it later just to touch up with you. But,
sure.
Yeah, pretty much. That's in reference to. Already answered that. Is the Marshall Republic still around? I would love to see some U.S. Marshal / Rancher frontiers in the West.
Marshall Republic is still
We're
around,
currently
and they have a
looking
tree.
at it.
We're looking at it dying right now, but yeah.
Okay. How exactly will the expanded Highland Watch paths differ? Asks Kilometers.
Answer that directly.
It's mainly just flavor additions.
It's the
mostly the same, but fleshed out.
Yeah, much more fleshed out. The divide is the same as the one that currently exists. It's just much more fleshed out. Just like sort of like what I did with Métis.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is one I was thinking of asking earlier, but I didn't because it could have potentially been long-winded. Epic Gold asks, what is the law of the CPF, the Canadians People Front, I think it's called? Because all these nations are coming off it, but I don't know what the original CPF was.
Michael, do you think you can give like a quick one?
So, more or less, the CPF is a short version of the Canadian People's Front, which is from Fallout Tactics. And, well, as the name implies, it's a People's Front. So they were a guerrilla group before the end of the world during after the annexation of Canada, where they mainly fought to liberate Canada. And after the world ended, they got some pretty good advantages to already being an established group in conquering Western Canada. And while they managed to conquer Western Canada on paper, it was mainly just ruling settlements and roads, and over time it just collapsed in on itself. So you'll get a lot more detailized version with the update. That's mainly a pre-war group, pre-war guerrilla group, which called for the independence of Canada, and collapsed after the war.
Okay, so Darklink 1021 asked earlier, does unifying America still exist? Personally, I didn't even know that was something you could do, but any thoughts?
I don't know what's being referred to.
I'm not sure what it's in reference to, because I didn't even think that was possible, but
Yeah, I'm not either.
yeah. I guess
Are they talking about the Commonwealth thing? With
Maybe,
the,
I don't know.
likely. It doesn't. If you're in chat quickly, do you mind elaborating on that?
Yeah, we can. If they do, we can.
Yeah, we can get back to you on
question.
that. Yeah, we can get back to you on that. Okay, so this is a good one, but I feel like it could be answered quickly. RPS 154 says, what exactly is the criteria for focus time lengths? Some trees seem to only have 30 days, others are 45. Is there some sort of concept behind it?
Yes. Generally, the length that it's generally to tune the actual length of the playthrough in totality. Also, sometimes individual focuses are made longer than the average in the tree if they're like especially impactful or significant. One thing that we do need to do better with that, though, is I think sometimes devs think about focus length and focus strength as if they're things that exist in like isolated from one another. And I've been trying to remind people that, obviously the strength needs to be balanced relative to the time investment, as well as generally nations with less focuses and therefore longer focuses ideally will have more going on outside of their focus tree so that they're still engaging and there's still stuff to interact with. That's also, we don't always meet that criteria, but it's certainly the ideal as well for how that sort of decision gets made. I hope that was a decent answer.
So, Darklink got back to us. He said his question, which was, does unifying America still exist? He, what is it?
Oh yeah, for Johnson's Path in the Pioneer Company.
Yes.
I don't fully know how that works right now, and I think
I just canceled bills that we're already building, but I don't care.
I think the main person involved with it was Eyrie, which is sadly not here at the moment. So
I think it was was it not in that merge a couple days ago that Trent pushed through?
What, the Commonwealth thing?
The Commonwealth GUI thing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I did a lot of the work to make that fix parts of that. Not all of it. Iron did a lot afterwards, but yeah, the Commonwealths are still there. It's just it was never forming America though. It was like the specific Commonwealths.
Yeah. Okay.
John, are you using your trade note? I just saw it in the chat.
You better.
You're supposed to be the meta man.
Am I using what now?
Your trade nodes.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, good.
I have my trade routes. I did like
Loon.
troll and delete factories that we're building, but like, I mean, I was just messing around. It's not really a big deal.
Loon
I'm trying to make sure I
asks-
get through this fast, so.
Loon asks, are the shareholders real or is the AI crazy?
I assume he's referring to Middlemark?
I don't know
Yeah,
what he's
Middlemark.
trying
Probably.
It's referring to Middlemark. So the shareholders are as real as you and I.
Yeah.
Interpret that as how we want to.
Michael is fucking riddles.
How does Middlemark... Wizard General asks, how does Middlemark affect Cult of Liberty and Pioneer Company?
So
question.
they have some focuses interacting with them, and they can mainly choose to stand by their former American occupiers, or well, American countries in parentheses, or they can try and reconcile with Niitsitapi. So you can either help them out or just ignore them. That's fully up to the Middlemark to do.
There's one here which I feel like was already answered. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Elzen asks, are more custom country paths going to be added?
more custom country paths?
Yeah,
Like-
I feel like we might have touched on that because, for instance, when someone said, "Are we going to open up the form for people to suggest nations?" We said we might do in the future. There was also ideas that devs had which they might want to do in the future instead. Is that not what?
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused on what the specifics of the question are, because it sounds like you're just saying like new focuses.
No, I mean it's all it said. It says, "Are more custom country paths going to be added?"
Like,
But then maybe he means like, I don't know, like the Ruminators having an additional like government path or something. He doesn't elaborate, but and any plans to add more paths for existing nations, perhaps?
oh yeah, I mean if that's what the question is,
It doesn't say,
sometimes
so I'm just trying to guess.
a little bit. Trying to think. I mean, that'll probably happen a little bit when some tags get expanded, like potentially big grass. I'm not sure. Probably in the. I mean, I'm sure the Heaven's Gate rework. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that'll have more to the paths.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm a little unsure about the question, but I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, I
get you. You're doing a great job. No worries.
I was trying to steer away from the questions which didn't really have any kind of like context to it. That we are getting towards the end, just about.
Okay. Cool.
So, Colemantus asks, speaking of conscription laws, will Fallen Creed not having any be fixed in 5.0?
That sounds like a bug to report, honestly.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, but I thought I'd raise it just in case.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing where that's like a specific thing we fix during an update. That just sounds like a bug. So, it will hopefully be fixed by someone seeing it reported and then responding to it. I mean, obviously we just heard it from you, but like it's hard for us to, remember that right now and all that.
We have late stage dementia, so
I
the
mean,
safest option is just reporting it.
Yeah, that's how you get a guarantee.
Okay. The Waffle Dogs asks, what is the end goal of the Ruminators? Do they have a fumble?
They're ruminating to riches.
End goal? I mean,
I
it probably
think,
depends a little bit on. Well, Saul must make his choice for this to have an effect. So I mean.
So I suppose you went to the bottom of their focus tree. What's their goal? Are they going to kill everyone? Are they going to?
They're the last tag to do that. They're the absolute last tag to kill everyone. Yeah. It's certainly a nation that is not pacifist necessarily, but far from aggressive. Far from aggressive. I really wish Abashru was here because he'd be able to give a better answer. Michael, do you remember anything specific or anyone else?
I don't fully do, so I think it's like a case of you'll have to wait and see in 2 days and find out yourself.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I don't. It's one of the trees that I don't remember super intently. If anyone says any, I'm sure maybe one of the mods who was a tester or something played them and they'll like chime in the chat and we can relay that. Because I don't remember exactly what your end goal is.
Yep. Ryoma03 asks, is there a plan to expand the Caribbean, especially to the... It's late, I'm trying to pronounce it. To the Hispaniola island?
Yeah. There's plans to eventually have the full map filled in, so yeah. I have a vague idea of when that will probably happen. It'll be later than 7.0.
Except for the card in Greenland.
Well, it's not on the map. Oh, I mean, I guess you mean that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that probably won't have something. So by technicality, not all of the map, but like 99%.
Where the last Warden's Division is.
99% of it. The last Warden's Divisions.
So that actually on Greenland we're going to have the United Nations Observation Group, and they're going to be an endgame crisis which will invade the entire map. Because they've had enough of the Americas.
Lieutenant Pryor asks, I wonder if all the different raider factions will get their own tech trees.
Their own tech trees?
So the unique text and they'll
Uh,
just copy paste it over.
I mean,
So I suppose would that not be like, I don't know, the fiends getting a custom laser rifle or
oh well, yeah, like unique,
et cetera,
like unique
et cetera.
equipments.
Yeah.
I think more of them should have it. I would like for that to happen.
It's
I don't know
luckily
that it's a
pretty
foregone
quickly
conclusion,
done.
but yeah, it's definitely something that I like when those features are done. I want to make sure we continue to do them. So, yeah, nations will continue to get unique equipments, including ones that already exist. Yeah, Raiders no exception.
Okay, scroll all the way to the bottom to get to the new questions now, because I was doing all the old ones. Right. Ramacorabius asks, in the She update you mentioned, will they still typically become an NCR ally? NCR, there's more to it. NCR gets shafted in the ally department compared to the legions. I'd hope they lean towards getting NCR most of the time.
I don't think that's necessarily true with NCR getting shafted on the allies, but
yeah,
they
I
will
can't say that's
they
true.
will still lean that. Really?
No, I've never really seen NCR have an issue with allies.
Okay, I thought you were disagreeing with me. Okay.
No.
I mean, theirs aren't all reliable, but like on the average case, and I know this because it's manually scripted what the odds will be. The average case, they get about the same. That being said, yeah, I don't imagine the odds of She going down their paths will change. In fact, I think the paths that are there will probably be it'll probably be Akiga High, the San Francisco chapter, and Lopan. So I think the odds for them will probably stay the same, and I think what paths there are will probably stay the same. Maybe with some minor differences internally within them. And obviously just way more.
Most likely just going to expand on them.
Yeah, there might be some minor, like, sub-paths, but I imagine they'll... To directly answer the question, I imagine they'll pick the NCR about as much as they do right now.
So, Scion of Sorcery asks, how do the devs balance new mechanics with in-game balancing and map expansion?
How do we balance new mechanics with...
New mechanics with in-game balancing and map expansion.
I'm not really sure what they specifically mean.
I'm trying to gather that as well.
Yeah, it's like extremely
I guess,
broad. I'm trying to think.
I guess you might more so mean how do you balance new mechanics whenever you expand the map? Because obviously nations get new things and new techs and et
maybe
cetera,
by balance he doesn't mean balance in terms of like the like power level of things, but rather
or maybe how you keep things balanced.
Yeah, that might be what he means. Because I interpreted it that way too. You know, we both have that brain, but that he might mean it the other way. How do we balance working on new mechanics versus on map expansions? Does that make sense, you think?
Yeah.
That's probably the correct, yeah.
Unless he was responding to someone else, he just said yeah.
Okay, awesome. I'm glad we cleared that up. I don't know if there's a method to it. I try to advocate that we have some amount of mechanical or system work, at least with every major update. Like, that's part of why I really wanted the Officer Corps to be there for 5.0. It was at one point going to be in 4.2, but that didn't end up working out. So 5.0 was the next option, and I really wanted to make sure it made that. And Meme did a good job getting it done. I don't know if there's any hard and fast rule to it. If anyone else at Michael might have some familiarity with how it was done in the past, but I think it's really just we play it by feel, and we try to make sure that we're still upkeeping and working on the systems and how we treat DLC as well.
Alrighty. Scannerman asks, what's the biggest difference between 5.0 and past updates?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
What's the biggest difference between this update and past updates?
That's probably a Michael question.
Oh, I'm starting to think of big differences just roaming around in my head. But I think like every update has had its problems and up times, and it's really hard to like say something concrete which is like unique to 5.0, which hasn't happened before. I think this, of course, is one of the more ambitious updates we've done, but outside of that, I can't really like point to one exactly thing which is unique to 5.0.
Alrighty. We are getting towards the end.
I think maybe I could try to come up with an answer of like the focus on nation interactions is probably a thing. A lot of like there's so many focuses off to the side or otherwise where nations will send others events, and that's I think Violet deserves a lot of credit for that, because in pretty much all of her trees without fail that's present, and other people I think whether they took note of that or they just took some of the talks we had to heart in like past design conversations, also applied that in their trees. I know I put it in Métis a bit. I think that's something that's probably different about 5.0, is that we tried very hard to make the nations fit well with one another and interact a lot more. That's the best answer I can. It's not a perfect answer, but it's the best I can give.
That's nicely said. Dr. Pepper 325 asks, how is Vault 37 different from 4.0 to 5.0?
Probably either Iron or Michael.
Could you say the question again?
How is Vault 37 different from the 4.0 update to now?
So mainly Good Brother Jan is the big difference, that they have a second path now, which is under Manitoba Night Order. And I could spoil more, but I think it's going to be a lot funnier for people to experience it themselves. But it has a new path.
That's not a bad answer by any means. I think at the end of the day, you don't necessarily want to spoil everything. There has to be some surprise to it. You know.
Yeah, there has to be some reason to play it.
Yeah.
Okay. Streaky asks, any early NCR Legion pass before they officially formed?
Like early, so like making like earlier scenarios? Pass before the NCR and Legion form?
It doesn't elaborate. I think it's to anyone's guess what it means.
If he means like making content that predates 75, there's no plans. I think it's probably, if I had to guess what'll happen in the far distant future, centuries from now, when the East Coast is reached and the map is fully expanded, I imagine that aside from reworks where are necessary, that would be something that the team would work on. That's what I would do if I was still there by that time. Making potentially different start dates or scenarios. So, I mean, if you're still around when your children are having children, then yeah, maybe. It could happen sooner, but there's no plan, so it still wouldn't be for a while. But I think that would be something we'd work on in the end game. That would be my guess.
Alright. Tyrant King Xenomorph asks, is there a reason why Robot City is red?
That was Broken Hearts, which is a tag that can spawn from them. That was why they changed to be red.
Okay. Short and sweet. Very nice.
There's just a clarification, really, I think.
Nuclear Nuke asks, will Border Wars always be a pain? Because a vital point in my defense just got yanked away, and now enemy divisions are flooding into my territories. I don't know. Like, I think that's just it's a very broad question. It's not necessarily a dev question. I mean, yeah, like, it depends how you see it. They can be a pain, but then you should always be defending it, at least every kind of light part of your territory. Not like a unit on every front, but you shouldn't be putting your entire army onto one front and then
like I'm
being
doing right now. I'm
surprised.
just like AFK.
Yeah, and
I'm just
being
like
surprised.
AFK. Don't learn from me with doing this.
Yeah. Like I said, if you get attacked from someone to your left and you don't have anything there, that's generally on you, kind of thing. Or at the very least, have like units ready to deploy in your deployment manager. That's always a good idea. Apart from that, I'm not sure what else to say. It wasn't particularly
I
dead
can
question,
talk a
so-
bit. I
Yeah.
mean, if you want to see Border Wars be less unbearable, talk to Paradox. If you want to see Old World Blues' implementation of Border Wars be less unbearable, that's a valid opinion. I not that I would call them unbearable, but there certainly is some real room for improvement. I do have some plans actually. For once, I do have some specific things that I want to do to make it better. In the meantime, I recommend you choose the tributize option, because that option does exist, and a lot of people seem to forget that it does. You don't have to fight the raids. You can give up just a bit of caps income. It's not even that much caps income. You can choose to give them tribute when they ask for tribute. It's honestly not even that bad from like a strategy perspective. It's not even like wrong. So yeah, if caps raids really annoy you, you do have that option. You can completely avoid them if you just always choose the tributize, and it's not like your caps income will plummet or something. Once you get a decent amount, it'll definitely outpace the tribute. So, but yeah, there are plans to make them better.
So Streaky just got back. He said he elaborated on what he actually meant. He said, what I meant was an earlier time where you have Blackfoot Tribe and Shady Sands was in its early days, etc.
Oh, like the old versions of the map.
Yes.
I don't think we'd put that back in, like, I don't think we'd go reverse that change, but, creating different, certainly, like, creating, more, like, game rules that allow custom map setups and even, like, developing content around them, and or new start dates. I'd like for it to be something we do. I can't tell you if that'll happen anytime soon. I'm sorry that I can't, but yeah. You okay?
You alright?
Well, me?
I heard someone say,
Yeah, no, sorry. I realized an unintended implication of things I had made that's actually really cool. but maybe not intended for balance purposes.
word.
Yeah, it's I don't need to discuss it on the stream. It's just, it's very funny. Is like, why do my unit models look like that when... Oh, they stole that.
New technology.
I feel like
Being
something.
discovered live.
I feel like something Streaky might have meant was, would you bring back any paths? So, like, he's saying that they used to just be a Shady Sands. Would you bring back a focus or a path just for Shady Sands, like exclusively? I feel like that's what you
Like
might
where
be
they
getting
split
to.
off from the NCR?
Yes.
Probably not. Is like a mainline thing that can happen. I mean, the Civil War sort of plays with that idea with Reading, but I don't think that's something where we would like go make like breakaway states for each of the states in the NCR as like a main scenario. I mean, fundamentally, I mod for the people if that was a specific thing people wanted to see a lot. I don't know how we would find that out, but if you want to try and make a petition or something, I'm like half joking when I say that. You know, I mean, I'm always open to new ideas and new suggestions, but I can't say that that's something I'm explicitly planning.
Okay. Believe it or not, that was actually the last question. We've run through all of them.
We've run through all of them.
Yeah, the other ones we had are ones that just make 0 sense, and I'm not going to bother reading it out.
Really, the one thing I feel bad about is I didn't go through this playthrough fast enough, so I didn't get to show people Regis. I'll see if I can...
It's like how someone just said, is Gun his real name? And I don't know what on earth that is in reference to.
Well, no. The answer is no.
He's saying that's King Gun in Manitoba. So that's actually a decent question. Although it's...
Yeah, it just didn't have any context to it, and I didn't really know.
You could, I mean, if you want to read them out, and we can tell you if we have context. We can just bang them out really quick, and if we don't know, we'll just say don't know. You know.
Let's see.
And if anyone's question didn't get answered for one reason or another, if it was somehow missed or whatever, you can always go to Askathev, right?
Yeah, you can torture us there.
I did redo a bunch of them, but I know there's one or two of them I just didn't bother on. Oh, I don't know why I missed this one actually. Are there any nations with hidden formables that radically change the nation up from what you expect? I don't know why I didn't read that, so it's not too bad.
The waves,
He's giving you a hint.
I'm still waiting
Leave
for.
it at
I'm still waiting for OWB Europe. Sorry, but-
One day I'll stop
How do I-
giving cryptic
I need
hints,
more old
and then this will all
ways.
be over.
Oh yeah, that was one of Xenomorph's questions, and he just asked another one. He said, "Is there any plans to give a tree to Black Canyon?"
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay. Nice. Oh yeah, here's one I somehow missed. Where did it go? Come back here. That's annoying. I just scrolled right past it. Okay, I'll get back to that. So Darkwing asks, what about the Wyoming chapter in Highland Watch?
Wyoming chapter? Oh, the Wyoming chapter. I remember now.
Yeah.
What about? Maybe that was in reference to like Brotherhood stuff. I think since they're not really if I remember correctly, they're not really like a full chapter anymore. I don't remember the exact lore. Sorry if I'm getting anything wrong, but if that's correct, like I think it is, I don't imagine they'd ever appear on the ledger if that was the question. I'm gonna assume that's what the question was, because I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's all it says really.
Yeah.
There's a little focus for a Wyoming chapter, quote unquote, in
the
Highland Watch history.
Yeah.
It's really just like
I remember
Montana chapter members that
like
left.
halfway through. Yeah. It's cool.
Someone randomly asked, I don't know what it's in reference to, so will not be limited for war goals on adjacent nations.
Will not be limited for war goals on adjacent nations.
Why references?
I don't know what that means. Sorry.
Okay, so someone's... No, we answered that one.
I have to click through this event, people. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get you guys to see Regis.
That's
before
fine.
Yeah. I'm talking to the stream when I say that, yeah.
I mean, the
They
really...
will never forgive us.
We've practically answered all of them. There really isn't any left.
We pretty much covered it?
Yep.
Okay.
Unless if anyone in the chat wants to say something they have on their mind, even if it is someone who's already asked like 10 questions, it's fine.
I'm really pleasantly surprised to see that we still have 67 people here. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's good.
Since the most we had was 230 something.
Yeah. OC is awesome. Yeah, you can get his Mississippi one out, yeah. You can get his Mississippi question. We'll wrap up in a moment.
Oh, okay. So I just read back to what Streaky said. So you know how in vanilla you have different start dates, right?
Yeah.
I think
Is that what
one
he
of
was
his
talking
points. Yeah. So he's saying,
Okay, so I was right.
is it
Okay.
possible to have like a start where it's just Shady Sands? Even though I feel like that'd be really difficult to set up.
We'd be creating another mod at that point, sadly.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, different start scenarios are something that other mods have implemented. It's certainly doable. It would require making like additional. That would really require making an additional focus tree for Shady Sands, and then just adjusting all the trees that interact with NCR for that
but
scenario,
would the follow-on
which is
not
significant,
be
but
like...
like not like Herculean or something. You know, we'd have to have
Like
a good
for-
reason to do it, but it's not impossible.
Or it'd be like, for instance, that expedition the NCR sends out. So, like, you know, because they might not necessarily send it out just as Shady Sands, that would be like a nation that just goes, potentially. At least in the early game. And then that would how all the Brotherhood works. Like a bunch of them wouldn't even exist, like flat out.
Yeah,
then how would you add that in when the date
work
comes?
more.
Yeah.
You'd have to have like good reason for it as well, which is why I was saying
Yeah.
that like that would probably mostly be. I mean, some alternative spawn scenarios that are just like alt history is, I guess, fine. We have like the nation starting divided, which sort of plays with that idea. Alternative start dates is something I would like to see in the far future. Like if you transported me to the point where like we've hit the whole map, then besides necessary, like some things will warrant some reworks, but we're not just gonna rework in circles. If I'm thinking about what else, not that like we always have to work on OWB for eternity, but if I'm thinking about what else could make the mod better before we finally think it's in a good place and it's just time to upkeep it for updates, if any are even coming out, I would say that like start dates would be one of the first things I would think of.
Okay, so Tyrant King. There's been 2 more questions since
Sure.
we thought we finished it. Tyrant King asks, are there any changes to Far Sun since Highland Watch got... okay, are there any changes to Far Sun since Highland Watch got fleeshing out? I guess he means fleshed out.
I can't remember.
No.
I thought there was a little... No, yeah, no. Well, indirectly because of the shared Wyoming tree. They get the new shared Wyoming tree. But yeah. Other than that, no.
Okay.
Sorry if that's a letdown. Or
No, I think we're kind of getting towards the end of
yeah.
questions to be asked anyway. Dark Links, I don't know if he just means in reference to me or all of you. He says, Dark Link says, what was the biggest surprise in 5.0 for you?
Biggest surprise?
I don't know how it would be a surprise to the devs. I guess he means me.
It's even funnier that the update corner is a surprise to me. It's kind of catastrophic.
Because I wouldn't think you'd keep secrets from each other. So
Yeah, I don't know about
I do it all the time with Shran. Actually, I just buff things without telling him. He doesn't like it, but
then again, like I'm a tester as well, so technically nothing's really a surprise to me to a degree. But if I had to say something, I'd say the fact that there's a nation that's tank based and has like Russian Soviet tanks. Like, that seems kind of wacky and a cool surprise.
I did have my moments, didn't I?
Relatively speaking.
Yeah.
Thion says, can you show us the nation map in your current Khans game so you can see what may be in 5.0? Haven't seen much besides the border. Enjoy the gameplay.
Yeah, give me a sec. This is what the map looks like right now. We'll continue to tune AI and what have you, so if anything becomes super repetitive or weird, we'll tune to it. But from what I'm looking at, it's not too... Looks like most things are fairly...
Darklink elaborated on his question.
Freedom!
He said, so a biggest surprise of 5.0, but in reference to like when a plan went wrong or something really weird happened.
There's a lot of those.
But what would be like the biggest kind of thing that comes to your mind, like your forefront of the mind? So
I could tell it, but then we'll have to go into online witness protection, and it's a lot better this way.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I feel like we gave some kind of answer anyway. So.
Yeah.
That's right. Jeff asks, are there any mechanics or nations that are planned to interact with the Mississippi, such as the Mississippi River trade mechanic?
Mississippi River trade mechanic, is that a thing? Or is he saying a hypothetical?
No, he says...
Bismarck has a national spirit.
Oh,
yeah.
You're right.
And MacArthur also references it, so...
I would, yeah, I mean, like I said, normally when we make content next to existing, like, map expansions, we try to, give some updates to the nations next to them, either at the same time or very shortly afterwards. Usually some amount is done at the same time. I imagine that some interactions with a location so significant as the Mississippi River, especially when there's already like that established trade, would probably be one of those things.
Nuclear Nuke says, "Can I please see the Hayman tree real quick?"
Hayman's not on the map right now, so I would have to... I mean, I could just wrap up the campaign, I guess. We were almost about to pick leader, but I would have to
we are,
do that to show it.
We are struggling for questions currently.
Yeah, no, it's okay. If we're pretty much done, how soon is it that Regis comes? I just figured I'd show people the event since I said we would do that. I could also just manually fire it. But
Yeah, I guess do the event first, and then.
Yeah, I just don't know how soon it is exactly. I don't remember. I know it's this year. I think it's.
Because I suppose if you did that and then went into.
Yeah, then I could just show Hayman real quick.
Yeah, people could make requests, like quick requests to see some stuff.
We will be archiving the stream. I have to double check my Twitch settings to make sure it's going to save this, because it didn't seem like it saved the other things.
Yeah, it is 6 hours long. I hope it saves.
That shouldn't be a problem. But I want to make sure that the other settings are correct, because I do not want to just lose the stream. That would be really bad.
What about American Canadian?
Americanada.
It's so late at night, I can't even pronounce it. Yeah, what you
It
said.
looks like we might be getting the leader soon. Alright, what was the question?
What about Americanada, please?
Oh, yeah, he wanted to look at the thing that Stoon formed. So this is Stoon. We showed them before. This is the Freedom Path.
Okay.
Here's their specific...
Wait, is that Hulk Hogan? Who's on the front on the thing?
Hogan?
He looked like Hulk Hogan.
Who on the... where?
No, on the leader portrait.
We wish it was Hulk Hogan.
For Americanada. The leader portrait. It looks like Hulk Hogan.
It is him.
I can kind of see it, I guess.
Yeah.
No, it's canon now. He is
canon.
Hulk Hogan.
It generally looks like Hulk Hogan.
It really does. You ruined it, Led Gold. Thank you.
Alright, we are speedrunning our way to this event now. Because that took too long. Uranium County. I forgot about that. That's funny.
While we do that, were there any nations or trees you were all proud to make or help on?
Métis, easily.
Manitoba.
I'm proud of Niitsitapi.
I'm proud of.
I just really
making
hope people like
5.0.
Métis. Yeah. I just hope people like Métis.
Well, I guess you could probably hold that choke boy forever.
I did it! I did it!
I feel bad having to click through these events, but I told people I'd show them the leader choice, damn it.
I haven't been narcissistic for the entire stream, so I'm just going to use this one moment when there's like the least amount of people to let it shine through.
I mean, 70 people is still a lot of people.
It is.
Can you imagine standing in front of 70 people?
I do that.
I mean, there are people who stream for a living that average like only like 100 or 200. It's not that low of like concurrent viewers. Like, I'm really you know, like after we passed that certain point, it was like this is sort of the official end, and it's just the Q&A. And I'm pleasantly surprised to see that some people stuck around with us.
Tyrant asks, can we see who won the 5-Way War in the North?
I don't know if it's over yet. Still
year?
going. Currently looks like it'll either be Loid or Big
78.
Grass.
I mean, when does the war start?
When does it win now?
Well, when does the war start?
I believe late 76? I don't know, something like that?
Yeah, it should be in that ballpark. I don't have Hoy open right now, but it should be in that ballpark.
I think we should be getting the leader choice soon.
Okay.
I'm getting events related
This
to
is
it.
a nice question. Double B Edward asks, hi, I just got here. What's your favorite leader in the entire update?
My favorite leader in the Tarot, Leif.
If you had to pick one.
I love Leif. I live for Leif.
Yeah, I mean, he made
Oh.
him. Yeah.
I was about to say, just don't mention I made him.
Not bad.
Yeah. I guess you have to kind of back your own creations. I'm not like Frankenstein, and I'm not going to abandon my monster.
Here we are.
I'm better.
This is the point where you actually get the choice here. This event. I really like the I remember Violet and I actually took like very minor if it wasn't obvious, the support mechanic is inspired by the glory mechanic in the Legion. Obviously the context is a little bit different, but it works similarly. It's inspired similarly. I like it.
Okay, we've got some more questions since I last looked.
Here it is, Regis. All's glory.
On Elzen asks, is there a list somewhere of First Nations that will be added?
First Nations? I don't know if there's a list. Yeah, I don't know if there's a list, but it's always something on our mind when we make a new region.
So I think Violet was quite good for that. I mean, I'm sure Violet would be able to.
Yeah, but I don't know if we were
Personally.
listing them ahead of time. Violet definitely made an effort to include them,
Yeah.
but I don't know that we had like a list ahead of time of like we're going to represent these in this region, these in this region. But it's always on our mind when designing a region, because we try to link it back to the real world and what's actually there, including the people and including people that were historically there, and so that often links back to First Nations, right?
When we're doing a region, we kind of want to show off parts of the history of that region.
Contextualized for WB and Fallout, of course.
Yeah, and the natives, of course, become really relevant because, first of all, a lot of them are used to living off land, which means they would most likely succeed in such a scenario. It's just cool to show off culture, which isn't usually shown in so many places, at least. Yes.
So this is kind of a follow-on question way earlier in the stream.
We'll wrap up at like in a couple minutes.
Yeah, so Scion of Sorcery says, could we get a YouTube link to these people who did the music? I heard it earlier. I heard earlier it wasn't uploaded, but would still like to check them out.
They are all on the team in the case of 5.0, right?
Not Serial Symphony. Skip.
Oh, did he?
But
yeah,
I
he made
could
one
link Skip.
5.0s. Yeah, you could link Skip. Yeah, the majority of it was in by Lusa. I don't believe she has a link for her music. I'm pretty sure it's just here. Although I could be wrong on that one. She does have a link for her art stuff, including a Ko-Fi, which I believe is on the support the mod page.
You can
Discord.
also commission Lusa if you want to.
Yeah, you can
if
commission
like
Lusa for not for music, I don't think, but
not for music, but
for
art.
art when it's open. I don't know if it's open right now. But...
Yeah, just check it out. Watch out. See if she has any openings.
Yeah.
And Tyrant King asks, what nations in the new update have interactions with Old Country / Rot Purges?
Probably the
with
Warden
them.
ones, right?
But now Rot Purgers, Passkeepers,
Yeah.
and Safehaven both interact with Old Country.
Yeah. Those are the main ones, I think.
Yep.
Might be some for Niitsitapi, I'm not sure.
They do have an event to interact with all the other First Nations. It's not a big one, but they do.
That was the final question, unless someone else
Alright.
says another one.
We'll cut it off there. Sorry, guys. I don't want to hold any of these wonderful devs and mods any longer. We got to the Regis point, and if we're winding down, if you have any additional questions, you can get them to us.
The
and
human
ask it
body
there.
was not designed to endure this.
Yeah.
But yeah, if there is any additional questions, just abuse Ask Dev.
Yeah, by all means.
We're
6
really
hours.
expecting you guys to just use it more around the updates, so
6
we'll
hours.
try to be better to check it.
Alright, well, I guess I'll sort of outro this. I'll let the music play for a little while, because we'll, I'll probably...
Also, remember,
leave the
join
stream.
us a Ko-fi link. Join us a Ko-fi.
Yeah, I try not to draw too much attention to it, but if you would like to support me, I greatly appreciate it.
He's a quirked up white boy at university. Give him money.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for playing the things that we make.
Yeah, that
mostly.
definitely.
Thank you so much for playing the things that we make. We would not be making them if we didn't have you to play them.
Well, this wouldn't be possible without the community, and we wouldn't have met each other without the community, and this team would exist literally without you. Like, this started originally as a project between friends who loved Fallout, and it's evolved a lot from there, but thank you all for being around and being cool and stumbling upon the project in some way.
Yeah. Remember, the update's coming out on the 28th. We'll continue to keep working on, fixes to it, improvements to it, upkeep to it, post-release, and there will be future updates that'll eventually do that in some larger areas, like we talked about with a couple nations. This is a mod that we definitely want to maintain actively in the present too, and that's especially easier to do when we're not right in the middle of a major release. So you can expect that to continue while we also work on those larger updates internally. I hope people are happy with it. I hope people... like I said, I think everyone will probably find... If they don't... Even if a majority of the nations don't appeal to them, they'll probably find some that do, because there's a decent amount of variety. I encourage all of you to, via Reddit or Discord, whatever your preferred platform is... I can't get on Reddit as much, but I try to. I encourage you to, give feedback, give input, constructive criticism that is really focused on, offering pieces of information that we can use productively. That is like a godsend. I appreciate it so much whenever we get really, really good suggestions or feedback threads. It's always really helpful. I really try to, the ethos of this stream was to have like to show the content, but also to do the Q&A, so we'd have that sort of back and forth. That back and forth is essential, so please, the things you like, the things you don't like, let us know about 5.0 and overall as well. Yeah, I think that's about all I've got.
And remember, 5.0 is Stoon.
5.0 is Stoon. 5.0 is very Stoon. It is
5.0
extremely
is Stoon.
It is no longer Stoon TM. We have taken away the TM. It's very Stoon.
Very Stoon.
Only a couple days.
Where's our Safehaven sauce all over it?
This is one of the best.
We had a good moment here for like a second.
I will show the one person I will cheat into Montana chapter and spawn Hayman so they can look at the Hayman trade. I remember. Look at me. Well, I don't know if that'll work actually. That's not gonna work, is it?
You can just set owner SOH on our end state.
Oh, you're right. Good idea. Thank you, Subway. I didn't even think about that. Okay, if the person who wanted to see the tree is still here, here's a quick peek at it.
And if not,
and I'll zoom in.
It's your place.
Yeah, the VOD will be your place. So you can obviously pause and look at what I'm scrolling by. Okay. So that'll be all. I'm going to leave the stream running for a bit with music, and I'm also going to make sure that I can figure out the situation to save it, because I don't want to lose it. There's some weird stuff going on with the perms there. But yeah, thank you guys so much. See you later. Bye!
Godspeed, children.
Bye.